This is the story of a monarch who lived the most turbulent and eventful life in the history of the empire. Her name was Dante Renatus. I was abandoned. To my father, who was a prince, it had merely been a fleeting affair with no responsibility attached. My mother, a musician and his lover, broke things off with him, left her daughter behind in the city, and departed alone. In the end, I was raised by beggars, prostitutes, and street children. When I was little, I survived by scavenging what others threw away. When I grew a little older, I began stealing at the market. That was how I stubbornly survived. Then, when I was 12, my life reached a turning point. A man said, "Oh, you come here every day, don't you? If you're truly that gifted, why don't you try holding a sword?" The girl stared blankly for a moment. Then she shook out her clothes, but only a few scraps fell from them. "But I don't have any money." The man burst out laughing. "Of course I know that. You picked up the sword. Listen, kid, if someone tries it once and does well, I'll take them as my apprentice and teach them for free." The girl accepted the sword and pondered the old swordmaster's words. He was obviously joking. Once the joke was over, that would be the end of it. The girl tried a few swings, unexpectedly leaving the old swordmaster dumbfounded. Then she praised herself. "I'm incredibly talented." Astonished by her talent, the old swordmaster asked, "Kid, have you truly never learned swordsmanship before?" That was when it dawned on me. My life as a beggar was finally about to end. He crouched down, placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, and asked, "What's your name?" She answered, "I don't have one." After hearing that, he smiled. "Then I'll call you Dante from now on. If anyone ever asks who your master is, tell them my name." From that day onward, I became the old swordmaster's adopted daughter. He taught me everything he knew, and I resolved to learn it all. It sounds like a touching story when told that way. In reality, every day of training was so brutal that it bordered on abuse. Even so, I never ran away. I endured the training because compared with starving and freezing, life there was still far better. When I was 19, the old swordmaster died. Naturally, he left his entire estate to his biological child and not a single coin to me. That damned old man. I had cared for him and done everything for him during his final years. From that day forward, my sole objective was money. Elsewhere, posters had been put up recruiting contestants for a swordsmanship tournament. Seeing the noisy crowd, one of the guards shouted, "Form a line. Hey, you over there, stop pushing and come register here." Dante quickly wrote her name on an application form. Her face was filled with determination. I can never go back to living as a beggar. In this world, money is everything. Thanks to my exceptional skill, I won the prize money in the swordsmanship tournament. I fought with these hands and claimed every last coin. I joined a mercenary company, fought in wars, and built an illustrious career fighting for justice. After subjugating an evil dragon, in particular, I became famous as a hero. People cheered. "Dante is the greatest swordsman on the continent. Please give me your autograph. Shake my hand. Marry me. Please work for our merchant guild. Whatever the other guild offered, we'll pay 3 times as much. Please marry my son. Would you like to inherit our lands?" "What? You don't like my son because he's ugly?" I had only been trying to earn a living, yet I became so famous that people recognized me wherever I went. At this rate, I could have built an entire empire. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who thought so. When I was 23, the emperor summoned me. That's right, he was my father. The emperor said to me, "My daughter, I grant you permission to use the Renatus name. Return to the imperial family." Dante frowned. Since I had known nothing back then, and had even kept things like imperial keepsakes, the secret of my birth came to light after I became famous. Damn it, if I'd known this would happen, I would have left long ago. Dante stared intently at him. The emperor asked, "Do you want compensation?" He lowered his hand and asked again what. Dante reflected upon her life. That father of hers had dallied with low-born women without taking any responsibility, and those women had borne him around 15 children. He had plenty of children, but none of them were particularly capable, which caused him no end of trouble. She gave a contemptuous snort and said, "What I want isn't merely 1 or 2 positions. I also long to live in a place like that." Then, upon learning that I was his daughter, he practically jumped for joy. Wonderful! Discovering that the daughter he had abandoned had become a hero must have felt like finding an unexpected treasure. The emperor shouted angrily at Dante, "Do you have any idea what an honor it is to become a member of the imperial family?" Dante retorted just as angrily, "No, I don't. So, are you going to compensate me or not?" The emperor clenched his trembling fist. "Then what do you want? Do you want me to name you a princess?" Dante stroked her chin. I'm not interested in a title. A private territory and residence are the bare minimum. Add 10 million gold coins, 10 fine horses, and the authority to command soldiers. And one more thing. The emperor stared in disbelief. There's more. Dante stepped closer to the emperor and clicked her tongue. I'm offering you a special family rate because you're my father, your majesty. I ought to use the imperial family's name to make a little profit for myself. My goodness, this is quite a predicament, father. The emperor turned deathly pale and trembled all over. Dante smiled and thought. I can still remember the look on father's face as he struggled to contain himself. With no other choice, the emperor agreed. Fine. Very well, I accept your proposal. If only you had done that from the beginning. She then declared, excellent. I shall lend my reputation to the imperial family. And so, an agreement that shaped the course of history was signed. Naturally, the history books embellished the affair to preserve the dignity of House Renatus. Even if father had refused the deal, I would have had no regrets. But to a father who had long since lost the people's support, my existence was simply too valuable. I was the greatest swordsman on the continent and beloved by the people. He could never pass me up, especially when I also possessed Renatus blood and such a dramatic history. I had planned to spend the rest of my life in comfort, with no need to worry about food or clothing. But my idiotic half-siblings all seemed to regard me as a thorn in their sides. Even after I renounced my claim to the throne, they tried every possible way to eliminate me. But no matter how angry I was, I still had to survive. So, in a fit of rage, I took the throne. Thus, an ignorant street child overcame countless hardships, became the ruler of a nation, enjoyed all the wealth and glory the world had to offer, and lived happily ever after. And so the fairy tale ended. If it were written as the biography of a great figure, it would undoubtedly be a perfectly structured masterpiece and an enormous bestseller. I did die at the age of 33, but that life wasn't so bad. Every moment was filled with grueling challenges, and I gave it everything I had. I experienced many things and obtained everything I wanted. Even if I lived that life again, I couldn't possibly try any harder. I held no grudges. In truth, my heart was completely at peace. That was the person I had once been. 500 years later, I was born again. I had lustrous platinum blonde hair and brilliant blue eyes. I was the deeply cherished youngest daughter of House Peresca, and everyone in the family adored me. My name was Helena Peresca. I had even retained the memories of my previous life. This is unbelievable. She seems so mature, yet she's only 15. That was what I heard most often. Compared with others my age, I was calmer and never caused trouble. I read alone, rode horses, and calmly solved even the most difficult problems. I was the pride of the family. That was all true, yet Helena said gloomily, life is utterly meaningless. Everything is boring. Life is so tedious when there's no goal to pursue. Hearing this struck Helena's parents like a bolt of lightning. Her father asked in confusion, Helena, you're still a child. Why would you think that way? Helena answered, but it's the truth. The Duke grew anxious. Is it because nothing interesting ever happens? Then you must actively search for something before you can discover it. Her mother joined in. Your father is right. Just tell us what you want, Helena, and we'll support you with all our strength. Helena fell silent for a moment and looked at them. Their boundless concern and affection are so different from my parents in my previous life. I'm still not used to it. I want to tell them not to interfere, but if I did, they would be deeply hurt. Her mother said, it's far too early to give up. You still have limitless potential ahead of you, Helena. The Duke added, that's right, Helena. You still have a long life ahead of you. Helena thought, there's still many places for me to go. Did they think I was going to die young? She forced a smile and answered, yes. I'll try to find more interest from now on. Her parents finally left, but not before reminding her, all right, if anything interests you, just tell us and we'll help. If you ever have any trouble, come to Mother. The door closed, leaving Helena alone. They really managed to worry themselves that much. I suppose it's understandable. I worked far too hard in my previous life, but after being reincarnated, everything naturally feels dull and tedious. She sighed and flopped onto the bed. I don't understand this situation at all. Why was I reincarnated? The following afternoon, a 13-year-old boy named Leonard Peresca asked, so you're looking for something fun now? Helena answered, I'm only pretending to look. Leonard asked, you aren't even interested in searching? Helena hesitated. I suppose that's true. Leonard sighed. Honestly, I'll take responsibility for Helena until you're old. Helena exclaimed in surprise. Wow, how bold. She thought, he's only 13, yet he's already brimming with confidence. How adorable. The greatest thing about this family isn't its power and influence. It's my adorable older brother. Leonard is the most adorable person of all. She then asked, by the way, Leonard, what's that sword for? Leonard immediately looked at the sword and answered, oh, I'm going to swordsmanship lessons soon. Helena repeated, a swordsmanship lesson? Leonard instantly brightened. Yes, father invited an acquaintance to teach me. He came from the most famous school in the capital. Helena murmured in acknowledgement and asked, is it fun? She thought, Leonard is old enough to start learning the sword now. Leonard stammered, I'm not sure yet. There's still a lot of things I don't understand. Helena was puzzled. How can that be? Leonard isn't slow to understand things. He's a diligent student too. She immediately asked, how much have you learned? Leonard scratched his head. Well, how far have we gotten? We've just been sparring this whole time, ever since the beginning. A huge question mark appeared in Helena's mind. He was a complete beginner who hadn't even learned the fundamentals, yet they already had him sparring. How strange. Even if times have changed, that's going much too far. I'll have to see what kind of person this instructor is for myself. She then asked, Leonard, may I join today's lesson? Leonard stared at Helena in surprise for a moment. Then he happily answered, of course you can, Helena. That afternoon, in the second-floor hall of the Peresca Ducal Estate, Leonard looked extremely excited and happy. Seeing this, Helena asked, you seem to really enjoy these lessons. Leonard turned in surprise. What? It looks more like you're the one who's interested. Helena blinked blankly. What, me? Helena recalled Leonard picking up a sword earlier and telling her, if you like it, let's learn together. I'm sure it'll be fun, Helena. Helena's face darkened. Oh no, he has completely misunderstood. I have a little fondness for it, but swordsmanship is one of the things I hate most. I'm thoroughly sick of swords by now. I only came because I was curious about how that instructor was teaching my brother. Just then, someone suddenly approached. Oh, is the adorable young lady joining us today? Leonard immediately greeted him respectfully. Ah, hello, sir. Helena stared at the approaching man and thought, just try something. I'll beat you senseless if you dare bully Leonard. The man swept his sleeve dramatically and introduced himself. I am Victor, a master of swordsmanship. Leonard said, Sir, this is my younger sister, Helena. She's here to observe today's lesson. Helena's expression turned icy. I don't like him at all. Even if he isn't a fraud, I still want to curse him out. Control yourself, Dante. No, Elena. She lifted her skirt and curtsied. I am Helena Peresca. I'm only here to observe today. Victor pointed to himself and said, You're free to watch, but remember to keep your distance whenever swords are involved. Helena wondered blankly, What is he talking about now? Victor continued, Swords are very dangerous, my lady. They can be quite brutal. This discipline isn't suitable for women. Helena fell silent for a moment, organizing her rebuttal. Then she said, Surely you're aware that Dante Renatus was a woman. Victor waved dismissively and laughed. Good heavens, my lady. She was an exception. She was practically an aberration. Besides, can any of that truly be considered an accomplishment? It was nothing but exaggeration, merely propaganda intended to glorify the emperor's standing. Helena silently clenched her fists. Well, look at this bastard. He dares call all my suffering an exaggeration? Even 500 years later, she wanted to trample him into the ground. Victor picked up his sword and began wiping it. So you needn't pay it too much attention, my lady. The sword is exclusively a man's domain. Helena clenched her fists in fury. How should I deal with this bastard? Leonard stepped in front of Helena and said, Sir, what Helena likes or wants to become is none of your concern. Victor turned around in surprise. What? Seeing the resolve in Leonard's eyes, Helena thought in astonishment, no way. My adorable brother truly is the darling of this family. He's so adorable and so brave. Victor sneered. The young lord seems unusually confident today. Did having your sister here suddenly give you courage? He then pointed his sword at Leonard. Smiling provocatively, he said, If you want to contradict me, then defeat me. Just once. Leonard's face flushed red, which only excited Victor further. Enough talking. Let's begin the lesson. You still have a long way to go, so you can't afford to fool around. Helena sighed. Unbelievable. What kind of instructor says that to a complete beginner? Worse still, he dared insult the brother who had promised to protect me until I grew old. I can't let this go. Helena's eyes filled with murderous intent. This ill-mannered bastard needs to be taught a lesson. During their match, he trampled all over Leonard's pride. The instructor defeated him again and again. Leonard was struck, fell heavily to the floor, and cried out. Victor stood over him smugly. "What happened, young lord? Did you trip over your own feet? Your sister is watching." Leonard wiped away his sweat and struggled to stand. Helena glared at Victor as though she wanted to devour him alive. She thought, this instructor is just toying with Leonard, isn't he? At first glance, he might look like a passionate, dedicated teacher, but he can't fool me, Victor taunted. Put more strength into it. As Helena watched the scene, her lips curled into a cold smile and murderous intent glinted in her eyes. Let's take a short break and then continue. The young lord looks even more tired than I am. Victor was utterly exhausted, yet he pretended to be perfectly fine. Helena immediately realized that his swordsmanship was terrible. He had probably studied the sword somewhere, but his stance was bizarre and his technique sloppy. The way he wielded his sword was riddled with openings. Helena muttered, if he went to war, he'd undoubtedly die alone. If I still had my old strength, I'd teach him a lesson somewhere no one could see. Honestly, why did Leonard's instructor have to be someone like this? Seeing Helena beckon to him, Leonard asked uncertainly, Helena patted Leonard on the shoulder and asked, Leonard, do you trust me? Leonard immediately answered, of course I trust you. Helena thought, just as expected, my adorable brother answered without even thinking. Helena leaned toward his ear and whispered, good. Listen carefully. During the next match, watch that BAS. No, watch your instructor's feet closely. Leonard turned to look at Victor and repeated, his feet. Helena continued, while you're fighting, there will be a moment when he steps forward with his left foot. Leonard murmured, steps forward. She then pointed to Leonard's waist and continued, at that moment, aim right here and strike. Leonard stared blankly, looking confused. Helena encouraged him. You can do it. Leonard gazed intently at her. Then he gave her a radiant smile and answered, yes. I trust you, Helena. Victor asked leisurely, are you two finished talking? The break is over. Let's begin the match. Leonard approached calmly with a long sword in hand. The two quickly took their stances, preparing for the next round. Victor chuckled. Oh, you look impressive. Did your little sister's encouragement help? It would be nice if encouragement were actually useful. Leonard remained silent, his gaze fixed on Victor. Helena crossed her arms confidently. It was effective, extremely effective. In fact, you fraud. The match began at once. Victor attacked relentlessly while Leonard struggled to block each of his opponent's strikes. Victor smirked inwardly. These ignorant brats dared to disrespect me. This time, I'll teach them to fear me. Leonard struggled against attacks that barely required any effort from his opponent. He frowned. The instructor is swinging harder than before. At this rate, I'll never be able to see his foot. The moment he finished that thought, Victor's foot came into view, and Leonard immediately spotted an opening. Victor lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Leonard. At that very moment, Helena realized, here's the chance. He moves around so recklessly that he leaves himself wide open. There will be plenty of opportunities. Seize this one and succeed, Leonard. Leonard immediately leaped forward and struck Victor in the side. Helena abruptly sat upright. He did it on his first try. Victor took the blow and howled in pain. Leonard panted heavily. Did I really do it? Helena was overwhelmed with excitement. Her brother had mastered her instruction after only one attempt. What was this feeling? Seeing that instructor in such a pathetic state was immensely satisfying. She could feel this way too. She happily walked over to congratulate her brother. Leonard, you won. Leonard turned to look at Helena. Victor had lost, but he refused to accept it. Do not laugh. That was against the rules. This match doesn't count. I refuse to accept such a cowardly trick. Helena clasped her hands behind her back. I know nothing about swordsmanship, and my brother has only just begun learning. No matter what trick we used, how sophisticated could it possibly have been? Please accept your defeat. Victor shouted. I warned you to stay away, my lady. I told you not to interfere in men's affairs. Helena snorted. This man was truly beyond saving. She then took Leonard's sword. Leonard, let me borrow this for a moment. She pointed the tip directly at Victor's face. Attack me. Victor stared at her blankly. What? Helena took a deep breath. I'll show you why you lost, my brother. Go ahead and attack. Victor immediately sprang to his feet. My lady, I won't be responsible if you get hurt. Watching Victor hop around ridiculously, Helena thought, I can never forgive a weakling who struts around proudly after trying to defeat a 10-year-old child. At that moment, Victor charged forward and attacked. Helena deflected his strike. Watch carefully, Leonard. If you block this move head-on, you'll injure your hand. Leonard's eyes widened in amazement as he concentrated on the duel. Helena's blade deftly circled around Victor's sword. Victor immediately lost his balance and stumbled. Helena thought, "You underestimated me because I'm a child, and now you think you can defeat me with such a petty trick? Dream on," she explained. "Rotate your wrist and let your blade follow the momentum. Then, while your opponent is off balance, strike his opening." The corner of Helena's mouth curled into a smile. Her blade flashed. Slash! The sword struck Victor in the side again. He clutched his stomach in pain and staggered. Helena stepped forward and kicked him, sending him sprawling onto his back with his limbs in the air. She thought, this man only wanted to show off in front of a beginner. He never intended to teach properly. He deceived his student and my brother merely to throw his weight around and humiliate others. Victor lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Helena mocked him. That was ridiculously easy. Victor struggled to sit up and roared furiously. "W." Helena's gaze remained resolute. "Whether in my previous life or this one, I will spare no one who dares to cross me. I'll sweep them all away." Helena suddenly seemed like a different person, speaking as amiably as a goodwill ambassador. "This may sound rather impolite, but you truly aren't suited to swordsmanship. You should stop handling such dangerous objects. Why not learn embroidery instead? What do you think?" Victor froze. What? Helena tossed the sword high into the air, startling Victor. As it slowly fell, Helena turned away coldly. "You're fired." The sword then landed on Victor's foolish head with a loud thud. With that, everything was over. Helena turned to her brother. "Leonard, don't worry. From now on, I'll teach you swordsmanship." Helena had clearly made up her mind. Dante Renatus. No, Helena Peresca, a girl who had just turned 10, had finally found what she wanted to do in this life. Not long afterward, she said to her parents, "Didn't you say that if there was something I wanted to do, I only had to tell you? I want to teach Leonard swordsmanship myself." I shared this wonderful news with my parents in this life. Naturally, their reaction was completely unexpected. Their faces darkened with anger. A week passed, but I still had not received permission. 1 week later, in Duke Peresca's study, the Duke held a book in his hand and called Helena. She immediately responded, "Yes, father." He said, "I've had that swordsmanship instructor you dismissed investigated. He was repeatedly sent away from the Knight Academy because of his poor performance. Moreover, the acquaintance who recommended him has apologized to me several times over this matter." He continued in disappointment. "I placed too much trust in the reputation and background of the academy he attended without personally verifying his actual abilities." Helena sighed. Good grief. She had known it all along. He was clearly a fraud, so none of this was surprising. It made sense. House Peresca was hardly an insignificant family. That was why her father had completely trusted his acquaintance's recommendation of the instructor. Who would have expected his 10-year-old daughter to defeat the man? "Of course I could. That is why I told you to let me teach Leonard swordsmanship," Helena said with a smile. "It was fortunate that we dismissed him early. If Leonard had learned any more fundamentals from that man, he probably would have picked up nothing but bad habits." The Duke regarded her sharply. "Helena, I know you're not a child who speaks thoughtlessly. However, logically speaking," Helena asked, "you mean it is absurd and difficult to believe that I could teach someone swordsmanship when I have never learned it myself?" The Duke immediately replied, "Yes, precisely. Even so, you have never shown any particular desire to do anything before. Therefore, I intend to make you a proposal." Helena asked suspiciously, "A proposal?" He replied, "A guest will arrive at our estate next week. He is around Leonard's age. Can you train your brother until he is capable of competing against that guest?" Helena smiled. "You want Leonard to defeat this guest?" She thought, "Nothing is impossible for my adorable, sharp-eyed brother." The moment she thought that, she realized this was not a proposal. It was a challenge. The Duke's next words astonished her. "Prince Caesar will stay at our estate next summer. Helena, prove your abilities." Helena's expression darkened as she realized this was a terribly unfavorable bargain. "Yes, father." Inwardly, she thought, "You want me to defeat the prince? This is the most unreasonable thing I have ever encountered." He was taking the heir's curriculum and studying at the imperial palace. Naturally, he had also received swordsmanship training, and he was said to be quite skilled. Their training time and current circumstances were worlds apart. One was a prince. The other had only just begun. I cannot tell whether father trusted me too much or wanted me to fail, so I would give up without regret. Time passed quickly. Leonard turned to Helena. Helena, did you see the prince's eye color?" Helena replied, "No, he was too far away." "What?" Leonard said. Everyone in House Grey has red eyes. Isn't that extraordinary? Helena contemplated his words. Red eyes. Come to think of it, before my death, I entrusted the throne to my closest friend, Duke Erez Grey. The eyes that looked at me back then had indeed been red. By then, the prince had drawn near and was standing before them. Leonard placed a hand over the left side of his chest and bowed. I am Leonard Pereska. It is an honor to meet you. Beside him, Helena lifted her skirt and curtsied respectfully. I am Helena Pereska. Your Highness, we wholeheartedly welcome you. She then raised her head and looked directly at the prince. Up close, she discovered that he bore an astonishing resemblance to Erez. Of course, that was only natural since he was Erez's descendant. The prince turned his face away without another word. A verbal greeting would have been enough. The siblings were dumbfounded. What an arrogant and rude personality. Of course, their greeting had been verbal. Since the prince resembled my only close friend, I ordinarily would have pretended not to hear him and added a few words to the conversation. Helena immediately spoke. Then, Your Highness, how would you prefer to be greeted? Startled, the prince turned back to her. What did you say? Helena extended her hand. If you dislike verbal greetings, would this kind of greeting satisfy you? Everyone immediately began whispering among themselves. Only her parents were frightened nearly to death. Good heavens, someone save us! The prince shouted, You! At that moment, a man hurried over, took the prince's hand, and placed it in Helena's. Your Highness, it is wonderful that the young lady wishes to become close to you, is it not? What a fortunate thing. You must get along with each other, mustn't you? I deeply apologize for the young lady daring to offer her hand, but shouldn't you two get along while we are staying here? Your Highness Caesar? The prince turned his face away and clicked his tongue. Whatever. Fine, let's get along for the next few months. Helena looked at him and thought. He suddenly became friendly. I thought he would be even more arrogant. Suddenly, she pressed her lips together. Caesar was tightly squeezing Helena's hand. Oh, you claim to use a sword, yet you resort to brute strength to win. I never imagined I would end up competing like this with a brat born 500 years after me. Even so, I cannot lose. Watch closely. If you want to establish dominance during a handshake, squeezing hard is not enough. What matters is gripping the correct spot and joint. Like this. Caesar's arm made a cracking sound. He cried out and quickly yanked his hand away. The man hurried over. What happened? Your Highness, are you all right? Caesar shouted. Nothing. It's nothing. The man looked bewildered. What? But you clearly cried out just now. Caesar roared again. Be quiet. It was nothing serious. Caesar then turned away. Let's go. His attendant hurried after him. Oh yes, Your Highness. Helena watched him leave with a smile. He will never tell anyone. He is Erez's descendant, after all. Even without father's proposal, I could tell he wanted to crush my brother. Helena declared fiercely. I look forward to spending this summer with Your Highness. She thought, have you learned your lesson? Try that again, and you are dead. Caesar replied, I am looking forward to it as well. I am certain it will be very entertaining. His heart burned with determination. Just you wait. I will have my revenge, you little brat. The two glared fiercely at each other as though locked in a battle to the death, leaving Helena's entire family drenched in cold sweat. It was sure to be an exciting summer. Not long afterward, Helena's mother anxiously admonished her young daughter. Helena, listen to me. Even though His Highness is still young, you must not be so disrespectful. He has lost his mother, so he must be in terrible pain. Helena merely nodded. Her mother's eyes filled with tears as she continued. You and Leonard are the only children on this estate. The three of you must get along. Do you understand? Helena nodded. Yes, mother. I will remember. Helena recalled how she and Caesar had fought like cats and dogs. I thought my first meeting with Caesar was reasonably successful, but the adults clearly did not agree. That was how she learned why the fierce young prince had come to the ducal estate. The empress had passed away the previous winter, leaving the prince devastated. He had asked to come here to clear his mind and had only arrived after receiving permission from His Majesty the Emperor. His visit went against the wishes of the nobility. I had assumed the prince's visit was perfectly ordinary, so I had not given it much thought. Now that the empress was dead, no faction in the imperial palace remained to protect the young prince. The emperor intended for Caesar to remain at the imperial palace while gathering forces to oppose the nobles. I finally understood why he behaved so arrogantly. If he allowed himself to be carefully looked after in someone else's home, would that not make him appear timid? Fine. But when no adults are around, you're going to lose. Just then, Caesar suddenly approached her and asked whether her mother had scolded her over what had happened earlier. Helena froze and stared at Caesar, feeling as though a radiant halo were shining above his head. Was he waiting for me? Mother lectured me for an entire hour. Caesar snorted. Well, about that. Your attitude was somewhat insolent, but I do not care. I have no time to concern myself with such things. Helena replied irritably. Oh yes, I do not care either. Caesar flinched. What? He pointed at Helena and roared. You need to be more careful. If you treat your superiors like that, you will get into trouble. Helena replied calmly. The prince is not my superior. Caesar shouted again. Of course I am. I am a prince. Helena replied. Oh, is that so? But were you not the one who told me there would be no nobles today without the farmers? Caesar ground his teeth in frustration, but could do nothing. Helena was like a smug cat swishing its tail. Am I wrong? You came here seeking our help. Under these circumstances, you cannot use your status as a prince to establish superiority over the duke. Caesar then let out a sigh. Caesar murmured, I was only waiting for the misunderstanding to be resolved. Helena glanced at him in confusion when his attitude softened. Why is he suddenly acting so gentle? Have we not been fighting as though only one of us could survive? Caesar continued, I know that I do not like you, but if I continue like this, I will become the foremost enemy of the Empress's family. I know I am nothing but a burden to Duke Peresca, even though he no longer involves himself in politics. So I decided there was no need to act so arrogantly toward you. That is all I wanted to say. Let us stop fighting. Having said that, he sighed wearily and walked away. Helena remained there alone, lost in thought. Wait, does that mean I was the only one picking a fight? What? She placed a hand on her chin. I allowed myself to argue with a little child. That was Helena Peresca's first mistake. I knew that arrogant prince merely wanted to live a happy life, yet I had placed unnecessary pressure on myself. It was too late for regrets. I could not help him because he was not particularly well-liked. In any case, I would still need to find a way to defeat him. It would probably become a battle of wits between equally matched opponents. Helena began walking away. She suddenly stopped and looked back, but Caesar had already left. A trace of lingering reluctance appeared in her eyes, but she ultimately continued on her way. Not long afterward, Leonard asked, Helena, did you make peace with His Highness? Helena looked disdainful. Make peace? What are you talking about? Leonard reminded her. Do you not remember what happened last week? The atmosphere in the Great Hall was incredibly tense. She replied, that was merely a childish argument. There is nothing to reconcile. Leonard, are you still concerned about him? Did you not hear what Father said? Leonard replied, even though Father said that, I still want to make more friends. Helena asked in confusion why. Leonard explained, is it not difficult to make friends at the Imperial Palace? Besides, he looks very lonely. Helena's eyes lit up. Good heavens, how can anyone be so kind and innocent? She then said aloud, Leonard, you still have another 298 practice swings. Leonard cried out in dismay, then immediately turned back and resumed swinging his sword. Helena watched him and thought, ever since he defeated that pathetic excuse for a swordsmanship instructor, he has never doubted me. He truly is a student worth teaching. He is becoming more formidable by the day. That means it is time to assess our opponent. She then said, well, if even you feel that way, I suppose I will have to make peace with him so we can all play together. Leonard asked happily, really? Helena nodded, although inwardly she answered, no. Leonard happily continued, then go ahead. I will finish my remaining 295 practice swings. Helena said, I will. A few days later, Helena observed Hamilton and Caesar practicing swordsmanship in the second-floor hall. Naturally, reconciliation was only an excuse. Gathering intelligence was her true priority. I have to defeat him. Helena quietly opened the door and peeked inside. Hamilton noticed her and asked, what? My lady, what are you doing? Helena replied, I only wanted to watch the two of them practice. Hamilton immediately beamed. Oh, my lady, young Lord Leonard is training with Prince Caesar, is he not? You must be eager to observe their swordsmanship closely. Helena nodded, thinking, I'm the one teaching him, but that would be difficult to explain. Hamilton turned to Caesar and asked, will you permit it, Your Highness? Caesar glanced at her and said, do as you please. Hamilton's eyes welled with tears. Do you truly mean that? Helena nodded, thinking, given his unpredictable personality, I knew he would probably allow it. Still, he seems to be improving. In any case, this will give me a chance to find his weakness. I'll see exactly what you're capable of. Hamilton called out, begin. Two flawless sword arcs flashed before her eyes. The two swords repeatedly collided with sharp clangs before springing apart. Caesar remained completely focused. Although he was younger, he was in no way inferior to Hamilton. Helena was astonished. What is this? He's incredible. Compared to before, he's more focused, and his movements are faster. If Leonard is hardworking, then this boy. She tightly gripped her skirt. He possesses natural talent, just like me. I can't even compare Leonard to him. This won't be easy. Meanwhile, Leonard continued swinging his sword. 198, 199, 200. At Leonard's current level, he could not possibly match that. The situation was not looking good. A short while later, Hamilton said, "Your Highness, you appear to be in good spirits today." Caesar replied, "I'll rest for a while, then continue." Caesar also sheathed his sword. At that moment, Helena approached and offered him a handkerchief. "Your abilities truly are exceptional. I observed you very closely, Your Highness." Caesar accepted the handkerchief and asked, "Does that mean you've observed me before?" Helena said nothing and merely smiled, thinking, "Now that I've observed him, I can see this child has no weaknesses at all." In that case, her eyes gleamed as she spoke. "If you aren't tired, would you care to spar with me?" Helena calculated, "I only need to fight him directly to discover his weakness." Caesar stared at her in shock. "What?" Hamilton was equally startled behind him. "What?" Caesar shouted. "Absolutely not. I heard you only recently began learning swordsmanship. What if you get hurt?" Caesar's expression turned cold. Helena tried to persuade him. "Learning swordsmanship means learning how to endure injuries." Hamilton watched anxiously. Caesar continued, "I am not exaggerating. If you were injured, how would we explain it to the Duke?" Helena thought, "He's right. You learn nothing by fighting someone whose abilities vastly surpass your own. Thank you for worrying about me, but I must find Caesar's weakness by any means necessary." Helena said, "It seems your Highness isn't very interested in this match." Caesar clutched his head. "It isn't a question of whether I'm interested." Helena asked, "Then let's make a wager. The loser must grant one wish to the winner." "It's settled." Hamilton hurriedly advised him from the side, "Your Highness, please refuse." Caesar smiled and asked, "Any wish?" Helena thought triumphantly. He took the bait. She replied, "Yes, anything." Caesar asked again, "Including a wish that you never pester me again?" Helena glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Everything was ready. With tears in his eyes, Hamilton acted as referee for the match. "In that case, please be careful not to injure yourselves." Caesar's gaze became intensely focused. Helena did not let down her guard either. "Since this battle is meant to expose his weakness, I should attack as much as possible. Begin." The instant the command was given, the two charged at each other. "First, I'll target his poorly defended flank." With that thought, she aimed for Caesar's waist. However, Caesar raised his leg in time to evade her. He blocked the strike and knocked Helena's sword aside. He immediately counterattacked. Helena was astonished. This brat isn't only quick at defending. His counterattacks are fast too. The sword thrust rapidly toward Helena. She immediately shifted her footing and dodged to the side. Helena was more than capable of defending against that attack. Caesar was also surprised by her abilities. Helena swiftly countered and knocked Caesar's sword away. The two retreated as quickly as lightning. Caesar smiled and asked, "You aren't really a beginner, are you?" Helena replied, "That doesn't matter. I won't lose." Caesar said excitedly, "Defeat isn't in my name." With that, he charged at Helena, and she charged at him at the same time. Their swords collided with a sharp clatter. A bead of sweat ran down Helena's face as she thought, "He may say that, but a child still lacks physical strength." Leonard's stamina has improved considerably lately. Helena immediately thrust her sword toward Caesar's waist, but he still managed to evade it. Helena thought, "Even though I'm deliberately attacking his vital points, his defense remains solid. To overcome that innate talent, I'll have to use practical combat skills that can never be learned in a classroom." Helena tightened her grip on her sword and took a deep breath. Her eyes widened as she firmly set her sights on Caesar. "No one can stop this move. If I attack like this, I can win easily." In the next instant, her sword stopped in front of Caesar's face, and cold sweat broke out across his skin. Without time to think, Caesar immediately raised his arm to block the attack. Helena froze. That was dangerous. This brat is far too reckless. How could he block a sword with his hand? From behind his raised arm, Caesar thrust his sword straight at Helena in a counterattack. Helena was stunned. How can he be this reckless? Hamilton immediately shouted, "Stop! That's enough!" He rushed over to Caesar. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Caesar turned around and asked between breaths, "I was about to win. Why did you stop us?" Helena also panted as she said, "It was a draw." Caesar immediately objected. "If Hamilton hadn't interfered, I would have won." Helena exhaled sharply. If this had been a real sword fight, you would have lost your arm, Your Highness. Caesar asked, what does an arm matter? The one struck in the neck would obviously lose, wouldn't they? Hamilton said in alarm. Please stop saying such frightening things, both of you. Caesar said, in any case, it has been a long time since I had such an entertaining match. Helena replied, the same goes for me. Hamilton immediately protested. What was entertaining about it? Didn't I ask you both not to get hurt? What am I supposed to do about this? Afterward, Hamilton and Caesar left, and the door slammed shut behind them. Once she was alone, Helena smiled. That brat truly is extraordinary. If Leonard's diligence deserves praise, then Caesar's unpredictability is almost uncanny. My first teacher must have felt the same way. The confidence that your student can accomplish anything. Perhaps I should try teaching them both. Once someone resolves to do something, anything is possible. In that case, I'd like to try cultivating their ambitions. At dinner that evening, Helena's mother asked, oh, where is His Highness? Hamilton answered with a smile, His Highness is feeling tired, so he will not be joining us for dinner. The Duchess replied, I see. Helena stiffened and thought, Caesar refuses to come out for dinner. He must be upset because his hand was struck by my sword. He didn't show any pain, but he did stand there in a daze for a while. A short while later, Helena irritably walked to his room and knocked on the door. She thought, I'll just ask how he's doing and then leave. A voice came from inside. Commune. Hearing his voice, she concluded, he sounds fairly relaxed. It seems he's fine. For the first time in Helena Peresca's new life, she had to judge someone else's mood from their expression. The door opened slightly. Helena entered and saw Caesar sitting in a chair. Helena slowly approached, and her face immediately fell. It had to be put in a cast. Helena felt a pang of guilt. What have I done to a child? Wait, I did deliberately stab at him. But even so, Caesar laughed. You don't look pleased. Helena dropped onto the edge of the bed and asked, did you receive proper treatment? Caesar replied, Hamilton brought a doctor earlier. It will heal quickly. Helena folded her arms and shook her head. You don't need to blame yourself too much. I injured my finger once before, so I know it aches whenever it rains. Caesar asked in surprise, what happened to your finger? Helena recalled her past life. She said, just like Your Highness, I injured it while blocking a direct attack. No, wait, I was careless and hurt it while playing. A huge question mark seemed to appear above Caesar's head as he asked. While playing, Helena turned away, thinking, I nearly mentioned my previous life. I should change the subject. She turned back to Caesar and asked, by the way, I'm the reason you were injured. Why haven't you complained about me to anyone? Caesar replied, why would I do something so childish? Helena asked, I thought Your Highness would hate me. Caesar said, even if I did, I wouldn't bother doing something so pointless. Helena asked bluntly, so you do hate me? Caesar countered, don't you feel the same way about me? Helena smiled, no, not at all. On the contrary, I'm actually quite fond of Your Highness. She thought, I've decided to cultivate someone as talented as you, so I truly mean that. Caesar fell silent for a moment. Then his ears turned red, and he stammered, that. Helena snickered. Your face is red all the way to your ears. Caesar suddenly jumped to his feet and shouted, there's something else. Earlier, why didn't you finish the match properly? Helena asked in confusion, what about the match? Caesar immediately demanded, at the end, you deliberately let me win, didn't you? Helena flinched and thought, he's right. The moment I saw Caesar raise his left hand to block, I could no longer change the direction of my sword. All I could do was minimize the damage to his hand. She pointed at Caesar and said, I knew it. You knew you would be injured, yet you deliberately used your hand to block, didn't you? Are you an idiot, Your Highness? Caesar answered irritably, how was I supposed to know what strange wish you might make if I lost? Caesar sighed. What could a powerless young lady possibly wish for? He then asked, so what exactly was your wish? Helena immediately extended her hand, pointed her thumb down at him, and said, you will become my disciple. Reasonable, isn't it? Caesar snorted and shouted, I knew it. You expect a prince of the empire to become the disciple of a noble lady. Helena laughed. Then what about Your Highness? If you had one, what would you have wished for? Caesar suddenly stiffened. He turned his head away and said, forget it. It was only a boring wager anyway. So why ask? Helena spread her hands helplessly. I told you my wish. How petty. Caesar immediately replied, you volunteered that information. I never asked. Helena immediately teased him. Oh, I understand. You were thinking of something indecent, weren't you? Provoked, Caesar flew into a rage. Don't go too far. What kind of person do you think I am? Helena thought. Teasing him is rather entertaining. Caesar stammered, I only wanted us to call each other by our names. Helena asked in confusion, our names? What's so difficult about that? You didn't need to make a wish. Caesar replied, yes, to you, it may be a trivial matter, but everyone finds it difficult to treat me casually. Even Baron Hamilton throws himself to the ground. At that time, Hamilton had bowed and said, how could I dare address your highness by name? If I have committed any offense, I humbly beg your highness's forgiveness. Caesar had asked, what is wrong with you? Hamilton said nothing and merely wept in silence. Helena thought, that makes sense. I know how it feels. I once asked Erez to call me by my name as well. Everyone respected and praised me, but power was not everything. I had no one close to me. That was why I told him that when the two of us were alone, we should address each other by name. At the time, Erez had said, please do not joke about such things. That stubborn Erez was the one who said it. Returning to the present, Helena immediately agreed to Caesar's request. All right, I'll call you by your name. Caesar asked in surprise, really? Helena calmly replied, of course. We'll also speak casually to each other, like friends. Caesar hurriedly said, wait, going that far is. Helena smiled. Then let's spar from time to time as well. Caesar stared at her with wide eyes. The two remained silent for a moment. Caesar's cheeks flushed. He let out a startled cry and began fidgeting awkwardly. I should have made a more difficult wish if I'd known this would happen. Helena watched him and thought, it's only calling each other by name. Does he really need to look that delighted? By then, Caesar's face was red all the way to his ears. Helena thought, I wonder how I would have reacted if Erez had agreed to call me by my name back then. At the thought, she burst out laughing. Then she suddenly clutched her stomach and laughed uncontrollably, unable to close her mouth. Caesar shouted in embarrassment, what are you laughing at? Helena ignored him and continued laughing, while Caesar kept shouting, stop laughing. They suspended their sword practice until Caesar's hand had completely healed. Every day, the three of them gathered to play cards. Leonard had suggested visiting Caesar, but 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. To make matters worse, the rainy season suddenly arrived. All three complained that they could not go outside. Their bodies felt sluggish, and the damp heat was unpleasant. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder shook the sky. Caesar said, there's thunder too. On days like this, that thing would occasionally appear at the Peresca ducal estate. Leonard asked curiously, what appears? As thunder rumbled, a voice simultaneously echoed through the room. It belonged to Hamilton. He lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. Legend has it that on rainy summer nights like this, a woman in a blue dress appears in the basement. The two boys shuddered, and Caesar immediately objected. What? You're lying. Helena suddenly said, ghosts do not exist. Hamilton continued in a mysterious tone. More than 1 or 2 people have seen her, my lady. That is why the Duke restricts people's movements on days like this, is it not? Caesar asked in a trembling voice. Is that true? Although Leonard was frightened, he confirmed it. Yes, they told us not to go into the basement. Hamilton continued, I do not know what would happen if a ghost took you away, but do you still wish to enter? Helena thought, can't you see the corners of his mouth turning upward? Hamilton smiled strangely. You must be careful. If you let down your guard for even a moment, the woman in the blue dress will chase after you. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. The two boys immediately panicked. Someone poked their head through the doorway and said, forgive the interruption, but the Duke wishes to discuss the carriage repairs with you. Hamilton nodded. Oh, I see. Give me a moment. The door closed, but the two boys were still trembling. Helena thought, Hamilton, is this how you relieve stress? She sighed and said, why are you so startled? Whenever someone claims to have seen a ghost, it means they mistook a shadow for one. Caesar immediately replied with a grave expression, no, ghosts truly exist. There is one in the Imperial Palace. Leonard's face turned pale as he asked, the Imperial Palace. Caesar replied, yes. When the sun sets, the evil dragon sealed away by Emperor Dante Renatus in her youth flies through the sky, searching for a suitable body in which to resurrect itself. Helena stared blankly. What? That story is far too ridiculous. Leonard asked curiously, is it true? Helena thought, why would it fly there? It would only be burned to ashes along with its host. Caesar then slammed his hand against the floor. Enough. Tonight, we will go and see that ghost with our own eyes. Leonard immediately nodded. Yes, let's do it. Helena shouted from beside them. I'm not going. Caesar pointed at her. What did you say? It's your family's ghost. Helena pointed back at him. I don't believe in ghosts. Weren't you listening? Caesar replied. Then now is the perfect opportunity to determine whether it truly exists. Helena asked. We have to go even if it isn't real? She thought, not a chance. Why should I suffer through this hot, miserable weather just to satisfy a few children's curiosity? I hate troublesome things. She lay down and shouted. If you want to go, then go by yourselves. I'm not going. A short while later. Is this the door to the basement? Yes, this is it. Caesar looked at the door and asked. It's locked. What should we do? Leonard replied. Is this the only entrance? Helena was utterly exasperated. Good grief. This is ridiculous. I can't believe I got dragged into these brats' ghost hunting game. Earlier, Caesar had taunted her by asking, well, how do you feel? You're scared now, aren't you? No, I don't have a key. Then again, this is no big deal. That prankster and his contradictory personality have already worn me out, and nothing has changed even after my reincarnation. Yes, there's still time to turn back. Helena briefly considered it and prepared to slip away. Leonard then said, I don't know where the key is. He drew his sword. We have no other choice. Should we break it down? Caesar immediately cheered. Great idea, Leonard. Seeing this, Helena hurried over and separated them. These two little brats, were they trying to make things even worse? She said, move aside. I'll open it. Leonard asked suspiciously, huh? You have a key? Helena removed a hairpin from her hair and said, no, this won't be useful at all. Caesar was astonished. A hairpin? You can use that to pick the lock? Helena replied, I mastered this skill back when I was a freeloader. Then she turned to Leonard and said, I read about it in a book written by a great person. Leonard's eyes lit up. That's my little sister. There's nothing you can't do. Caesar was utterly amazed by Helena's ability. The door slowly opened. The three of them cautiously peered down from above. Helena called out, hey. Beside her, Caesar said, it's so hot. I'm having trouble breathing. Leonard raised the candle and said, I'll lead the way from now on. You two follow behind me. Leonard proceeded ahead with the candle, while Helena and Caesar followed one careful step at a time. Helena sighed. The air is worse than I expected. It's damp and smells of smoke and dust. It's making me feel sick, but I must stay calm. If they get hurt, I'll be the only one able to look after them. When they reached the bottom, Caesar declared loudly, we're here. There's nothing frightening about this. I think there's a canal inside the tunnel. Leonard added, yes, I can hear running water. Other than the sound of water, there doesn't seem to be anything here, Your Highness. Caesar replied, right? Helena glared at them. See? I told you there weren't any ghosts. Suddenly, something sent a shiver down Helena's spine. The air by the stairs was stifling, but it was freezing here. There couldn't really be a ghost, could there? Let's go back. The surroundings fell silent as Leonard stared fixedly at something. Then a hazy figure suddenly appeared behind the iron door. Leonard's face darkened, and his voice trembled. Wait, what? What is that? The two boys screamed in terror. Oh my God. Helena froze, seemingly noticing something. What? Is that a person? Leonard and Caesar frantically pulled Helena away. It's a ghost. Helena protested. No, wait. Helena looked at them helplessly. What are these two doing? Still, thank you for protecting me, even though you're both terrified. The three of them quickly returned to the mansion, their cries echoing everywhere. There's a ghost. The ghost appeared. Hearing the commotion, the Duke drowsily sat up. We're going to be cursed. The screams caused everyone to open their doors. As a result, everyone discovered that we had sneaked into the basement. The next morning, all three of us were punished. Helena did not understand. Huh? Why am I being blamed? Leonard trembled with fear. You said you didn't believe in ghosts. Caesar's eyes widened beside him. Stop talking about it. It's too frightening. Speechless at the two of them, Helena asked, couldn't it have been a mirage? Caesar tilted his head. A mirage? Don't those only appear in deserts? Helena explained, if the temperature difference between layers of air is large enough, a mirage can appear even outside a desert. Wasn't that basement the perfect environment for such a phenomenon? Leonard still looked gloomy and frightened. Is that so? I hope you're right. Suddenly, Caesar froze as he realized something. He said, Helena, you overlooked one detail. Confused, Helena asked, huh? Caesar said, a mirage is an image formed when light is refracted through the air. Helena continued, it's like a reflected picture. Caesar broke into a cold sweat and objected no. There weren't any pictures in the basement. There was nothing there to create an image. Helena's face darkened as well. Now I've got goosebumps too. Just then, a loud noise rang out, making all three of them scream in terror. In my second life, I encountered a ghost. As I tightly held the hands of the two trembling children, I felt sorry for the ghosts forced to spend the night out in the rain. Suddenly, a voice spoke. "Oh, do you mean the ghost? Those are bricks installed to prevent the water from overflowing. The mosaic tiles come in white and blue. Everyone in the Duke's household knows about them. Did the three of you not know?" Caesar immediately asked, "So it wasn't a ghost?" Hamilton laughed. "Goodness, did all three of you truly think it was a ghost? How adorable. Ah, now you have a wonderful memory to share." And that was how the three of us ended up with a rather unpleasant memory. Afterward, we became even closer. All three of us promised to bury that memory deep in our hearts. Later, whenever people spoke of our friendship, I always remembered that day. Not one of us ever mentioned what happened that day. Not even once. Absolutely never. By the time Caesar's left arm had almost completely recovered, the annual festival in Alpentis, where the Duke's estate was located, had begun. Sunlight fell across his face as Caesar asked, "You've attended a festival before, haven't you? What did you think of it?" Helena immediately dismissed him. "Stop interrupting my studies. Go play somewhere else." Caesar jumped down. "How selfish. Don't you want to go to the festival?" Helena turned around, folded her arms, and replied, "I suppose you could say that." Caesar immediately asked, though, "Why?" Helena closed her eyes and answered, "Only three types of people enjoy festivals: children, thieves, and thieves who pick children's pockets." Caesar angrily pointed at Helena and shouted, "Aren't you a child too? You're the youngest of the three of us." Leonard laughed beside them. "Alpentis is a rural town, so even its festivals are not particularly impressive, Your Highness." Caesar leaned his head back and said, "Nevertheless, I'm curious about what a commoner's festival is like. I've never seen one before." Hearing that, Helena thought, "Good grief. That sounded incredibly condescending." Caesar continued, "Hamilton cannot go out alone either." Leonard raised his hand. "If all three of us say we want to go, they will probably allow it." Caesar pointed at him. As expected of Leonard, "You understand me perfectly." Helena put her hands on her hips. "Don't include me. It's too much trouble." Caesar immediately asked, "What exactly do you find so troublesome?" Helena answered without hesitation, "Aside from teaching my brother swordsmanship, I find everything troublesome." Caesar asked, "You're his teacher?" Poor Leonard. Leonard replied confidently, "That isn't true, Your Highness. Our Helena is a wonderful teacher." Helena immediately became smug. "Did you hear that? My brother never lies." Caesar was left speechless, thinking these siblings are unbelievable. Helena immediately waved her hand and declared loudly, "In any case, I will not go to the festival, not even with a knife at my throat. I absolutely refuse. Do you understand?" Both boys stared intently at her, giving Helena a headache. A short while later, at a shop, the owner called out, "Come and have a look." Caesar examined the merchandise and said, "You have a decent eye for quality." The shopkeeper smiled. "Oh, is that so?" Helena felt as though she was about to explode. "How'd I get dragged here again? I hate that I'm gradually getting used to this." Then, feeling ignored, Helena complained, "Why did you drag me here for no reason and then abandon me? Honestly, you people." Caesar laughed. "How do we abandon you? If we go outside, Hamilton will follow us." As soon as he finished speaking, Caesar grabbed her and ran. Looking at the panting servants chasing after them, Helena said, "Why are you always coming up with such mischievous schemes? Don't you feel any sympathy for others?" Caesar replied, "You only say that because you don't understand." He teased other people over trivial things, causing them endless trouble. Helena thought, "I know he's unhappy, but I also understand why he's acting this way. This is exactly the sort of thing he would do. Besides, someone is following us. I've sensed it ever since we separated from Hamilton. Well-dressed children wandering around without adult supervision naturally make easy targets for criminals." Helena glanced around, wanting to determine whether their pursuer was a thief or a kidnapper. Suddenly, that person noticed Helena as well. She flinched. Our eyes met. "He's staring." "No. Is he staring specifically at me? That suspicious appearance. It's him." Seeing her reaction, the man immediately turned and fled. Helena chased him without hesitation. "Where do you think you're going?" Caesar stared blankly. "What's happening?" Leonard shouted, "Hey, Helena." Still running, Helena replied, "I'll be back shortly. You two stay here." When she reached a fork in the road, the man had already disappeared, forcing Helena to stop. She looked left and right, scanning her surroundings. "He's gone. This alley is so long. Who in the world is that man?" Suddenly, the man appeared behind Helena and knelt. "Your servant is no." Startled, Helena spun around. "When did you get behind me?" No raised his head. I wanted desperately to see you. You've grown so much, and you've become so beautiful. Helena thought in bewilderment. Who is this? I don't remember ever meeting someone like him. He doesn't seem to intend to attack me, but he doesn't look happy either. Could he be some kind of pervert? Tears began streaming down No's cheeks. I have always awaited your reincarnation. My deity, my savior, my one true king. Helena stared in shock. Huh? No continued through his sobs. Why does time pass so slowly? This decaying body is unbearably cruel. Unable to understand, Helena asked, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Leonard's urgent voice rang out. "Helena, where are you?" No immediately stood. "Your companions are searching for you. I shall return soon. Before I draw my final breath, I must see you again." Helena immediately ran after him and shouted, "Hey, wait! Explain yourself properly." She could not understand. "What king? Do you know that I was Dante in my previous life?" Caesar ran over and grabbed Helena. "Helena, what are you doing? It's dangerous." Helena looked back toward No. "Let go of me, Caesar. I need to speak with that man." But when she turned around, no one was there. Helena stared in disbelief. What happened? He vanished in an instant. Caesar immediately asked, "Who was that man? What were you talking to him about?" Helena replied, "I didn't do anything." Caesar repeated, "You didn't do anything?" It certainly didn't look that way. Caesar was still tightly gripping her hand. Helena turned her head and lowered her voice. "It's true. He only asked for directions, so I showed him the way." She thought in confusion, "I know you're worried about me, but why are you so angry?" Caesar asked, "Directions?" Helena thought, "Is that excuse too ridiculous?" She then said, "Let go of my hand first, and then we'll talk. It hurts." Hearing that, Caesar released her. Leonard approached and asked Helena worriedly, "Are you truly all right? He didn't say anything offensive to you, did he?" Helena rubbed her arm and replied, "Yes. I'm really fine." Leonard said, "Let's rest here for a moment." Helena answered, "All right." She wondered, "Is that man still nearby?" Caesar said, "This won't do. It would be best to stay with Hamilton. Let's rejoin him." Helena asked, "Whenever we leave him behind, we never know where the Viscount is. How are we supposed to find him?" Caesar replied, "At the carriage stop. At times like this, he always waits where we ran away from him." She thought, "So this has happened more than once or twice. No wonder he's so experienced." Leonard took Helena's hand and said, "In that case, we shall return first, Your Highness." Caesar turned around as well. "No, I'll go with you. If Leonard goes alone, he'll surely end up arguing with Hamilton." Helena pointed at them. "Don't do that. Brother, could you go back with His Highness?" Leonard froze. Well, she thought, if that man named No is still nearby, I want to speak with him alone for a little longer. Caesar immediately frowned. "If you wait here alone, will you follow any stranger who offers you a biscuit?" Helena frowned in annoyance as well. "I told you." He was asking for directions. With no other choice, Caesar ran off. "Fine, wait here. It isn't far, so I'll run there and come right back." Leonard felt guilty. This makes it seem as though we're ordering His Highness around on errands. Then he affectionately stroked Helena's head and asked once more, "Helena, are you really all right?" Helena assured him, "Truly." He showed absolutely no sign of wanting to harm me. Leonard then pulled her into a tight embrace. "If you say so, then I'll believe you." But I was genuinely worried. I didn't know what might happen, especially since I was the one who insisted on bringing you outside. Thank goodness you're safe. Looking at him, Helena thought, Leonard is like an angel. As expected, he's the sweetest and kindest person of all. Even though we're close in age, he's far better than someone who gets angry whenever things don't go his way. She affectionately returned his embrace. "Thank you, brother. That's right. All that talk about a king must have been a lie." No, it was nothing more than the rambling of a madman. "Look, I don't sense anyone watching us anymore, do I?" Suddenly, Helena's entire body jolted. The feeling has disappeared. If that man intended to approach me and was lurking nearby, this would be the perfect opportunity because no one else is around. But if that sensation vanished after Caesar left me, she immediately pushed Leonard away and shouted, "Caesar! Caesar is in danger, brother." The moment she thought about it, the answer became obvious. She had let her guard down too much. A duke's daughter is insignificant by comparison. But although His Highness has fallen from favor, he is still first in line to the throne. Which one of us was the man truly targeting? Leonard began to panic. "Helena, His Highness is nowhere to be found." Helena immediately reached a conclusion. He must have been dragged into a brothel. Those places are closed during the day, so it would be easier to imprison someone there. Leonard was horrified. "A bee brothel? You think His Highness has been abducted?" Helena immediately rushed away. "This isn't merely a guess. I'm certain of it. Bring the Viscount here. I'm going to the brothel now." Leonard asked, "Why are you so worried?" "It's too dangerous, Helena." Helena replied, "If Caesar wasn't taken to the brothel, then they'll soon move him somewhere else." Leonard said in alarm, "In that case, it would be better for me to go there myself." Helena immediately stopped him. "No, you're faster than I am, so it would be best for you to bring the Viscount here." Leonard hesitated, but Helena made it clear that she would tolerate no argument. "Have I ever told you anything unreliable?" Leonard had no other choice. Very well. Promise me you won't do anything dangerous, Helena." Helena ran off and soon arrived before a familiar sight. She looked around and muttered to herself, "Don't worry, brother. No one is more determined than I am to avoid rushing headlong into danger. If something happens to Caesar here, our family is finished as well." She thought, "I must remain careful and calm, locate Caesar, and wait for the Viscount to arrive. If anything happens to him, I will never forgive them." Suddenly, a loud noise caught Helena's attention. The sound had come from the alley to her left. "Is it this building? The front entrance is dangerous, so I should go in through the back." Helena immediately ran to the rear door. She removed her hairpin and picked the lock. The door quickly opened. She heard voices coming from inside. "Wouldn't stabbing him to death be the fastest and easiest way?" "What? Are you an idiot? That would make it obvious he was assassinated. There are people in that room." Helena moved closer and listened to the conversation inside. "I told you, we have to disguise it as an accident." Then let's throw him into the river." "Oh." A brown-haired young man folded his arms. "The river is high after the rainy season. We only need to make it look as though he was swept away while playing in the water." The man beside him rested his chin on his hand. "Oh, that's not a bad idea." Helena gently pushed the door open a crack and looked inside. "Found him. Caesar is still safe." She thought, "They're planning to disguise a murder as an accident. This isn't an ordinary kidnapping. I don't know who is behind it, but if they intend to throw him into the river, they'll act at night. I still have time before Hamilton arrives. I only need to wait." Caesar shouted furiously, "You bastards! If you dare lay a hand on me, none of you will escape death." The brown-haired young man angrily kicked the furniture aside. "Does this brat still not understand? Shut up. You still don't grasp your situation, do you? This won't work. He won't stop shouting. If we throw him into the river and he survives and escapes, we'll be in trouble. Let's kill him now." Helena's gaze grew grim. "It isn't safe anymore. It's fortunate that my intuition allowed me to find his location. At this rate, I can't wait for Hamilton to arrive." The two kidnappers discussed their options. "How should we kill this brat? Strangle him?" "No, that would leave fingerprints." Helena silently sprang into action. Her plan was to lure one man outside, deal with the one who remained, and then rescue Caesar. She immediately picked up a nearby chair. "Good. Perfect." Helena raised the chair high and hurled it toward the two men. Hearing the noise, the two kidnappers immediately looked over in alarm. "What was that? What made that sound?" The black-haired man ran outside in Helena's direction. "I'll check it out and come right back. You stay here and keep watch." The remaining man turned back toward the room. "Seriously, what is it now?" Helena picked up a wooden leg from the broken chair. She thought, because of our height difference, it will be difficult to strike a vital point immediately. "I'll attack his knee first." In an instant, the blow struck the kidnapper's knee, making him stagger and collapse to the floor. He immediately turned and shouted, "Ah, an intruder." Caesar's eyes widened in astonishment, with tears still clinging to their corners. Helena quickly took one of them down. With tears in his eyes, Caesar called out, "Helena, why are you?" Helena immediately ran over to help him. "Hurry, get up. We have to escape before the other one comes back." Just then, the kidnapper who had chased her outside returned. "No, what are you doing?" Helena shouted, "Run the other way." "I opened the back door. We only need to get past him." Caesar replied, "Got it." The kidnapper immediately gave chase. "Stop." Helena thought, even if a dragon captures you, you can still escape as long as you remain calm. Once we're out of here, it will be much easier to evade them. We just need to get outside. The moment Helena opened the back door, she found someone blocking the way. Startled, she initially thought it was Leonard. Contrary to her expectations, however, a tall, imposing man stood in the doorway. Helena immediately stepped back and thought anxiously, "They have another accomplice?" The newcomer asked, "What's going on?" The kidnapper inside had already recovered. He returned and shouted, "Hey, catch them." The newcomer immediately drew his sword. "Oh, are you trying to escape? I can't allow that." Helena tightened her grip on the wooden club. The kidnapper immediately swung his knife downward. "You won't escape. I'll kill you right here." Faced with the slash, Caesar used his own back to shield her. He cried out in pain, "Helena, run." Helena stared in shock at the scene before her. Caesar then crashed heavily to the floor. The other kidnapper planted his hands on his hips and said, "What we do now that you've cut him? We'll have to make it look like an accident. Damn it, you've made a huge mistake." Caesar's blood still stained Helena's hands. Her gaze instantly turned murderous with rage. The kidnapper grabbed Helena by the hair and roared, "Damn it, everything's ruined. Who are you? Where did you come from?" Helena immediately threw him to the ground and struck his arm hard, making him scream in agony. "My arm. What happened to my arm?" Helena was calmer than ever. Her voice dropped. "All I ever wanted was to live a peaceful life. You've ruined everything. You're all dead." It did not take Helena long to finish taking out the trash. "I did my best. They couldn't have arrived any sooner. It's just I happened to take out the trash faster." Hamilton stared in disbelief. "When the world happened here? Are you saying you dealt with all of them by yourself? Unbelievable. My lady, who exactly are you?" Helena wiped the blood from her face and sighed. "Just a genius. After the kidnapping, I was bedridden for 3 days. The doctor said I had injured the ligaments in my ankle and the muscles in my arm. Those kidnappers were fortunate to escape with their lives, since they were being escorted to the capital. However, their futures did not look bright. They would either pay for laying hands on the imperial bloodline or be silenced by the mastermind behind them. That had been an exhausting and troublesome day. Even so, Caesar did not die. He was still alive, so it was not all bad. Even so, I could not escape father's nagging. 2 days after I recovered, he summoned me. "Helena, do you know why I called you here?" Helena tried to avoid his gaze. "Well," Helena jokingly said, "because I rescued His Highness safely, and you intend to reward me?" The Duke glared at her. Helena thought anxiously, "Well, it wasn't exactly safe, so I suppose I don't deserve praise. It seems I have no sense of humor." The Duke sighed. "Helena, I worry because I know you aren't an ordinary child." Helena immediately asked, "Am I so exceptional that I could defeat my brother and compete for the right to inherit the dukedom?" The Duke asked in surprise, "You have no such ambition?" Helena thought, as expected, "Father understands me well." The Duke then voiced his concerns. "Because I know how capable you are, I worry that you'll become entangled in matters too great for you to bear. No matter how intelligent and capable you are, no parent would welcome their 10-year-old daughter charging into a den of kidnappers." Helena was left speechless. "My father in my previous life had once said that the story about the dragon I sealed away was the most entertaining one." The Duke continued, "The Viscount is also very eager to take you to the capital. What I mean is he wants to try training someone truly exceptional." Helena thought in surprise, "Hamilton, why is there someone exactly like my old sword master from my previous life?" The Duke continued, "If I allow this, I will be acknowledging that you're a special child. As your father, I don't know whether that would be right." "What do you want?" Helena thought. "The life of the special child father keeps warning me about clearly runs contrary to the peaceful life I desire. But I can't find anything interesting. Everything I do feels boring and restrictive. Only when Leonard swings his sword the way I taught him do I feel any joy in my second life." Helena hesitantly said, "I want to teach Leonard swordsmanship." The Duke smiled. "Very well, I understand." Helena's expression became resolute. "I'll do what I want to do, and I won't do what I don't want to do. That's how I'll live this life." Soon afterward, with father's permission secured, there was no longer any reason for me to defeat Caesar. Well, that wasn't what had been worrying me lately. At least I now had a perfectly natural reason to visit him while he was recovering. Helena stood before the door and raised her hand, only to hesitate and stop. "I do feel guilty. Caesar was injured because I hesitated. His hands were tied, so I should have used the club to free him. What am I supposed to say? Thank you? I'm sorry. Are you all right?" "No. Apologizing to him would be too embarrassing." Helena sighed. "Forget it. I'll go back." However, she failed to notice Caesar standing beside her. When he spoke, she jumped in surprise. "Where are you going?" Helena frowned and complained. "What are you doing? Why aren't you asleep? Why did you come outside?" Caesar opened the door and entered. "Because I couldn't sleep." "What brings you here so late?" Helena stammered, "Well, Caesar dropped onto the bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and mischievously asked, "Were you planning to do something to me?" Helena froze. "Be quiet." She sat beside Caesar and asked, "How is your wound? Judging by how much you're moving around, I assume you're fine." Caesar closed his eyes but still replied, "It hurts, but it will heal soon." Helena asked. What if it leaves a scar and you can't find a wife? Caesar looked confused. Why are you suddenly talking about that? Helena pouted and shook her head. Men must be aloof and have skin as pale as jade from an early age. You're finished now. Caesar snapped angrily. Are you making fun of me? Helena continued teasing him. Our poor Caesar will never find a wife. Furious, Caesar abruptly sat up. Hey, you're doing it again. If I can't find a wife, then you won't be allowed to marry anyone either. Helena shrugged. That's fine. I already said my brother would take care of me until I became an old woman. Caesar suddenly blushed. What? No, that can't happen. He pulled the blanket over his head and turned away. If I can't find a wife because of this, you'll have to take responsibility for me. Helena asked. That would bring all sorts of trouble. Why would I marry into the imperial family? Caesar narrowed his eyes at Helena. Do you find everything troublesome? You're so irritating. Helena struggled to suppress her laughter, her body nearly trembling. I really do love teasing him. What should I do? I still want to keep going. Even so, something had been bothering her for a while. He was a patient, and his haggard complexion was worrying. She suddenly called out, Caesar, can't you sleep? Caesar fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Then he replied, yes. I am terrified. I'm afraid to return to the imperial palace. Everyone wants to kill me. Helena silently watched him for a moment before offering reassurance. No, there are also people who want to protect you, like my father or the Viscount. Caesar abruptly tore away the blanket wrapped around him. How long do you think they can protect me? I don't want to die. I don't need any of that. I only want to live in peace. Helena understood how he felt. He's only 14. How could he not feel anxious? He's always losing confidence in himself. I once collapsed helplessly before those who wanted to eliminate me. Of course he's terrified. She then said, Caesar, even if you renounce your claim to the throne, you still won't be safe. They won't leave behind a potential threat. They'll kill you without leaving a trace. If you renounce your claim, there will be no one left to protect you. Helena reached this conclusion from the experience of her previous life. I'm speaking from personal experience. That's how I dealt with my half-siblings. Caesar clutched his head and lowered his face. I know that too, but what am I supposed to do? Drawing upon her experience as a former sovereign, Helena replied, What's so difficult about it? You're the eldest prince and first in line to the throne. You only need to become emperor. Caesar shouted, It's none of your business. It isn't that easy. Helena tried to calm him. Listen, Caesar, you know that even a cornered mouse will bite a cat, don't you? Helena gave him a thumbs up and continued. The more cornered you are, the stronger you must become. If anyone dares to lay a hand on you, make it clear that their life will end. Everyone must understand that, right? Caesar froze before saying dejectedly, I can't do that. I'm not strong like you. Helena understood his situation. Exceptional people are always lonely. Caesar needs someone he can trust. She confidently reassured him, No, Caesar, you are strong. You risked your life to save me. She thought, I understand what father is worried about. Even so, I still want to stand beside this child. Helena extended her hand to Caesar. As long as you're still a child, I'll listen to you as much as you need. So don't run away from this. Become emperor, Caesar. It will be all right. I'll stay beside you. I'll help you become emperor. Caesar's eyes widened in surprise at her words. He recalled the sight of Helena courageously fighting the kidnappers. Exhausted, Caesar gradually drifted to sleep. Helena continued, So you can rest easy now. Caesar tightly held her hand. Thank you. Night quickly descended. After everything they had endured over that long and exhausting day, Helena and Caesar fell asleep holding hands. That night was long and frightening, but we held hands and made it through together. The wound on Caesar's back ultimately left a scar. Until his final day there, Hamilton desperately tried to persuade me to return to the capital with him. He wailed, my precious child. Father firmly refused him. At last, the time came to say goodbye. The two Peresca siblings bowed in farewell. We wish your highness a safe journey home. Helena raised her head and looked at Caesar. He met her gaze warmly and gave her a faint smile. Caesar asked Helena, Is Leonard your only pupil? Helena replied in surprise. Huh? Yes. He suddenly said, right? Since I couldn't defeat your brother, this will be the first time I concede defeat. Then he smiled and said, Teach me swordsmanship. Everyone present froze in astonishment. Helena said, No, I won't be going to the capital. Caesar replied, That's fine. I'll come here every summer. Is that acceptable, Duke? The Duke naturally agreed. Your Highness, you will always be welcome here. Caesar then turned to Helena. You heard him. You must keep your promise. You'll remain beside me until I reach the highest position. Helena stared blankly for a moment. Then she gave him a warm smile. Helena took his hand and said, I'm rather demanding. Do you mind? Caesar replied, I'll do my best. Helena finally secured this important deal. Very well, I'll teach you. The two smiled at each other. Excitement had entered a life that had once been dull and uneventful. That summer felt far too short. On a clear, sunny day, brilliant sunlight shone across the estate. A maid approached and said, My lady, my lord, a letter has arrived for the two of you. Helena smiled. Oh, bring it here. Helena opened the letter and read, Dear Leonard and Helena, I will arrive next month, so have someone clean my room. Also, replace those hideous curtains. Caesar Gray. After hearing the letter, Helena said he didn't even bother asking how we're doing. And since when did the guest room become his room? That brat. Leonard also approached and asked, Is that a letter from His Highness? Time passes so quickly. Helena replied, Yes, it really does. He's already about to return. 3 years had passed since the summer when I first met Caesar. This year's summer would probably be very hot. The fourth summer we would spend with him was approaching. Not long afterward, at a blacksmith shop, a man polished the sword in his hands and said, Oh, you're here, my lady. Ever since Leonard won several local tournaments, people have even started calling you Lady Swordmaster. Helena approached and asked, Have you finished what I ordered? The man immediately produced a wooden box. Of course. Please inspect them. This one is for the Duke, and this one is yours, my lady. Helena opened the wooden box, revealing two exquisitely crafted swords. The man said, Oh, a servant from House Perel came by yesterday. Apparently, they would like to meet with you. Helena asked, Someone from House Perel? He replied, Yes. They're looking for a swordsmanship instructor for a member of their family. You're the finest instructor in this area, so they want to ask for your help. Helena drew the sword and said, I see. House Perel already spoke to me last year. You're only 12. Stop pretending to be a teacher and go play with dolls. That's how he mocked me. Helena raised the sword and examined it. This is even better than I expected. It's short and light. She then said, However, I'm not so desperate for pupils that I'd accept someone with no potential. The man replied, Then I'll pass that message along. Helena said, Yes. Tell him to give up swordsmanship and go play children's games instead. She fastened the sword to her waist and thought, This sword is quite a striking design. It could serve as an accessory for my dress, and it's perfect for self-defense. The maid accompanying Helena handed the man a purse. Thank you for your hard work. He accepted it with a broad smile. Of course. I'll deliver your message exactly. Please visit us again. Helena walked outside in a cheerful mood. It's an excellent sword. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in a long time. Just then, someone came running toward her in a hurry and deliberately bumped into her. The impact made Helena stagger. The maid cried out in alarm, My lady, are you all right? Helena remained calm and thought, I had a feeling. That was a pickpocket. Helena casually said, I've been robbed. The maid panicked. Should I alert the guards? Helena refused. No, there's no need. It was only a little pocket money. Helena shook her head and thought, I did this many times in my previous life, but being robbed myself really does make me angry. The maid said emotionally, Our young lady has truly matured. Helena turned around. As she ran off, she said, I only need to retrieve it myself. The maid desperately shouted, My lady, they're dangerous. You mustn't go. Helena smiled brightly. While you're at it, pray that I don't get hurt. Seeing the two of them stare blankly, she thought, As expected, I have no sense of humor. Where could a beggar possibly hide in a tiny town like this? Meanwhile, elsewhere, several voices took turns shouting, You robbed a noblewoman's purse, and this is all you got? Did you pocket some of it? No, this really is everything. If you've hidden so much as a single coin, you're dead. The blue-haired girl who had bumped into Helena shouted, I'm a member of House Burns. I didn't steal the money. Another thug picked up the purse and laughed contemptuously. What's she talking about? Are you saying you earned this money by begging? The blue-haired girl stammered, Well, nobles have plenty of money, so I only borrowed a little. Do you think I can steal just anyone's purse? At that moment, Helena appeared above them and looked down at the girl spouting nonsense. The thug shouted, What? If it weren't for us, you'd have died in the streets. Helena rubbed her chin and thought, For what I can tell, they've come to collect money from her. Some of the beggars I knew used to do the same thing. As for Burns, she must mean the elderly Count Burns. The blue-haired girl clenched her fists. That's why I've been making my payments on time. Helena recognized the family as well. They're a fairly prominent noble house, but I've never heard of them having a youngest daughter. The Count certainly has the same dark blue hair. She must be his illegitimate daughter. The thugs began punching and kicking the blue-haired girl. Do you want us to teach you another lesson? The girl could only endure the beating and scream. Helena thought, I understand the rules here now. Those men are dead. This child is bringing back some unpleasant memories. How irritating. Helena immediately jumped down from above. "Pardon me." She snatched the purse out of the thug's hand. Startled, he turned around. "Who the hell are you?" Helena said calmly. "Me? I'm the owner of this purse." The thug roared again. "Don't lie. Hand it over." Without another word, Helena stomped hard on his foot. She patted the sword in her hand. "Mind your manners. Boys, I'm your senior." Their leader rolled around on the ground after being stomped, sending his underlings into a panic. "Boss!" Then they clutched their heads and scattered. What is this? She's insane. Run. Hurry. Helena sighed. Why do the street boys these days have no backbone whatsoever? Except for one. The blue-haired girl was panting, clutching a stone in each hand. Seeing how tightly she gripped them, Helena thought, is she going to charge at me? Children with nowhere left to retreat were afraid of nothing. The girl immediately lunged at Helena. "That purse is mine. Get back." Helena lightly stepped back. "How could it be yours?" "It belongs to me," the blue-haired girl replied. "I stole it, so now it's mine." Helena thought, what an insolent little brat. Then she held up the purse. "Fine, let's do this. If you can land a single blow on me, I'll give you all the money inside." The blue-haired girl froze. "Really?" Helena nodded and continued. "On the other hand, if you surrender, you'll become my subordinate. What do you say?" The blue-haired girl panted heavily, glaring sharply at Helena. Helena smiled faintly and thought, her gaze is even sharper now. "Yes, that's more like it." The girl then charged at Helena like a moth flying into a flame. "This won't do, but..." Helena gripped her sword and struck the blue-haired girl with it. The blue-haired girl recoiled in shock. What was that?" Helena taunted her. "What's wrong? Are you really helpless against a beautiful, noble woman?" The girl immediately protested. Hey, you never said you'd attack me." Helena replied, "I never said I wouldn't." After being struck several more times, the girl cried out, "Damn it, wait, I was wrong. I admit it. Please spare me." The blue-haired girl immediately dropped to her knees and clasped her hands together. "I'm sorry for stealing your purse. I'll never steal from you again." Helena said, "You shouldn't steal anyone's purse. You're a daughter of House Burns, aren't you?" With tears in her eyes, the blue-haired girl replied, "I'm only an illegitimate child. I don't even know what the count looks like." Helena pointed her sword at the girl. "What's your name?" she asked. The girl answered, "My name is Tara." Helena continued, "Who named you?" Tara replied, "According to my late mother, the Count named me before I was born." Helena used her sword to lift Tara's chin. "Very well. From today onward, your name is Agat." Agat stared blankly. "What?" Helena rested her sword on her shoulder and turned away. "Have you forgotten? If you surrendered, you were to become my subordinate." Agat was beside herself with joy. "Oh, that? Yes, that's true. But why me?" Helena did not know why either. "That's right. Why did I choose her? Long ago, someone helped me too. Perhaps it's because I once desperately wished to escape a life of wandering." She smiled and said, "I simply felt like taking you home." And just like that, Helena gained another member of her household. Agat introduced herself with a smile. "My name is Agat, and I'm 12 years old." Agat learned everything quickly and adapted well. Thanks to her, relations among the servants also improved. It was wonderful that she settled into House Pereska so quickly. When Agat saw Helena tying her own shoelaces, she immediately bent down and exclaimed, "My lady, you're tying your own shoes? You mustn't." Helena replied, "It's fine. I can handle something this simple myself." Agat hastily threw herself flat on the floor. "Your shoes are covered in dust. Please use my body as your doormat." Then, at mealtime, Agat insisted on feeding Helena herself. "You needn't hold the fork yourself, my lady. I'll feed you. Say out." The problem was that the girl was far too devoted. When Agat eagerly tried to follow her, Helena stopped her. "Wait, don't follow me to the training grounds. Stay here." She truly was like a little puppy. Leonard, who was standing nearby, asked, "Are you all right?" Helena tied up her hair and replied, "Agat will probably calm down after a while." Leonard said, "That's not what I meant. His Highness will be here soon." Helena asked, "Caesar, what about him?" Leonard smiled. "I'm certain His Highness and Agat won't get along." Hearing that, Helena began to feel a headache coming on. Good grief. Perhaps I shouldn't have dismissed that ominous premonition. Then, before long, that day arrived. A carriage slowly entered the estate. A young man stepped out. "Leonard, Helena, have you both been well?" When Helena and Leonard saw him, their mouths fell open in astonishment. Even the flowers and trees around them seemed stunned. Caesar was now much taller and more muscular, with a build greater than Helena and Leonard's combined. Helena stared blankly. It's like watching a larva turn into a chrysalis. "This isn't the Caesar I met last year anymore." She immediately asked, "Your Highness, just how tall are you now?" Caesar patted Helena's head as though she were a little girl. Let me think. I believe I'm over 6 feet now. Am I really that tall? I'm only about Leonard's height. You seem to have gotten shorter, though. Helena glared at him. Your hands are enormous, too. Take them off me, you giant. She snapped. Hey, let go already. Caesar laughed. Your temper has gotten even worse. Before he could finish, Helena punched him hard in the stomach. Caesar collapsed to the ground in pain, trembling all over. In the entire empire, Helena was the only person who dared treat a prince like this. She declared indignantly, "Where did you pick up the bad habit of putting your hand on your instructor's head?" Leonard anxiously asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Caesar looked up and replied, "No matter when I come here, this place never changes. I'm glad." But then, Caesar shifted his gaze toward a maid standing ahead. Who is that? There was no one in this world one could truly trust. They moved to the drawing room, which Caesar referred to as my room. Helena sat down with her chin propped on her hand. The only way to keep valuables from being stolen is to have someone watching this place. Caesar said, "You certainly reacted quickly." Helena rubbed her chin. "I've never caused any trouble, so why should I listen to you?" Caesar abruptly rose to his feet. "I hate this. Leonard used to be forced to handle everything, but now I have to take care of myself from beginning to end." Helena thoughtfully asked, then, "Caesar, why are you so concerned about a god?" Caesar blushed and began to stammer. "Obviously, it's because of you." He clicked his tongue. He sat back down and said, "This won't do. Besides, what have you been staring at this entire time?" Helena answered frankly, "Your thighs." Caesar was utterly astonished. He covered himself with his hands and shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Don't you have any sense of shame?" Helena replied, "It's nothing. You've developed this much muscle in only a year. Do you have some secret muscle-building technique?" Caesar said awkwardly, "I don't know anything about that." Helena suggested, "Let me feel them. My brother should have muscles like that too." Just then, a god opened the door and entered. Caesar's face turned bright red with embarrassment. "Don't make me laugh. Stop making me laugh." A god approached, set down a tray of refreshments, and said, "My lady, I brought you some refreshments." Helena replied, "Thank you, Agat." Agat then brushed lightly against Helena, producing a faint rustling sound. Seeing that, Caesar immediately looked displeased. He pointed at Agat and ordered, "Hey, if you finish your work, leave. Helena and I have something important to discuss." Helena immediately cut in, "We have nothing to discuss." "Oh, are you planning to show me your thighs?" Caesar roared, "I told you to stop making me laugh." Agat gave a sharp scoff. "Well, I am my lady's personal servant. It is my duty to protect her from scoundrels who seek to seduce her with their thighs." Caesar shouted, "You fool! Do you really think Helena needs anyone to protect her? I'm the one in danger here." Agat squeezed out crocodile tears and wailed, "My lady, that man is shouting at me." Helena said wearily, "Stop fighting over me. It's exhausting." The two then became locked in a silent battle, exchanging gazes filled with boundless affection. Helena watched helplessly and thought, neither of them has any intention of stopping. Despite how much his body had grown, Caesar still behaved like a child. Helena eventually sighed, "In this battle, that's enough. Let's go, Agat." Agat answered respectfully, "Yes, my lady." Caesar called out, "Wait." Agat, the victor, stuck out her tongue and smiled mockingly at Caesar. Caesar, the loser, could only scowl and tremble with rage. He immediately called after her, "Helena, Helena." Caesar patted his thigh. "Come here. You can touch my thigh if you want." Helena flinched. She approached him and asked, "Do you mean that?" Caesar replied, "Of course. We're close, after all." The situation was completely reversed. Caesar looked smugly at Agat and gave a triumphant snort. Agat ground her teeth. Helena sighed and thought, "I don't remember us being close enough to say things like this. But if he says I can touch his thigh, then I won't hold back." She then lightly placed her hand on Caesar's thigh. Her face turned bright red. "It's so hard. It's like a rock." She carefully ran her hand over Caesar's thigh and thought, "How did his muscles develop this much? He's only 17. I never expected this. It's incredible. Good heavens, our little prince has grown up." Helena then looked up at Caesar and murmured, "Caesar, what have you been doing? With a body this developed, you should have no difficulty using advanced techniques." Their eyes met. Caesar flinched. What is it?" Helena began to sweat. "I'll stop now." Caesar exclaimed, "What? Now that you've had your fun, you're going to abandon me?" Helena hurriedly ran away. Agat called after her, "My lady, shall we go together?" Helena slammed the door shut. "Neither of you is allowed to follow me." Helena left, leaving the other two staring blankly, unable to understand what had happened. As Helena ran, she thought in a panic, "What is happening? What is wrong with me?" Am I embarrassed right now? I was completely absorbed in feeling his thigh. Why did my ominous premonition have to be so accurate? Caesar, why did you suddenly become an adult? She stopped and shouted. How can this be happening? Perhaps she needed some time to adjust to her student's astonishing growth. After that, she constantly avoided Caesar. Whenever Caesar saw her, he smiled and greeted her. Hello, instructor. Helena immediately hid behind her brother and merely raised a hand in response. Leonard smiled and said, Good morning, Your Highness. Helena stood frozen, unable to look Caesar in the eye. Later, at the training grounds, Caesar said, Helena, look at my stance. Helena crossed her arms and awkwardly turned away. Raise your left leg a little higher. Your right hand should be positioned like this. Helena kept avoiding him and did not even dare touch him. Caesar asked in confusion, Then what am I supposed to do? Not long afterward, Helena thought, I'm absolutely not doing this on purpose. The moment she saw Caesar, she immediately ran away, leaving him bewildered. Helena, wait, Caesar called out, but Helena fled without saying a word. Her entire body felt hot as she thought, I'm his swordsmanship instructor, and I was already an experienced adult in my previous life. But a boy I've always been close to has suddenly matured, both physically and mentally. This is truly the most distressing event of my second life. That evening, after returning to her room, Helena immediately collapsed on her bed. This has been going on for days. Helena Pereska. I'm his instructor. I at least have to look at his face if I'm going to teach him swordsmanship. Tomorrow, I must return to normal. Suddenly, a tapping sound came from outside the window. Helena approached and forcefully threw it open. She could not afford to take such a thing lightly, since an assassin had once come directly to her door in her previous life. Caesar stood outside, holding several stones and smiling brightly. Helena, it's me. Helena immediately slammed the window shut and thought, I would rather it were an assassin. Caesar hurriedly stopped her. Helena, don't leave. I came here because I want to talk to you. He smiled gently as he spoke. Helena frowned. This brat is making the face of a grown man. A moment later, he jumped inside. Then I'll come in. Pardon the intrusion. Helena crossed her arms and warned him, Next time, please enter through the front door. Caesar replied, That girl Agat is guarding it. I had no other choice. At that very moment, Agat was diligently obstructing their romance. Helena asked, Then what is it? Was it so important that you had to tell me tonight? Caesar sat on the edge of the bed. You've been avoiding me for 3 days, Helena. Did I do something wrong? Helena replied, No, he continued. Then why are you treating me so coldly? Helena stared blankly and thought. He noticed? She said, I thought I had always treated you coldly. Caesar replied, This is different. You won't look me in the eye. It's as though you hate me. Helena scratched her cheek. That isn't it. I just feel a little awkward. You grew so much while we were apart that you look like a completely different person. Caesar laughed. What? That's hardly my fault. Helena replied, I only need some time to adjust. You don't need to worry about it. Caesar clenched his hands and interrupted her. Helena, the truth is, I'm very anxious. I can only stay here for 3 months. I spend more time away from you than I do by your side. Perhaps one day, both you and Leonard will forget me. Helena's eyes widened in surprise. Caesar understood what was truly important. That's right, this is my fault. She walked over, sat beside him, and said, I'm sorry, Caesar. I will never abandon my student, so don't worry. Caesar asked, Can you swear to that? Helena took his hand and reassured him. I won't avoid you anymore. I swear on my heart. Helena finally seemed to realize her mistake. I was far too insensitive. Caesar is still my dear student, no matter what he looks like. Caesar smiled. All right, that's enough for me. With that, he abruptly lay down. I've said everything I needed to say. I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep. Helena said, All right, get some rest, and tomorrow. Caesar lay beneath the blankets and smiled. Yes, good night. Helena stiffened. What are you doing? Go back to your own room. Caesar replied, Why? You slept in my room before. I'm too tired to walk back to my room now. Helena panicked. We were children back then, so it was fine. She immediately grabbed her pillow and tried to escape. I'm Fine. You can sleep by yourself. Caesar asked, Where are you going? You swore you wouldn't avoid me. Helena thought, That and this are completely different. So much for my dear student. I thought he had only grown taller, but apparently his foolishness grew too. Caesar patted the spot beside him. I am exhausted. Hurry up. Helena stood frozen for 5 seconds. Then she put down her pillow and sighed. Fine, I don't even know anymore. The two lay beside each other, and Caesar smiled at her. This brings back memories, does it? Helena asked. Caesar replied, Yes. You were beside me back then too. If I'd known you wouldn't like it, I wouldn't have grown taller. Helena said, slightly embarrassed, Don't say such foolish things. Before they knew it, their hands were clasped together. Caesar had astonished everyone with how quickly his appearance had matured, but his unchanged foolishness put Helena at ease. Children really do grow quickly, she thought as they leaned against each other and drifted off to sleep. With Caesar's return, the swordsmanship lessons that had once included only Helena and Leonard resumed. Helena pointed at the two of them and shouted, "Don't hesitate when you attack. Leonard, stop relying on that one move." Leonard immediately replied, "All right." Helena also focused entirely on the lesson and paid no attention to her feelings for Caesar. Outside of lessons, whenever they met, they discussed nothing but swordsmanship. Children truly grew far too quickly. Helena picked up a stack of documents and frowned. Both of them had improved rapidly. Caesar's learning speed had far surpassed her expectations. As a result, she had to revise the entire training plan. Did I feel the same way as an instructor in my previous life? It can't be helped. As a teacher, I can't simply stop teaching. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Are you still as busy as ever, my lady?" Helena flinched. "Oh, Viscount Hamilton." Hamilton approached with a smile. "Has His Highness's training been progressing well?" Helena replied, "It has, though that has increased my workload." "No, he has improved considerably. The Imperial Palace also assigned him another outstanding instructor, didn't it?" Hamilton continued, "That improvement is thanks to the training plan you gave me 9 months ago, my lady." Helena thought, "So that was the purpose behind asking me to prepare that training plan." Hamilton said, "I can only thank you, my lady, for becoming such a good friend to His Highness." Helena picked up a sheet of paper. "Ah, is that so?" Hamilton continued, "Those aren't empty words. While His Highness is here, he laughs and speaks freely, just like other young people his age." Helena asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" She wondered, "Is it really that rare for Caesar to laugh and talk?" Hamilton continued, "Do you know what everyone in the Imperial Palace calls His Highness?" Helena asked curiously, "What do they call him?" Hamilton replied, "They call him the Grey Wolf. They say he'll bite anyone who comes near him to death." Helena could hardly believe it. Caesar's moans from last night still echoed in her mind. "If only I'd known, I wouldn't have let him grow so tall." Hamilton continued, "No one trusts him and no one stays by his side. Ever since he narrowly escaped assassination, he has become even colder." Helena froze. "Assassination?" she thought. "I had absolutely no idea." He never said a word. Hamilton sighed. "The situation in the Imperial Palace is not good at present. Please keep what I have just told you a secret. I do not wish to cause you or His Highness any concern." Helena understood. Even without seeing it herself, she could imagine how difficult life in the Imperial Palace must be. Hamilton continued, "Nevertheless, his resolve to become emperor has not wavered. If anything, it has grown stronger. And that is entirely thanks to you, my lady." Helena asked in surprise, "What? What?" Hamilton smiled. "I heard that you promised to make him emperor. At first, I was concerned that you called yourself his teacher, but I see now that I was mistaken." With that, Hamilton bowed his head. "Please continue to look after His Highness." Startled, Helena wondered, "Why is he bowing to me like this?" Thinking that, she bowed deeply to Viscount Hamilton as well. She recalled what she had once said to Caesar. "Become emperor, Caesar. I regret saying it now. Was that promise far too unreasonable? I understand how hard things are for Caesar, but I don't want to become involved with the imperial family again. In this life, I only want to live comfortably. But I can't leave things like this." Not long afterward, Caesar approached. "Helena, why did you call me? What are those swords for? Are we about to train?" Holding 2 swords, Helena answered, "Yes. From today until the day you return home, I will give you a special lesson every evening." Caesar asked in surprise, "Just me? What about Leonard?" Helena raised the sword in her hand. "Yes, I cannot teach Leonard these things. I'm going to teach you some underhanded and dishonorable techniques." The moment she finished speaking, she charged and attacked without mercy while Caesar was still stunned. Caesar cried out in alarm. Flustered, he protested, "Who starts a lesson so suddenly?" Helena's gaze sharpened. "Do you still not understand? I told you I would teach you underhanded and dishonorable swordsmanship. From now on, I may swing my sword at your back at any moment." Drenched in sweat, Caesar asked in confusion, "And why do you have 2 swords?" Helena swung again and said, "During lessons, you must address me as teacher, my student." Caesar dodged and shouted, "Wait, wait." Helena replied, "There is nothing to wait for. Rather than explaining this technique in words, it would be better to make your body remember it." She thought, "No one taught me this either. I learned it on my own during my time as a mercenary. It isn't meant for a head-on confrontation, but for threatening and suppressing an opponent. All he needs to do is block my attacks." Helena's blade grazed Caesar's cheek, and her next strike sent his sword flying. Helena glanced at him. You lost, Caesar, she thought. This is a life I have never experienced before. If you retreat in fear, the only path awaiting you is death, Caesar. Helena attacked again, and Caesar pressed his lips tightly together. The clang of colliding blades rang throughout the room. Caesar gritted his teeth and defended himself. Helena thought, incredible. As expected, he learns quickly. He truly is talented, even though my strength still overwhelms him. But I don't intend to teach him only how to win with swordsmanship. Immediately after exchanging blows, Helena struck Caesar directly in the stomach. He collapsed heavily to the floor. Helena pointed her sword at Caesar. You lost again. Looking into his eyes, she thought, that is a good look. His eyes are filled with resentment and fighting spirit. But fighting spirit alone cannot kill anyone. Helena then declared, until I become the only person capable of killing you. No, you must become strong enough to kill even me. Panting, Caesar said, what are you talking about? How could I kill my own teacher? Helena replied coldly, only then will you be able to survive in the imperial palace. She thought, how did I become emperor among all my half-brothers? I killed every last one of them, ensuring they could never dream of assassinating me again. Caesar, I told you that I would help you become emperor. Helena spoke firmly. I will take responsibility for those words. Caesar raised his sword, his eyes filled with determination. Again, Helena nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's more like it. Do your best to endure me, my student. The clanging of swords echoed outside. Our special lessons continued throughout the summer. Caesar improved with each passing day, though he showed no sign of becoming friendlier with the god. Helena said, tomorrow, I will intensify the training. Caesar asked here. Helena said, the two of us have done very well, haven't we? Agat stood beside them without a word, glaring at Caesar. Refusing to back down, Caesar glared right back at her. The two began another battle with their eyes. Helena thought, Caesar makes no attempt to hide how wary he is of Agat. When Helena ran off, Agat immediately followed. My lady, let us go together. As Agat ran, she looked back and stuck out her tongue at Caesar, making him shout angrily, hey you. Helena marveled. Agat isn't intimidated by the crown prince at all. She truly is the child I took in. Agat followed with a smile. My lady, allow me to wipe away your sweat. Caesar shouted, hey, stay away from Helena. A short while later, Agat poured tea for Helena and said, I hate him. Helena asked, are you talking about Caesar? Puffing out her cheeks, Agat widened her eyes and replied, yes. I can see through his wicked scheme to keep you all to himself. Helena thought, you two say exactly the same thing. Do you hate him because you are so alike? Elsewhere, Caesar was saying, I hate her. She wants to monopolize you. Get rid of her at once. Helena took a sip of tea. I will do as I please. I do not need to obey anyone else. Agat replied dejectedly, I know, but I'm very jealous when I see the three of you happily practicing swordsmanship together. Helena looked at Agat and wondered, does it look enjoyable? She recalled their training. Do you want to die on the battlefield? Keep going. Please, I'm exhausted. I can't take another step. Helena. No, get up at once. Helena reflected, so it can look like fun from the outside. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, would you like to learn swordsmanship? Agat answered shyly, oh, of course, but I know that is an unreasonable request. Helena set down her teacup. Nothing is impossible for me, Agat. Agat exclaimed excitedly, my lady, then. Helena continued, very well. If you want to learn, attend a swordsmanship school. Agat stared at her. What? Agat immediately dropped to her knees. No, I want to learn swordsmanship from you, my lady. Helena replied casually. Then the answer is no. I have no intention of taking another student. Those two are enough. Agat pleaded tearfully. May I at least watch from beside Lord Leonard? I will teach myself and promise never to disturb you. Helena thought, she looks even more miserable than when I hit her. That's right. When Caesar returns to the imperial palace, Leonard will need a rival. The difference between Leonard's ability and mine is far too great. If I train Agat properly, perhaps they can improve by competing with each other. Helena sighed. Very well then. Agat was moved to tears, and Helena continued, all right. When Caesar is not here, I will teach you swordsmanship. But if you cannot keep up with Leonard within 1 year, you must attend a swordsmanship school. Agat seemed to glow with happiness. Yes, please have faith in me, my lady. I'm determined to work hard. Helena, already exhausted, folded her arms. No, there is no need to prepare anything, she thought. At this rate, will I really end up opening a swordsmanship school? At that moment, I remembered Father's warning that I would become entangled in matters too troublesome to endure. Afterward, Agat and Caesar's relationship remained unchanged. I spent the entire summer teaching Caesar. No matter where he went, he would no longer be easily assassinated. With that, my role and responsibility were effectively complete. It had been somewhat troublesome, but I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the end of summer, Caesar returned to the imperial capital. The entire family came out to see him off. Helena sighed. I ended up working hard again without even realizing it. Caesar smiled. I will come back to visit you. Helena replied. That's more like it, Caesar. I've already trained you into a formidable monster, so there is nothing left to worry about. I plan to leisurely train the younger generation while enjoying a free life with my older brother and Agat. But as the years passed, all my plans dissolved into nothing. That winter, a visitor arrived. Please forgive me for coming without notice. My name is Rowena Everin. Helena and Leonard froze, wondering, what business could she have with us? This seems to be the first time we have met her. Rowena spoke. His Highness Caesar sent me. She held out a letter. His Highness asked me to deliver this to the two of you. Viscount No was originally supposed to come, but His Highness said the lady would run away if he sent someone she knew, so he sent me instead. Helena accepted the letter and thought, if I had known from the start that Caesar sent it, I would never have come out. Rowena had sought them out because, a few days earlier, the ducal household had received invitations to Caesar's investiture as crown prince. A few days earlier, at the ducal estate, Helena knitted as she said, he will be invested as crown prince this winter? Aren't such ceremonies usually held around the new year? Leonard appeared and replied, His Highness wants to hold the investiture ceremony together with his birthday celebration. It appears he personally petitioned His Majesty. Helena asked in surprise, his birthday? Caesar's birthday is in winter. Leonard replied, that is why His Highness's middle name is Winter, Helena. He would cry if he heard you say that. Helena raised one finger. In any case, we are still young, so it should be fine if we do not attend such a major event, right? Leonard smiled. Ah, you only want to avoid it because you find it troublesome, don't you? Helena answered, exactly. We could spend the whole day doing nothing and lazing around the empty estate without any adults. Agat immediately seized the opportunity. My lady, then please play with me. Back in the present, Helena put away the letter and thought, that's right. Of course I won't go. It might be different if this were merely an ordinary prince's investiture, but the grand ceremony to appoint the crown prince will surely be held in the distant capital. Honestly, I never expected this. She then said, I am afraid I have not yet reached the age for my social debut, so I will not be attending. Rowena replied, if that is what you think, my lady, I suggest that you examine the invitation more carefully. Helena froze. Examine it more carefully? She opened the letter, and her face filled with utter astonishment. The handwritten message read, if I announce at the banquet that my teacher once happily touched my thigh, everyone will surely be eager to learn the identity of Helena, the girl who enjoys touching other people's thighs. Don't you think? As soon as Helena finished reading, she crushed the letter in her hand. She abruptly stood and threw it into the fireplace. Leonard asked in alarm, Helena, what are you doing? Helena gave a cold laugh. Without an invitation, we cannot attend the banquet anymore, can we? Leonard stared at her blankly. Tajda, surprised, Rowena produced several more letters. To prepare for precisely this situation, His Highness instructed me to bring several spare copies. Leonard's mouth fell open, while Helena stared in absolute disbelief. She clenched her fists and trembled with rage. Helena asked, Brother, you are truly looking forward to this banquet, aren't you? Leonard asked nervously. Helena, are you planning to attend? Helena replied furiously, Yes. Of course we're going. I have to go if I want to see Caesar. She thought, once I meet him, I might as well kill him. Rowena adjusted her glasses. Wonderful. His Highness is greatly looking forward to seeing both of you there. As for the essential arrangements, I have already prepared everything for your formal social debut. Because time is limited, I did not seek out another designer. Instead, I contacted the designers directly and had formal attire prepared. Please review this design portfolio and make your selections. I will continue arranging everything else. I have also compiled a list of the nobles who will attend. Please familiarize yourselves with them beforehand. Leonard stared in disbelief. All of this. Rowena continued. His Highness ordered me to provide complete emotional and material support for your debut and ensure that it is absolutely flawless. Furthermore, I obtained His Grace the Duke's permission in advance. Helena felt as though she were about to collapse completely. Rowena's appearance had overturned every one of her plans. A servant immediately approached Helena. "With your permission, my lady, I will take your measurements." Helena crumpled in despair. While I was utterly overwhelmed by that woman's relentless preparations, the day of the investiture ceremony rapidly approached. On the day of the investiture ceremony, in the capital, the Duke and his wife addressed them. "Leonard, Helena, we will be attending the investiture ceremony, so the two of you may return to the annex after the banquet. As this is your first time attending an event like this, speak little and listen carefully." Leonard nodded. "Yes, father, I will remember." Helena asked in confusion, "Will you and mother not remain with us during the banquet?" The Duke turned away. "We have many people to visit during the day, so we will meet again at the annex afterward." Only then did Helena understand. So they're going around speaking to all the nobles. Standing beside her, Leonard said, "Let us go in together." Helena nodded. She thought, House Peresca may not need to participate directly in politics, but it is still a ducal house. Social gatherings like this are extremely important among the nobility. Even if the meetings involve nothing more than brief exchanges of pleasantries, factions are formed and information is exchanged through these conversations. After they entered, Leonard said, "I suppose that no matter how close we are to His Highness, we have no need to attend the investiture ceremony itself." Helena replied, "Yes." She thought, that is only natural. Supporting his sister as they continued walking, Leonard asked, "Then will we have a chance to meet His Highness?" "He will be busy enough merely greeting all the politicians." Helena fell silent in thought. Why did no one dare approach me during my own accession? They were probably all afraid after I purged the other princes. That makes sense. After all, I did not ascend the throne through legitimate means. Even so, there was one person, my only friend, Duke Erez Grey. In that uncomfortable atmosphere, my awkwardness gradually faded. He was the one who reached out to me first, and I was so happy then. Of course my heart raced, but that certainly would not happen now. Helena declared, "I will meet Caesar no matter what." Leonard asked, "Do you still want to meet His Highness that badly?" Helena replied, "Of course. After everything he has put me through, how could I not?" She clenched her fist, recalled the contents of the letter, and thought, "No matter what happens, I must kill that man." Leonard turned his head. "Is that so? Is that your only reason?" Helena asked, "Is there supposed to be another?" Leonard smiled. "No, Helena, you think your brother is the most wonderful person in the world, don't you?" Helena immediately replied, "Of course. My brother will always be the best." Looking at him, she thought, it is true. Even after combining my previous life with this one, I have never met a man more handsome or kind-hearted than Leonard. That's right. For the sake of my brother's social debut, I will temporarily set aside my plan to rip out Caesar's soul. Leonard supported her arm. "Gulme, the banquet is about to begin. In my previous life, I always despised banquets like this. I had no choice but to obey father and stand in an unnoticed corner." The banquet began. Even after several hundred years, the rules of banquets had not changed. Beauty and power remained the center of everyone's attention. That meant that the moment people saw Helena and her brother, they approached them to start conversations. "My lady, would you consider joining our reading circle? His Grace the Duke's investment in our family business will surely..." "My lord, I watched your swordsmanship match last time. We became the center of everyone's attention." Helena forced a smile. "It is a pleasure to meet such wonderful people." Inside, however, she grumbled, "This is unbearably annoying. Leonard seems to be handling himself well enough, so I should be able to slip away." She turned to those around her. "Please excuse me for a moment. I am somewhat embarrassed to admit this, but this is my first time attending an event like this, so I would like to rest for a while." What she truly wanted to say was, "Now all of you go away." When the young men saw that she wanted to leave, they immediately seized the opportunity. "Then allow me to escort you to the lounge. I'll bring you a drink." "No, please come with me. There is somewhere important I would like to show you." Helena was deeply troubled. What is wrong with these people? I have no good reason to refuse any of them. This is difficult. She stammered, well, no." Just then, Leonard stepped forward, took her hand, and came to her rescue. "My apologies, but I will escort my sister." Helena turned to her brother in surprise. Leonard smiled. making the young men shrink back slightly. Their faces fell. Of course, Helena breathed a sigh of relief. I am saved. A short while later, the siblings returned to the lounge. Helena collapsed into a seat. Thanks, Leonard. I really wanted to run away back there. Leonard laughed. Yes, I could tell. Helena, none of those brats bothered you, did they? She replied. No, they didn't. Helena was surprised by her brother's attitude. Even my angelic brother is calling them brats. Who did he learn that from? I'm the only person at the ducal estate who talks that way. Did I teach him? Leonard smiled, but his words were as sharp as knives. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me. I'll deal with every last one of them. Helena thought, this is the first time I've ever seen him act so aggressively. Leonard turned around. I'll go get you a drink. Helena waved him off. Hurry back. She thought, once he goes outside, those young ladies will surely keep him occupied for ages. Poor Leonard. Phew, it's so nice and quiet here. Now I can finally rest for a while. Before she could even begin to relax, someone else approached. Please forgive the intrusion, my lady. Helena opened one eye. What is it now? The way they've gathered together can't mean anything good. Helena promptly tried to send him away. If you're looking for my brother, you will find him in the hall. The young lady shook her head. No, I came to see you, Lady Pereska. My name is Dulika Rani. Helena immediately understood. If she is from House Rani, then she must belong to a branch of House below, the Empress's family. Her family and first Prince Caesar have long been at odds. Caesar tried to prevent the imperial consort from becoming empress, while the empress tried to prevent Caesar from becoming crown prince. Their factions were evenly matched and constantly fought, both openly and behind the scenes. I don't know what agreement they reached that allowed Caesar to become crown prince this year. Ordinarily, they should never be able to get along with Caesar, yet they still came. Helena asked suspiciously, do you have some business with me? Dulika stepped closer. I heard a rumor that you and His Highness the Crown Prince are extremely close. Helena replied, that's right. The others suddenly giggled. Goodness. Dulika placed a hand over her chest. My apologies, my lady. I never expected to hear such an absurd rumor from the person herself. Some nobles exchange only a few words with His Highness and immediately begin boasting that they are close to him. Helena calmly replied, naturally, there are people like that. She thought, why are these little girls trying to make trouble for me? The others mocked her again. Of course, my lady could never be such a person. After all, country folk are so simple and honest. They know nothing and are as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Helena thought, they aren't using poison or drawing swords. This level of provocation is almost adorable. Dulika stepped closer. However, my lady, I'm only saying these things because I am worried about you. Helena remained calm. What do you mean? I will be happy to listen. Dulika glared at her, leaned close to Helena's ear, and whispered threateningly, it appears you need to understand your place. How dare you spread such ridiculous rumors while wearing such a rustic dress? Do you not understand who His Highness is? After saying that, she splashed her entire glass of wine over Helena. She pretended to panic. Oh my, how terribly rude of me. What should I do? My hand slipped. Wine dripped from Helena's dress onto the floor. Dulika continued, you will have to change your dress, my lady. Fortunately, I brought a spare dress. I will lend it to you, so please come with me. The others joined in. That's right, my lady. Please accept Lady Ranti's kindness. Fury blazed within Helena. I cannot let them have their way. That spare dress is surely some old, tattered thing. But if I become angry with her, they will call me petty. Helena suddenly stood. It's all right, my lady. Your hand is wet as well. Come here, and let me wipe it for you. With that, Helena seized Dulika's hand, which was still holding the wine glass, and flung the wine straight into her face. Don't play games with me. I've lived 2 lifetimes. The 2 young ladies beside Dulika cried out in alarm. Lady Ranti, my lady, what are you doing? Helena's voice turned cold. Oh my, how terribly rude of me. My hand slipped. You are all generous people, so I am certain your kind and forgiving hearts will understand. You should let Lady Ranti wear that spare dress. How fortunate that you brought one. Also, thank you for your opinion of my dress. I will be certain to convey your insightful remarks to His Highness. Only then did Dulika panic. What? Helena swept her skirt aside and declared, His Highness chose this dress. Or rather, to be precise, it was chosen by Caesar's attendant, Rowena Everin. The others were so frightened that their mouths fell open wide enough to hold bowls. Lady Bapinga, Lady Hecto, Lady Rumbia. If you intend to scheme against someone, you should at least be clever about it. Thank you for taking such an interest in the banquet held by House Peresca. I will remember this and truthfully report everything to your families. Their faces immediately darkened. Their pale, frightened expressions were rather adorable. Then I shall take my leave. I hope we have another opportunity to meet, Lady Dulika Rani. Helena finished speaking and curtsied in farewell. Could this not be considered a memory from our youth as well? Even so, it would be best if we never met again, my innocent young ladies. Dulika ground her teeth in fury. Helena Peresca. After leaving, Helena tried to wipe away the stain. Her handkerchief was soaked, but the stain still would not come out. Helena finally threw it away. Forget it. I'll use this as an excuse to go to another room. Still, Lady Ranti seemed to be plotting something. House Ranti is quite powerful because of its close ties to the Empress. The Marquis also has a solid foundation in political circles, making his family a major faction. They're nothing like our family. What could someone from such a family gain by antagonizing House Peresca? Helena recalled Dulika's threat. I heard you have an unusually close relationship with His Highness the Crown Prince. How dare you spread such ridiculous rumors while wearing such a shabby dress? Do you not understand His Highness's status? Could she be in love with Caesar? If so, she is rather adorable, though the way she expresses her jealousy is not adorable at all. While Helena was lost in thought, an announcement rang out. His Highness Crown Prince Caesar Grey has arrived. Hearing the commotion, Helena turned around. The guest of honor has finally appeared. Perfect timing. I can take this opportunity to see what he looks like now. It had begun snowing again. Helena walked over to the window. A gentle breeze blew past. The scenery was already beautiful, but Helena was even more beautiful. She opened the window and looked outside. A magnificent castle stood bathed in gentle sunlight. Whether a dress looks rustic or beautiful depends on the person wearing it. In my previous life, I never cared much about clothes or jewelry. Before becoming a sovereign, I spent all my time on the battlefield. Even after ascending the throne, I often wore armor. But I have no fond memories of the imperial capital. I don't know why I keep remembering those days. Just then, someone suddenly approached. Found you. Helena turned around in surprise. Caesar? Why are you here? Caesar smiled. When I didn't see you there, master, I asked around and learned that you were here. Helena hesitated. Well, my dress got a little dirty. Caesar replied. Is that so? I thought you found the banquet troublesome and came here to hide. Helena answered without hesitation. Of course. That is also one of the reasons. Caesar laughed loudly. Ah, you truly haven't changed, Helena. Helena asked suspiciously. Is it really all right for the guest of honor to be hiding here? Caesar replied. I have already greeted everyone, so it is fine if I remain here for a while. Seeing him tremble slightly, Helena thought, I intended to give Caesar a stern lecture about that letter when I saw him. But now that I see how exhausted he is from preparing everything I wanted to say has vanished. Only now does it truly feel real. He has safely become crown prince. Caesar, Helena promptly complained, you're so arrogant. You've even grown taller than me. Caesar replied, I was already taller than you. Helena sighed, but you don't have to make me look up at you like this. Caesar grinned smugly. Is that so? Having to look up at your student must be quite irritating. Caesar leaned his face close to hers. Is this better? Embarrassed, Helena pushed his face away. Now you're too close, Caesar grumbled. Then what do you want me to do? Do you expect me to kneel? Helena immediately agreed. Oh, that would not be bad. I would rather look down at you. Go ahead and kneel. Caesar stared at her. What? You are unbelievable. Are you satisfied now, master? Helena gave him a meaningful smile. This is perfect. Helena stepped forward and gently covered his eyes with both hands. If anyone saw the crown prince kneeling, they would surely be terrified. But if I look into his eyes, I fear I won't be able to say anything. She then offered him her blessing. Caesar, happy 18th birthday. Thank you for coming into this world. Helena's face turned red, and even her hands flushed. But Caesar said nothing, making Helena speak again in embarrassment. Say something. I'm about to die of embarrassment. Caesar smiled. Thank you. He took her hand. The truth is, I came looking for you because I wanted to hear those words. Helena snorted. If you went back to the banquet hall, you could hear many more people say them. Caesar immediately refused. They only have meaning if I hear them from you personally. Caesar held her hand tightly. I was born for you, Helena. Helena fell silent. She could feel Caesar's breath with every word he spoke. All she could do was quietly embrace him. He says he was born for me? What a stubborn and desperately lonely student. Thank you for being born into this world, a world in which I exist, Caesar. There would be 3 days of rest after the banquet. Sitting at the dining table, Leonard asked Helena, "What do you want to do during these 3 days?" Helena answered as if it were obvious. "I want to go home and sleep." Leonard burst out laughing. "I knew you would say that." Helena asked curiously, "Are you planning to attend social gatherings like Mother? You received a great many invitations from young ladies at the banquet." Leonard lifted his teacup. "No, I have wanted to train with the knights for some time. Since I am already in the capital, I want to take this opportunity to test myself there." Helena exclaimed, "Goodness, what an exemplary student and admirable brother. Then the residence will be completely empty. Wonderful. I can roll around as much as I want and sleep to my heart's content." That evening, the saying that shameless persistence beats good looks proved true once again. Caesar appeared out of nowhere. "Master, I came to spend time with you." Helena's face turned as dark as a storm cloud. "Good grief. My wonderful dream has gone up in smoke." Helena angrily pointed at him and shouted, "You are the crown prince. How can you possibly have time to sit around here?" Caesar calmly replied, "I have been so busy these past few days that I have barely slept, so forgive the intrusion." Helena roared, "Then go to sleep." Caesar pointed upstairs. "I heard that Leonard was planning to train with the knights today." Helena seethed with anger. "This brat has completely stopped listening to me." Meanwhile, Caesar continued leisurely, "That means you were surely planning to lie around and do nothing. That is why I personally came here to spend time with you." Helena immediately opened the door and threw him out. "Have a safe journey, Caesar. I won't see you off." Caesar shouted, "Hey, Helena, why are you being so rough? This is too much. Were you planning to celebrate my birthday with words alone? Consider spending the day with me, my birthday present." Helena froze. "A birthday present? Good grief. What present you want? You'll be satisfied as long as I give you something, right?" Caesar asked in surprise. "Really? Then could you build me an estate in a seaside city?" A short while later, an attendant asked, "Your Highness, will you truly be all right without us?" Caesar turned around. "I can look after myself, so none of you need to follow me." Helena clutched her head with a gloomy expression. "It ended up like this again. That cunning brat. Is it really acceptable for the crown prince to go around without attendants? Did I train him to become too strong?" Caesar suddenly took her hand. "Let's go, Helena." Helena pulled her hand away. "Wait, why are you holding my hand?" Caesar replied, "So you won't run away halfway through." Helena snapped, "There is no need to worry. Now that things have reached this point, how could I possibly escape?" Caesar remembered their trip to the fair. "How can I trust you? When we went to the fair before, you abandoned me and disappeared. Don't you remember?" Helena was speechless and could not refute him. Caesar smiled triumphantly. Helena stared at him in silence. "Fine, I will let you have your way today." Caesar urged her, "Helena, come look at this." Helena replied, "All right." She had no other choice, since this was supposed to be his birthday present. A short while later, the two entered an elegant restaurant. A server brought them a pot of tea. "Please enjoy your meal." Helena began, Caesar. Caesar looked at her curiously. "What is it?" Burdened with a mountain of purchases, Helena frowned. "Why did you buy everything for me? Isn't today your birthday?" Caesar took a sip of tea. "So what? Buying things for you makes me much happier." Helena continued. "Even so, we came out because of you. Please buy something for yourself." Caesar smiled. "I only use custom-made items from craftsmen, so I do not need anything from these shops." Helena's face fell. What rotten luck. She picked up a piece of cake. "Is there truly nothing you want to buy, aside from an estate?" Caesar smiled. "If it were possible, I would buy you, Helena." Helena frowned as she ate. "Do you want to die?" Her question made Caesar laugh uncontrollably. Helena sighed and thought, when did this brat become so devious? In the past, a joke like that would have made him furious. The older he gets, the worse his personality becomes. At least he has a handsome face. Perhaps the atmosphere of the imperial capital is bad for him. Caesar asked, "What did you think of yesterday's banquet?" Helena replied, "It was nothing special. At first, I merely showed my face. After that, I stayed in the lounge, and then you kept following me everywhere." Resting his chin on his hand, Caesar continued, "Did you not make any friends? That is just like you, but it is also rather serious." Helena thought irritably, "What does that have to do with you, brat?" Caesar then became solemn. "No young nobleman caused you trouble, did they?" Helena raised her teacup to her lips. "No." Suddenly, she remembered something. Caesar flinched. "Someone did." Helena continued, "Now that you mention it, I became acquainted with Lady Ranty." Caesar asked suspiciously, "Lady Ranty?" I see. House Ranty. Caesar rested his chin on his hand and sank into thought. Helena thought, of course. House Ranty belongs to the Empress's faction, yet I carelessly brought it up. I need to change the subject. She looked toward the pile of purchases. Oh, Caesar, there is something I want to give you. Caesar raised his head. Helena took out a gift box. I originally planned to give this to you at the banquet, but it seems so insignificant compared to the other gifts you received, so I decided to give it to you now. Caesar immediately became flustered. What is it? Is it truly for me? Really? Can I open it? Helena nodded. It is only a small present, so do not expect too much. Caesar opened the box. Inside was a scarf. His eyes widened as he stared at it. Then he said, Helena, your sense of style is terrible. It looks like a tattered rag. Helena immediately lunged forward to snatch it back. You brat, then give it back. Caesar wrapped the scarf around his neck. But this is my favorite of all the gifts I received. Helena sighed. Liar, you like it more than all the treasures you received at the banquet. Caesar gently stroked the scarf and replied, those treasures were not given to me. They were gifts to the imperial family. But this belongs to me alone. This is the best gift of all. Thank you. Helena took one look at his expression and immediately understood. Having known Caesar for so long, she could tell that he was genuinely happy. She said, I never knew you liked woolen scarves so much. Your tastes are stranger than I thought. Caesar could not stop grinning. He laughed more joyfully than ever. That's right. I love it. I love it enough to trade my life for it. Even so, don't trade your life for that woolen scarf. Caesar kept laughing. Stop, Helena. This is too funny. Helena asked in confusion. What are you laughing at? The older my student gets, the harder he is to understand. That night, I returned in a different carriage from the one the Duke had mentioned back in the countryside. The capital at night was dazzlingly bright. It was as prosperous as ever. 500 years ago, I spent countless nights in this city. What makes them seem more beautiful now? Why do I feel this way? Caesar had fallen asleep, so Helena tried to wake him. Hey, Caesar, wake up. We're almost at the imperial palace. Caesar continued, breathing evenly and snoring while his stomach rumbled. Just how exhausted is he? You should have rested a little before coming to see me. She sat down beside him, then shook him awake. Caesar, wake up. We're almost there. Caesar drowsily opened his eyes. Helena? Good grief. At that exact moment, the carriage struck a rock beside the road. The carriage lurched, and neither of them could keep their balance. There was a loud crash, and the coachman exclaimed, Oh, my. Inside the carriage, the inevitable happened. Their eyes met, and their lips collided rather forcefully. Mortified, Helena covered her face and pushed him away. The coachman called out, Oh, my apologies. This road is quite treacherous. Helena panicked. We crashed into each other. There was nothing romantic about it. If anything, we nearly knocked each other's teeth out. Helena exclaimed, This can't be happening. Caesar was trembling in disbelief as well. He said tearfully that trick didn't work. Helena's teeth were throbbing too. What? Caesar shouted. I said it didn't work. Helena snapped back. So what? She fumed inwardly. You idiot. Do you hate touching me that much? The carriage had now reached its destination. The coachman approached and said, We have arrived. Helena immediately shoved open the door. I'll go on ahead. Caesar shouted, Good grief, Helena! As she ran off, she cursed him inwardly. That infuriating man. Helena quickly ran back into the estate, while Caesar remained seated in the carriage. His lips were burning. He murmured, Helena. Meanwhile, Leonard noticed Helena's lips and asked, Helena, what happened to your lips? They're swollen. Helena flinched. What? Is it that obvious? She stammered, Well, the carriage lurched, so I bumped them. No, I bit my own lip. Leonard studied her face and said worriedly, Your face is red too. Are you coming down with something? Should I call a doctor? Helena's face grew even redder. This is so embarrassing. What is wrong with me? Helena immediately looked away. No, it's nothing. I'll be fine after some rest. I'll go to bed early. Leonard was confused. What? But Helena's heart pounded. I'm sorry for lying to you, brother, but I can't tell you that I kissed Caesar. I only reacted that way because I was so angry. I need to return to headquarters as soon as possible. I won't run into Caesar there. I'll forget this ever happened and stop thinking about it. 2 days later, heavy snow blanketed the entire capital. It looks like I'll have to postpone my plans because of this. Helena sighed. At the same time, Hamilton was grumbling incessantly. Your Highness, I told you that the coronation rehearsal begins at noon. But what I mean is, you trained all morning and were drenched in sweat. How can you claim you didn't train when you're sweating like that? Honestly, this is maddening. Hamilton pointed at Caesar. No, you must dress properly. How can you refuse to wear it? Caesar said nothing and merely looked at Helena. Helena took a sip of tea and thought, these people barged into the estate first thing in the morning. Why do they always cling to me and cause trouble? Please just go home. Leonard was the only one taking Hamilton's side, but did they really need to come here? Normally, I wouldn't mind listening to Hamilton's complaints. Hamilton continued, in any case, His Highness is breaking my heart, my lady. Please say something. Helena coldly replied, Caesar is obviously the villain here. I don't know the full story, but it must be Caesar's fault. Caesar immediately protested. My fault? What is that supposed to mean? Hamilton said tearfully, I knew you would understand my suffering, my lady. Helena nodded. You've endured a great deal all this time. Hamilton's eyes filled with tears. It's all right. It isn't time for me to give up yet. Caesar snorted. I'm not stopping you. If you want to leave, then go. Hamilton immediately turned around. Don't say such things. Look at that. How can you be so heartless toward me? A few days ago, you abandoned me and disappeared. I don't know what you bit, but your lips are swollen. The two people involved immediately panicked. Caesar shouted, be quiet. Shut your mouth. Helena also cried out, stop talking. Don't mention that. Hamilton stared at them blankly. Why are you both suddenly so agitated? Now that I look closely, my lady's lips seem a little swollen too. Helena flinched guiltily when he mentioned her. Hamilton grew suspicious. Could it be? They both blurted out, no, it's not what you think. Hamilton looked bewildered. I haven't even said anything yet. Both of them stared tensely at Hamilton as sweat poured down their faces. Helena thought in embarrassment, this is so mortifying that I overreacted. I absolutely cannot let this blabbermouth find out. She stammered, well, do you know that there's a Boulogne monastery on this estate? Hamilton gasped. What? The scribes of Boulogne Monastery are renowned for their magnificent calligraphy. You understand what I mean, don't you? The books here are incredibly valuable. Helena pulled him away. I'll take you to see them. Let's go. Hamilton happily followed. What an honor. What an honor. Caesar snapped back to his senses. Helena, I'll come too. Helena immediately turned and glared at him. The two of us will be enough. You stay here. She fumed inwardly. You idiot. I've been trying to avoid you. If the man who kissed me keeps following us, how am I supposed to act? Hamilton placed a hand over his chest and declared, Your Highness, please wait here for a moment. Too many noisy visitors could damage those valuable books. Caesar froze. Helena stared at him without blinking. Caesar recalled how she had covered her mouth after their lips touched. He turned away. Fine, do as you please. Hamilton eagerly hurried off. Then let us go, my lady. Caesar remained lost in thought as he turned away. Helena was worried about him and glanced back. That idiot. Caesar silently gazed into the distance, seemingly deep in thought. My heart hurts. A short while later, Helena and Hamilton went inside. Hamilton's eyes lit up with excitement. Am I truly allowed to look at such precious books? This is an incredible honor, my lady. While Hamilton carefully turned the pages, Helena stood beside him with a pout. How could he read for so long without getting bored? It seems he's completely absorbed in those books. But why did Caesar look so hurt? I only did all this to conceal what happened between us. Every time it comes up, I just want to shout that nothing happened. She then asked, His Highness seems busy preparing for the coronation. Is it really all right for him to be here? Hamilton replied, Normally, it wouldn't be. But Helena sighed. This must be difficult. Caesar is clearly being forced to make public appearances. Hamilton suddenly said, To tell the truth, I came here today under the pretext of complaining to you, my lady. Helena asked in surprise, What? You did, Lord Viscount. Hamilton continued, His Highness is so anxious about the coronation that he cannot sleep. I wanted him to relax a little. My lady, do you know why they are holding a banquet before the coronation? Helena thought for a moment. I heard that His Highness plans to attend that banquet as well. Hamilton turned another page and replied, That is the official announcement, but to be precise, they're trying to complete everything as quickly as possible. Helena was startled. The coronation was supposed to take place in winter, not at the new year. They're even holding the banquet early. Is all of this meant to accelerate the schedule? The reason they're in such a hurry must be, she said gravely, the imperial consort will soon be crowned empress. Hamilton nodded. If the imperial consort became empress, House Valega's power would grow even further. When that happened, the one contending for the position of crown prince might not be Caesar, but the empress's youngest son. Helena finally understood. So that's why. No wonder father has been so busy with social engagements lately. House Peresca has formally decided to support Caesar. Our family lives far from the capital, so news does not reach us quickly. Hamilton continued, if you wish, my lady, I could serve as your source of information. Helena pointed to herself with a laugh. You must be joking. Why me instead of my father or older brother? Hamilton merely shrugged without answering. Seeing this, she thought, so Hamilton has always regarded me as an adult. She then asked in confusion, why are you telling me all this? Hamilton turned another page and hummed thoughtfully. Well, my lady, consider it repayment for allowing me to see these precious books today. Helena fell into thought. That is certainly quite a substantial repayment. Now that I've learned they are rushing the coronation, I could simply pretend that I know nothing. But if this concerns my student, that changes everything. Helena abruptly rose and left. I'll be going now. She went to the drawing room, pushed open the door, and found Caesar sleeping. He lives in the largest and most magnificent palace in the empire. Yet he can sleep so soundly in my little home. Does he have nowhere else to rest besides my house? I said that I would make him emperor, even though I understand better than anyone what the imperial throne entails. Have I placed a terrible curse upon him? If something is wrong, tell me. Stop carrying everything alone and pretending nothing happened. I told you that you could act spoiled or even boast to me, didn't I? I know you don't want to learn about those things, but at least consider how guilty I'll feel when I discover them too late. You stubborn fool. Caesar woke up and sprang upright. Helena, when did you return? Helena straightened up as well. Just now. I was going to draw on your face, but I failed. Caesar reacted strongly. Good grief. I suppose I shouldn't sleep too deeply around you. Helena continued, I was joking. You can sleep peacefully whenever you're with me. Caesar stared at her for a moment, then smiled brightly. All right, I will. Their eyes met, and they gazed deeply at each other. Caesar reached out and stroked her lips. This wound still hasn't healed. His gaze was tender. Caesar gently touched Helena's cheek, then kissed her, startling Helena. Something had just happened so naturally that she barely noticed it. Caesar stroked her hair and said, Helena, may I kiss you? Helena clutched his sleeve. You're supposed to ask before you do it. Caesar moved closer. Then we can start over. She wondered, is it truly all right to do this with my student? But in these troubled and uncertain times, perhaps I can indulge my curiosity and try it once. That is all a first kiss is. As long as it feels right, it doesn't matter who it is with. For either of us, it shouldn't be a big deal. After the snow stopped, Leonard and I were able to leave the capital as planned. Hamilton and Rowena came to see us off, but Caesar did not appear. Inside the carriage, Leonard asked, You must miss them a great deal. Helena blinked. What? He continued, I mean a god. She wasn't given permission, so she couldn't come with us. Helena smiled. Oh yes, of course I miss her. You must miss her a great deal too. 3 summers had passed since Caesar became crown prince. When Leonard last trained with the knights, one of the knights pointed at him and said, That fair-skinned young man is training here too? Aren't all the members of the Crimson Knights supposed to look terrifying? Their training is 100 times harder than normal. What are we going to do? I nearly fainted before we even began. Leonard wiped away his sweat with a brilliant smile. The knight's training truly was grueling. He was an exceptional talent. Even the knight commander began to see him in a new light, and Leonard was admitted to the officer academy. Thanks to that, I only get to see him once a month. Although Caesar visited the Peresca ducal estate every summer, he could no longer stay as long as before. The more power he gained, the less freedom he had. Agathe, meanwhile, had become obsessed with swordsmanship, and the blisters on her hands never had time to heal. It was a little sad that she thought swordsmanship was the only common ground she had with me. In truth, however, she was working hard to prove that she would never betray me and to improve her abilities. It was now the 4th summer since then. As expected, Caesar visited the Peresca ducal estate again, bringing something rather troublesome with him. Helena looked at the paper in her hand. A swordsmanship tournament hosted by the imperial family? Caesar continued. It is held once every 4 years. She asked in confusion, Why are you giving this to me? Isn't this kind of tournament merely an opportunity for nobles to display their talents? Caesar explained, The entry rules have changed this year. Originally, only those with the title of knight were eligible to compete. This year, however, even commoners may participate. Since it is hosted by the imperial family, there are no other restrictions on entry. Many of the finest fighters will undoubtedly flock to it. It should be interesting, master. Helena rested her chin on her hand. This is quite tempting. Leonard needs more practical combat experience anyway. What a wonderful sister I am, always worrying about my brother. Leonard noticed her staring and asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" At that moment, Agathe arrived with a plate of pastries. "I brought chocolate rice cakes for dessert." Caesar immediately complained, "Good grief, why chocolate again? Everything is so sweet. It doesn't taste good at all." Agathe calmly replied, "Oh yes. Your Highness does not like sweets, does he? I will prepare egg rice cakes according to your preferences. Of course, I'll only make them after your Highness leaves the Peresca ducal estate. They're as bad as each other." Caesar's cheeks puffed up in anger. "You really are." The two glared at each other like drawn daggers. Watching them, Helena thought, these two children are both so stubborn. In that respect, they suit each other rather well. Helena interrupted their glaring contest. "If even commoners can participate, then Agathe can enter too." Agathe's ears perked up, and she became extremely excited. "Really?" Helena asked Caesar. "So you brought this for Agathe?" They argue noisily every day. They really do care about each other. Caesar immediately shouted, "Are you insane? That's not why." Helena continued, "His Highness brought this news for you. Isn't that wonderful, Agathe?" That sharp-tongued Agathe has nothing good about her except her devotion to my lady. Helena asked curiously, "Aren't you interested in the tournament, Agathe?" Agathe's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "Actually, I would very much like to go." Helena smiled. "That's more like it, Agathe." Agathe then turned to Caesar and stiffly forced out each word. "Thank you, your Highness." Caesar frowned. "Then you're going to enter, aren't you?" He sighed. "In any case, all of you should give it a try. It will be a good opportunity for master students to test their strength against one another. I don't want to be the only one participating." Leonard laughed. "Of course, it would be lonely to compete alone." Helena took a bite of her pastry. "Why say it like you're being forced?" Caesar replied helplessly, "Didn't you know? The crown prince is required to participate without exception." Helena asked curiously, "Really? Since when?" Leonard explained from beside her. "Ever since House Grey secured the throne for Emperor Dante, the sword has been one of the imperial family symbols. That is why His Highness had to learn swordsmanship from an early age." Helena slowly chewed her pastry as she thought, "Was this tradition established because I was too exceptional in my previous life? The butterfly effect truly is terrifying. I only did it to make a living. In any case, this is also an opportunity to see how much the three of you have improved." Helena then made her decision. "Very well. The three of you can go there and sweep aside the competition." The three of them naturally agreed, smiling with complete confidence in themselves. That night, the carriage was ready, and Caesar was preparing to leave. Helena approached and asked, "Why don't you stay the night and leave tomorrow? Traveling by carriage at night is dangerous." Caesar looked surprised. "Why? I deliberately waited until this late, so I could leave quietly. I only stopped by on my way back to Salisbury, so I must return quickly." As Caesar spoke, Helena approached him. "So becoming crown prince really does keep you busy." Caesar replied, "It's all right. I expected this." Helena asked emotionally, "Will your Highness not be staying at the ducal estate this summer either?" She remembered how, in the past, this would have been the time when he stayed at the ducal estate. Caesar looked at her, smiled, and apologized. Hearing that, she thought, that was a pointless question. Of course he is busy. Now I sound as though I am complaining. To be precise, ever since what happened between us that day, 3 years ago, I have gradually begun to feel an indescribable awkwardness. Neither of us ever brought up what happened then. Perhaps I was afraid our relationship would change too quickly. Yet because of our separate circumstances, we gradually drifted apart anyway, which made it all the more regrettable. Then Caesar's next words surprised Helena. "Oh, you said at the banquet that you were close to Lady Ranty, did you not? Have you received any social invitations from her family?" Helena asked suspiciously. "From House Ranty? Why do you ask?" Caesar replied, "It merely occurred to me." Helena's suspicions grew. There is no way it simply occurred to him for no reason. Something must be happening with House Ranty. And then there is Lady Ranty, who is always causing trouble out of nowhere. Since I am going to the capital for the swordsmanship tournament, I should secretly ask Hamilton about it. Caesar turned away. "Well, it is good that you have not received anything. I should be going." With that, Caesar left. This was supposedly a farewell for the crown prince, yet it felt so desolate. After hearing that the previous banquet had been arranged in haste and the ceremonies had been carelessly rushed through, I understood why my student had been driven into such a difficult position by the Empress. Perhaps I only became irritable because I was worried he was being mistreated. Before they parted, Helena told Caesar, "If anyone ever makes you suffer, you may tell me at any time." Caesar immediately turned back and smiled brightly. Helena, I am your student, after all. Helena thought, that is true. I taught him never to let anyone beat him, no matter where he went. Then she smiled and replied, I mean that it is all right for you to seek comfort from me. Caesar stepped toward her. All right, you said I could seek comfort from you, master. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her. Helena asked awkwardly, wait, what are you doing? Caesar replied, Master said I could seek comfort from you. If I am to endure all those hardships, I need to recharge my energy. Helena was at a loss with him. He truly was a strange man. She gently patted his back. Go on then. Recharge as much as you need. Caesar smiled until his eyes curved. Thank you, master. Helena also rested against his shoulder. All right, my student. After that, the carriage finally departed. If this sincere affection was what he wanted, I could give him as much as he needed. I will give him everything without holding anything back. Come to me whenever you wish, my dear student. 1 month after that day, the three of us arrived at our residence in the capital to participate in the swordsmanship tournament. Helena's parents were overjoyed. You came to the capital willingly? Our Helena is finally showing some enthusiasm for life. Wonderful. This is truly wonderful. Since you're already here, you should take part in some social events as well. Forget socializing. I do not even have any enthusiasm. Still, my parents look so happy, so I suppose I will let them think what they want. There was one other person who looked delighted. It was none other than our Goth. She had just arrived from the countryside and was staring in amazement at the magnificent, crowded city. Helena approached her. Agat, the capital is incredible, is it not? Agat immediately turned around. Ah, yes, my lady. I thought I would grow old without ever getting the chance to visit the capital. So everything here feels extraordinary. Look, my lady, so many carriages travel over these roads, yet not a single paving stone is broken. Seeing her adorable reaction, Helena thought, so that is what astonishes her. What a sweet girl. Agat pointed toward the imperial palace. What do you think of that magnificent wall, my lady? What kind of people could possibly live in a place like that? Helena thought, that is where Caesar, whom you despise so much, lives. It is also where I lived 500 years ago. Like a child, Agat pointed at a dragon statue in the distance. Do you see that dragon statue, my lady? It is enormous and majestic, is it not? Helena said in surprise. Oh, that was erected to commemorate my defeat of the evil dragon Ruzek. Everything this girl sees seems new to her. It feels as though I'm taking a puppy out for a walk. Agat happily ran off, seeing that she was still so excited on the eve of her first tournament. Leonard could not help feeling slightly worried. He turned to Helena. It seems you have bought quite a lot for Agat today. Helena laughed. Honestly, you want to talk. Whenever Agat receives a gift, her eyes nearly pop out of her head. I merely find it amusing. Leonard replied, yes. To be honest, so do I. Agat clenched her fists. Thank you, my lady, young master. I will do my very best. Even if I cannot win, I will give it everything I have so that I do not disgrace my lady. Helena spoke up. What are you talking about? Since we have come all this way, you must win. I said we would sweep aside everyone, remember? Agat immediately responded with enthusiasm. You are right, my lady. I will advance with victory as my goal. Helena smiled stiffly. Exactly. That is the spirit you need. Leonard also laughed cheerfully. You may lack enthusiasm, but you certainly do not lack confidence. Helena closed her eyes. Naturally, I may find it troublesome, but since we are participating, we must win. Leonard replied. Then I will also do my best for you, Helena. Helena thought. It is rare to see Leonard this confident. But of course we must win. Whose students do they think those three are? The winner will undoubtedly be one of my 3 students. She suddenly looked at the clock and paused. Ah, I only just noticed the time. Leonard, I arranged to meet someone here, so I need to leave for a while. Leonard exclaimed. What? A date? With whom? Helena asked in confusion. Why are you so surprised? I'm only going to see Viscount Hamilton. Leonard sensed that something was unusual. No, that is not what I meant. Do you not normally find meeting people troublesome? Helena turned her face away. That is true, but she thought, he has a point. What good will it do me to learn about the connection between House Ranty and Caesar? Then she said, in any case, the carriage has already been called, so I cannot cancel. I will be back soon. A short while later, Hamilton said, My lady, I was quite surprised that you wished to meet me. Helena replied, There is something I wish to ask you. Hamilton said in surprise, Have you finally decided to employ me as your intelligence agent? Helena shook her head. No, I have absolutely no interest in politics. Hamilton looked as though he had been struck by lightning. But why? Helena thought. This man truly wants to drag me into the political struggle. I cannot lower my guard around him. Hamilton coughed and regained his composure. Then what are you curious about, my lady? Helena replied. I want to ask how much you know about House Randy. Hamilton froze when he heard that. What did you do to House Ranty, my lady? Noticing his reaction, Helena contemplated for a moment before speaking. You did not ask whether I knew anything about them. You asked what I had done to them. Hamilton smiled awkwardly. That was a slip of the tongue. Helena said meaningfully, it seems you are not suited to being an intelligence agent after all. He laughed. Haha, that appears to be true. Where should I begin? Do you know that the current empress wishes to make her biological son, Prince Ran, the crown prince? Helena nodded and thought, rather than saying I knew, it would be more accurate to say I had guessed. Hamilton continued, now that His Highness Caesar has become crown prince, he will not be able to die suddenly without raising suspicion. The Empress's biological son can no longer become crown prince immediately. In that case, she must wait until His Highness Caesar ascends the throne before Prince Ran can possibly become crown prince. But if His Highness Caesar has an heir, even that will not be easy. Influence within the imperial palace has already shifted toward the crown prince. If this continues, it will become even harder for the empress to place Ran in that position. Therefore, she will want to install one of her people in a crucial role. Helena immediately understood and continued for him. Naturally, she wants Dulika Randy to become crown princess. Hamilton replied, this has been in motion for quite some time. Helena thought, now I finally understand that abrupt declaration of war. It may be tedious, but in the end, it is nothing more than political intrigue. Helena asked, it is nearly time to discuss His Highness Caesar's marriage, is it not? Hamilton said in surprise, you are much calmer than I expected, my lady. Helena raised her wine glass. There is nothing particularly surprising about it. I have always been sensitive to matters involving imperial marriages. She thought, even though I remained unmarried until the day I died. Hamilton suddenly proposed, if you wish to become crown princess, we have sufficient manpower to support you. What do you think? Helena calmly took a sip of wine. I did not want to. Hamilton's mouth fell open. What? Why? You could become empress in the future. Helena sighed, because being empress would also be extremely troublesome. Hamilton exclaimed, you consider that troublesome too? Nothing works. You reject everything, and now you dislike even this. Helena shook her head and calmly thought, I was once a ruler myself. Why should I now become the wife of one? It would be far too troublesome. Hamilton sank into deep despair. Of course, that is simply the kind of person she is. Helena thought, in any case, when marriage negotiations are about to begin, what could that fool Caesar possibly have been thinking when he kissed me? Helena frowned. The formal discussion of candidates for crown princess was about to begin. Afterward, Hamilton bid Helena farewell and departed. Sitting in the carriage, she could not stop thinking. No matter who becomes Caesar's wife, even if it is merely to attract attention, we will find it difficult to remain close from now on. I think I feel a little bitter. At last, the swordsmanship tournament arrived. The atmosphere was extraordinarily lively. The 16 contestants who had passed yesterday's preliminaries were about to begin. Please take your seats. The seats for the young ladies are on this side. Helena looked around. Since the imperial family organized this, I am no longer concerned about the contestants' skill levels. The stands are already packed. Should I follow the guide and sit on the first level? The view here is clearer than it would be from the terrace. As soon as Helena sat down, someone else took the seat beside her. Helena turned and wondered, who dresses in such a flowing, delicate gown to watch a swordsmanship tournament? Enemies truly were destined to meet. The person sitting beside her was Dulika. Upon seeing Helena, Dulika flinched and cried out in alarm, ah! Dulika immediately turned to leave. I think I should sit somewhere else. Helena caught her by the arm. Oh my, Lady Dulika Randy, what could possibly make it so inconvenient for you to sit here that you must change seats? Helena then pulled Dulika back into her chair. Helena greeted her with a smile. It has been a long time. Dulika trembled and panted. Yes, I hope you have been well, my lady. Helena patted her shoulder. Why are you so nervous? Thanks to you, I have been perfectly well. Smile, my lady. Do not spoil the atmosphere. People might misunderstand and think we do not get along. Seeing Dulika's expression, Helena thought, this young lady is mentally fragile. Does she truly intend to enter the imperial family and fight for influence? I already know the outcome without needing to see it. Dulika's face darkened as she forced herself to laugh. Helena asked with a smile. Is that not right? Dulika also struggled to keep laughing. Yes. Helena smiled and thought, this foolish little girl is rather adorable. I suppose foolishness is a kind of illness too. Meanwhile, Dulika continued hiding her face behind her fan. A bell rang, signaling the beginning of the final stage of the swordsmanship tournament. The atmosphere was electric, and the nobles had taken their seats. The swordsmen began their matches. To the nobility, the contest was tense, thrilling, and captivating. However, everyone stared in astonishment. Where did that female swordsman come from? She looks so young, yet her movements are remarkably swift and agile. Helena remembered Agata's child. I want to learn swordsmanship so I can protect you, my lady. Agata had wanted to learn practical swordsmanship, and throughout her training, she had shown remarkable effort. It would be unfortunate if Agata were eliminated, but after this match, she would certainly gain many admirers. Helena applauded and cheered for her. Seeing her beloved lady supporting her, Agata was overjoyed. This time, everyone began talking about Leonard. Is that the son of Duke Pereska? I heard he is a genius and has won every match he has fought so far. He plans to apply to the Military Officer Academy now, does he not? He certainly has a brilliant future ahead of him. Leonard's match began immediately, but it seemed to end almost as quickly. His opponent was knocked down. I concede. Even Helena was astonished. Unbelievable. It only took him 2 moves. A voice echoed throughout the arena. Leonard Pereska is victorious. Leonard smiled brightly and extended a hand toward his opponent. You fought well. Watching the scene, Helena guessed that letters from young ladies would soon be piled high throughout his home. Now only one final result remained. The victor is crowned Prince Caesar Grey. The crowd buzzed, saying that he had not even needed to use his other hand. He fought in his own distinctive way, making his movements both fierce and beautiful. The rumors were true. He really is a gray wolf. No wonder everyone calls him that. His murderous aura sent chills down my spine. Where did he learn such ruthless swordsmanship? Helena remained silent and thought. Unfortunately for you, I was the one who taught him. What do these people think swordsmanship is? A sword is a weapon for killing. Of course it carries murderous intent. Leonard Pereska is victorious. The championship match is about to begin. Leonard Pereska will face His Highness crowned Prince Caesar Grey. Contestants, please prepare. Begin. The two immediately clashed. Helena thought, no matter who wins, one of my students will be victorious. She said cheerfully, His Highness's swordsmanship is remarkably graceful and elegant, is it not, Lady Ranty? Dulika looked startled. Pardon. Helena continued commenting on the match. His technique is terrifyingly overwhelming, but is not the true flower of swordsmanship, the sword's greatest allure, found in the way it dances along the boundary between life and death. Only then did Dulika begin to pay attention. Yes, now that you mention it, my lady, I believe you are right. Helena continued. You should understand beneath whose blade those weaklings are being protected. Hearing that, the two people sitting behind them flinched. Dulika hesitantly asked, so you mean His Highness is extremely skilled, correct? Helena was rendered speechless. This girl does not understand a word I am saying, yet she wants to engage in a battle of wits with me. How could such a child become crown princess? Then again, I am not so idle that I have time to worry about someone else's daughter. Dulika suddenly cried out, ah. Leonard had just brought the match to an end. He was panting, but a smile remained on his face. The victor has been decided. His Highness crowned Prince Caesar Grey. Dulika's mouth fell open. This is the first time a crown prince has ever won the swordsmanship tournament. Helena thought proudly. Of course it is. Previous crown princes were forced to participate, so they merely swung their swords a few times before withdrawing. My student is different. After descending from the arena, Caesar was presented with a wreath. This is the victor's wreath. Everyone applauded in unison. Congratulations, Your Highness. Helena asked in confusion. What is happening? Why are all those young ladies making such a commotion? Why is he coming this way? Dulika immediately explained, Goodness, do you not know, my lady? By tradition, the victor presents the wreath to the young lady who has captured his interest. Helena thought, this girl understands nothing about the true essence of swordsmanship, yet she knows all about these ostentatious customs. Helena suddenly grew tense. Wait, could it be? Caesar walked toward Dulika. Dulika solemnly waited to receive the wreath from him. Helena turned away in irritation. I chose the wrong seat. Dulika smiled rather smugly and placed a hand over her chest. Congratulations on your victory, your highness. I was certain that you would win. Caesar smiled. I am fortunate not to have disappointed your faith in me. Seeing his smile, Helena felt deeply irritated. How unbearably sentimental. What is with that polite smile? Above them, the Empress also wore a satisfied smile. Helena contemplated the scene. That is right. This is politics. How utterly tedious. Caesar then removed the wreath from his head. Dulika's face flushed with excitement, and she looked almost giddy. She squeezed her eyes shut and waited for that dramatic moment. Instead, Caesar placed the wreath on Helena's head. Even Helena froze, staring blankly in shock. Caesar smiled. I dedicate all the glory I have earned today to my honored master. Every noble lady present stared in stunned silence. The Empress was horrified. Good heavens! Dulika was torn between humiliation and fury. Her face turned bright red, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. The entire arena erupted in cries of shock, leaving Helena deeply uneasy. Her peaceful life had been completely shattered. I'm doomed. The spectators immediately began whispering among themselves. Have you heard? His Highness the Crown Prince placed the wreath on Lady Pereska's head. I heard it was because she taught His Highness swordsmanship. What? How could such a young noblewoman possibly do that? The rumor spread in an instant. But that story is quite famous in the Western capital. I heard the young lord of her house was also taught by her. That must be nonsense. How could that be possible? More importantly, doesn't giving her the wreath practically mean she has been chosen as crown princess? If Lady Pereska becomes crown princess, there truly may be nothing she cannot accomplish. Every discussion ended with the same question. Then what will happen to Lady Ranti? Caesar knelt and pleaded guilty. I deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Helena seized the sword in Caesar's hand. What do I hate most? Caesar answered, trouble. Burning with rage, Helena asked coldly, Then may I kill you? Caesar immediately cried out for mercy. Helena, spare me. Helena roared furiously. What were you thinking when you dared to give me that wreath? Caesar raised both hands and forced a smile. Wait, hear me out. You were the one who told us to come find you after winning. Is it wrong for a student who has achieved something to thank his master? Suddenly, the sword plunged into the ground, making Caesar jump in fright. She leaned close to him and said, That is true, but I am furious right now, so stop smiling. Cold sweat streamed down Caesar's face. Yes, master. Helena sighed. Are you trying to drag me into a political struggle? Caesar immediately replied, That was not my intention. Helena folded her arms and turned away, her voice filled with irritation. But now everyone is saying that Lady Ranti and I have become rivals for the position of crown princess. If you want to restrain the Empress, find another way. Do not drag me into it. Caesar watched her for a moment before speaking. If Agat or Leonard had one, they would naturally have given you the wreath too, wouldn't they? Helena asked in confusion. Why bring that up now? Caesar lowered his head. Because I am your student. Because I only wanted you to see what I had learned. Helena glanced at him. That is true, but Caesar spoke resentfully. Then why am I the only one who is not allowed? I am also your student, Helena. Do you hate receiving a wreath from me that much? Do you hate being associated with me so much? Do you despise me so deeply that anything you receive from me disgusts you? Seeing that he was about to cry, Helena panicked slightly. Wait, calm down. I do not hate it. It was wonderful. I said it was wonderful. I was deeply moved to receive that wreath. Caesar suddenly stood and shouted, You are lying. Lies wound the heart. Refusing to back down, Helena clenched her fists and shouted, I am not lying. Caesar immediately asked, Were you truly proud to see me win, master? Helena answered at once, Of course. I train the next generation precisely so I can feel that kind of pride. Helena panicked inwardly. Please do not cry. I am truly terrible at comforting crying children. Caesar declared firmly, If that is so, then naturally you must praise and reward your student, correct, master? Helena's head began to ache. Of course, of course. Good grief. Caesar immediately calmed down and said cheerfully, "What a relief. In truth, that was why I was so determined to win. I nearly got hurt, master." Helena stared blankly. "What?" Caesar took her hand and kissed its back. "I will obediently await your praise and my reward." He then turned and left, leaving Helena frozen in place. Caesar opened the door wide and called out cheerfully as he walked away, "There's no need to worry anymore. Everyone, return to your work." No one died. Helena remained rooted to the spot inside. I was tricked. Not long afterward, Leonard folded his arms and asked with a laugh, "So you were indirectly dragged into it while completely bewildered?" Helena lowered her head. A moment later, Caesar opened the door and poked his head inside. "Oh, right, Helena. You said I received many private invitations after my birthday, so you had to help me write refusals every day, didn't you?" Helena asked suspiciously. "What about it?" Caesar replied, "You will no longer have to work so hard from now on. That means I deserve praise for this too, correct?" With that, he smiled and left. Helena thought, what on earth did he just do? Back in the present, Helena folded her arms and exclaimed in surprise, "Hichem? That happened 3 years ago, yet he still remembers it." But the invitations truly had stopped completely. Aside from letters attempting to recruit a god, no others had arrived. Leonard rested his chin on his hand and asked doubtfully, "Isn't that a good thing? Writing refusals every time was terribly troublesome." Helena looked somewhat displeased, "But I'm a little upset." She shook her head again. "No, if I look at it positively, they were troublesome anyway." Leonard's voice grew serious. "Still, now that you mention it, it is indeed strange." He then held out a letter. "Because from now on, invitations like this will all be sent to you, Helena." Helena took the letter and examined it suspiciously. "This is the imperial seal. Did Caesar send it?" She wondered in confusion. "What is this? Could he be using some scheme to prevent other invitations from reaching me?" The letter was from the Empress. Since it was an invitation from her, Helena could not refuse it under any pretext. "This is all because Caesar gave me that wreath." At the imperial palace, Helena reassured herself as she walked. "I should stop worrying. Still, as the person involved, I cannot help feeling uneasy." Just then, a door opened. A man invited her inside. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, Lady Pereska. Please enter." As soon as she entered, the Empress welcomed her with a bright smile. "Thank you for accepting my invitation, Lady Pereska." Helena curtsied elegantly. "It is my honor to be invited by your Majesty." She then looked toward the person beside the Empress. "We meet again, Lady Ranti." Dulika smiled in reply. "Indeed, we seem to encounter each other quite often, Lady Pereska." The Empress looked surprised. "Oh, do you two know each other? I had no idea you were so close." Dulika scoffed. "I have merely spoken with Lady Pereska a few times." The Empress chuckled softly. "Lady Rani was even quicker than I was. I only invited the two of you here for a casual conversation today, so please do not be too formal." Helena replied, "There is no need for formality, Your Majesty. I'm simply delighted to have been invited." The Empress covered her mouth and laughed. "Despite being favored by the Crown Prince, you remain remarkably humble." Helena forced a smile. "Favored? Your Majesty gives me too much credit." She thought, "Caesar favors me? If anything, I am the one who is fond of Caesar." What a bunch of fools. The Empress continued, "Surely you jest. Was the wreath from this tournament not given to you?" Dulika immediately cried out, "Your Majesty." The Empress's voice turned stern. "It appears Lady Rani will have to work much harder." Dulika went pale after being reprimanded. She lowered her head and muttered, "I am deeply ashamed." Helena felt some pity for her, but there was nothing she could do, so she ignored it. Helena then said, "His Highness and I study the sword together, so he merely shared his joy with me as a fellow disciple." The Empress folded her arms. "You are truly humble, Lady Pereska. If that is the case, perhaps Lady Rani should study swordsmanship rather than magic." Helena wondered in surprise. She studies magic? Magic was a complicated discipline that was difficult to practice. Moreover, it was impractical. These days, hardly anyone used or studied it. Dulika was feeling deeply inferior, but Helena found herself somewhat intrigued. She had assumed Dulika was merely a foolish incompetent, but the girl was not quite what she had imagined. The Empress looked out the window. "The weather is beautiful today. Shall we go to the rear courtyard? I happen to have something I wish to show you both." Helena smiled. "It would be my honor to accompany your Majesty." In truth, she was not curious in the slightest. A little later, in the rear courtyard, an archer loosed an arrow. Helena watched him and thought, why is he suddenly shooting shooting arrows. Upon seeing them, the archer bowed respectfully. The Empress introduced him. He is the youngest archer in the Imperial Palace. I summoned him so that we might enjoy his performance together. Helena stared blankly and wondered, is this the Empress's idea of entertainment? Lady Rani also appeared to be learning about it for the first time. The Empress continued, I hear you know how to wield a sword, Lady Pereska. Then you must also know archery, correct? Helena paused before answering. I tried handling a bow when I was younger. That is all, she thought. When I was a mercenary, I learned a little from my comrades. Of course, mastering it as thoroughly as a sword would have been far too difficult, so I gave up. Dulika seized the opportunity to lecture someone who had lived through 2 lifetimes. Is wielding a sword not enough for you? Must you try your hand at archery as well? Would that not make you both reckless and frivolous? You should understand that, since ancient times, noble ladies have wielded dance and poetry as their weapons, not swords and bows. Helena thought provocatively, keep spouting your pointless nonsense, little girl. She then smiled and said, yes, you're quite right, Lady Rani. Dulika froze. She felt as though she had somehow lost the exchange, though she could not understand how, so she fell silent. Helena lifted her teacup and thought, there is no need to argue over such childish provocation. The Empress smiled faintly. Looking at Dulika, she said, Lady Rani has been considered a prodigy since childhood and was raised to become crown princess. In contrast, Lady Pereska appears to have been raised with far more freedom. Helena immediately replied, that is because I was raised far from the battlefield of power. The Empress nodded. Indeed, that is a privilege enjoyed by powerful provincial nobles. I merely hope the Duke will continue to uphold that honor. And what of you, Lady Pereska? Like your father, do you possess no ambition for power? Helena asked cautiously. You mean in politics, Your Majesty? The Empress's voice sharpened. I mean a powerful position such as Crown Princess. Dulika suddenly sprang to her feet. Your Majesty, how could you say? A loud whistle suddenly rang out, making Dulika jump. Another arrow had struck the center of the target. The Empress raised a hand, signaling Dulika to calm down. Helena answered, yes. I have no interest in the affairs of the imperial family. Only then did Helena understand. In this quiet rear courtyard, the Empress had deliberately arranged for the sharp whistle of arrows to be heard as a threat, warning Helena not to say too much. The Empress gave her a meaningful smile. Lady Pereska, can you swear to it? Swear that you will never covet the position of mistress of the imperial family. Another arrow flew through the air, carrying an unmistakable threat. Helena thought irritably, how troublesome. She then spoke, Your Majesty, before I answer, may I display my humble skill as repayment for this fascinating exhibition? The Empress smiled and agreed. By all means, Lady Pereska. Helena stepped forward and took an arrow. She thought, the target is fairly close. Compared with the archery I learned as a mercenary, this is far easier. This is nothing more than child's game. More importantly, this will serve as a warning. Do not threaten me again, but this alone will not convey everything I mean. After firing the arrow, Helena said, Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize, but I can negotiate with you. I cannot swear an oath. Dulika immediately jumped to her feet. How dare you speak of negotiating with Her Majesty? The Empress stopped Dulika. Lady Ranti, go to my chambers and bring me my earrings. Having been dismissed, Dulika's face flushed red, and she pressed her lips tightly together. After Dulika left, the Empress spoke. Lady Pereska, to possess such talent and courage at your age, I can hardly believe you and Lady Ranti are the same age. I'm very fond of you. This meeting must be a form of fate. What would you say to building a close relationship with me? Without changing her expression, Helena replied, I am a good friend of His Highness the Crown Prince. The Empress smiled and tilted her head. The Crown Prince may be your good friend, but he is also my beloved son. If you become close to me, Lady Pereska, you certainly will not suffer for it. Helena thought, as expected, she refuses to let me go. I responded to her threat clearly enough, yet she remains so persistent. Must I overturn the entire tea table before she understands? Suddenly, someone approached and placed a hand on Helena's shoulder. So this is where you were, Helena. The newcomer was Caesar, and his eyes remained fixed on the Empress. A little later, Caesar led Helena away. He sat down and released a long sigh of relief. I am sorry. I did not mean to make things this troublesome. I did not know the Empress would interfere. Helena was deeply irritated and wanted to tell him that everything had gone wrong the moment he gave her the wreath. When Caesar had first arrived, he had stared sharply at the Empress and said, "Had I known there was such a place here, I would have come sooner, Your Majesty." Helena froze and thought, "Caesar, I am right here. What does he intend to do?" The Empress smiled. "The Crown Prince has arrived. Why not join us for a cup of tea?" Caesar gently shook his head. "Please do not tease my good friend. She is unaccustomed to occasions like this." The Empress replied, "Goodness, was I teasing her? I merely wished to befriend her." Caesar asked, "In that case, could this friendly conversation be postponed so that I may escort Lady Peresca away?" The Empress immediately turned away. "Of course, as a mother, I must naturally yield rather than upset my son. The time I spent today was worthwhile. Until next time, Lady Peresca." Helena watched the Empress walk away and thought, one moment she calls him her son, and the next she calls herself his mother. She says it all so smoothly, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. How eloquent! The woman wore a gentle, artificial smile through which Helena could almost glimpse her malice. And Caesar would soon have to face someone like her. Back in the present, Helena spoke. "Your Highness, if you wish it, I can stand on your side." Caesar looked surprised. "What?" He then shook his head. "No, there is no need. Helena, you should continue living an ordinary life as you do now. Here, in the imperial palace, you do not need to speak so formally to me, because I will not choose you, Helena." Helena did not understand. "Choose?" Caesar lowered his head. "Because this matter is extremely troublesome." She thought, that is true. If I stand on his side, it means entering a war fought without swords. Moreover, it truly would be troublesome and tedious. But Helena seemed to have made her own decision. She spoke. "Caesar, you're not the one who gets to choose. I will make my own choice." She sank into thought, taking you as my student, promising to help you become emperor and wanting to free you from the Empress's threats. I chose all of those things. Her gaze softened. "Your master will help you." Caesar froze in astonishment. His face flushed bright red, and he covered it with his hands. Helena looked at him and thought, "It appears he is deeply moved by my resolve. Good. You should be grateful, little brat." Not long afterward, a voice called out, "Am I late?" Seated at a table, Helena replied, "No, I simply arrived early." Hamilton approached and sat down. "You came to see me before returning to the ducal territory? I am honored." Helena said, "I will return to the capital soon." Hamilton looked surprised. "What? Do you still have business here?" Helena asked. "Is it not perfectly normal for a noble woman to frequent the center of high society?" Hamilton set down his teacup. "That may be true, but compared with everyone else, you are rather different, Lady Peresca." Helena said, "There is no need to be evasive. I know you mean that I am very lazy." Hamilton laughed awkwardly. You noticed? Let us set that aside. Why did you wish to see me?" Helena spoke seriously. "You once said that you were willing to gather intelligence for me, Viscount Hamilton. I would like to know whether that promise still stands." Hamilton's hand stopped as he held his teacup. He immediately put it down. "Of course it still stands. However, if you seek information to exploit the relationship between His Highness and the Empress, I have none to offer." Helena silently considered his words for a moment before speaking. "Viscount Hamilton, do I look like that kind of person to you?" Hamilton smiled. "That was discourteous of me. Please understand my concern and my desire to protect His Highness." Helena lifted her teacup and nodded. She understood his feelings as well. "I know. That is also why I trust you, Viscount Hamilton." Whenever Caesar visited the Peresca ducal estate, the children always joked that Hamilton, who constantly watched over them, was stiff and boring. But they knew he was the most trustworthy person among them. Hamilton asked, "What sort of information do you seek?" Helena placed a stack of documents on the table. "This," she continued, "it is a list of the nobles and organizations that sent me invitations." Hamilton took the list. "I heard that you had received many invitations, but I never imagined there would be this many." Helena took a piece of cake and said, "There are merchant guilds, trade associations, artisans' organizations, and schools." A considerable number of invitations arrived after the swordsmanship tournament as well, but I don't know what Caesar did to make them stop sending them. So I'd like you to tell me which places I should visit and which ones I needn't bother with. Hamilton's eyes widened so much they nearly popped out. He looked as though he wanted to shout, "Are you serious? Do you truly intend to attend those social gatherings?" Helena picked up her fork. "What Caesar lacks is a strong base of support. But right now, not one of the nobles on our side can be trusted." Hamilton agreed. That's true. They only joined his faction because of his position as crown prince. The moment anything goes wrong, they could leave at any time. Still unable to believe it, Hamilton asked again, "But are you serious?" "Truly." Chewing in small bites, Helena replied, "Is it really that hard to believe? Are you so surprised that you had to ask twice? Don't you find this astonishing?" Hamilton asked. Helena replied, "I suppose so. Given how I've behaved until now, your reaction is understandable." Hamilton continued, "Leaving everything else aside, if you become involved, His Highness will certainly object." Helena immediately frowned. "Why would I need Caesar's permission to make my own decisions?" Hamilton nodded. "That isn't what I meant. I merely want you to explain to His Highness later that I tried to dissuade you." Helena nodded as well. "You're remarkably honest. In that case, please take care of this within 3 days." Hamilton replied confidently, "Leave it to me. I'll deliver it within 2 days. If this helps you become crown princess, I could ask for nothing more." Helena took a sip of tea. "Even my parents have never expected that of me." "Why are you so concerned, Viscount?" Hamilton immediately asked. "Do you not desire that position? For a woman, it is the highest status one could attain." Helena asked, "Can a woman not possess power unless she becomes someone's wife?" Hamilton flinched. That isn't what I meant." Helena narrowed her eyes. "And I wasn't interrogating you." She then looked out the window. Apparently, even a city this large had homeless children. Hamilton followed her gaze. "Yes, you'll find them everywhere." Helena set down her teacup. "King Dante was once a homeless child too. I wonder whether any of the homeless children out there now dream of becoming the ruler of a nation." Hamilton laughed. "King Dante was exceptional, after all. I don't know the details, but it seems her bloodline was different from ours." Helena smiled faintly. "I suppose so. Someone capable of sealing away even a dragon may indeed have been different." Hamilton suddenly remembered something. "Come to think of it, I recently heard that a strange cult worshipping dragons has appeared." Helena froze. "Worshipping dragons?" Hamilton explained. "It seems the cult has attracted some support among the common people, but it isn't large, so the imperial family hasn't paid it much attention." Helena said, "The church certainly won't stand idly by." Hamilton shrugged. "Of course they won't tolerate such heretical nonsense." Helena thought, "But I didn't seal that dragon away just to see this happen." Hamilton laughed. "In any case, a cult like that will probably flourish briefly before disappearing. If King Dante saw that rabble, she might become so furious that she rose from the grave." The corners of Helena's mouth lifted into a smile. "This was originally my own story, yet hearing it now makes it sound like someone else's." Helena folded her arms and laughed loudly. Perhaps I'm gradually leaving Dante's life behind and beginning to adapt to Helena's life instead. A life completely opposite to Dante's. A life in which I don't need to become strong and unyielding. I don't know why that makes me feel lonely and sad, but I'm certain that plenty of trouble awaits me in the future. Somewhere, someone wore an unsettling smile. Later, Leonard and their father received the news while passing through the capital. I've done so much lately to reassure the two of them. Although dinner was chaotic, her father and brother took turns telling her, "If you need anything, just tell us." That's right, Helena. If you have any difficulties, your brother will help you too. If their mother had been there as well, it would undoubtedly have been even more chaotic. Moreover, only 2 days later, Hamilton submitted a list of nobles and organizations, clearly distinguishing allies from enemies. She could now approach them directly and invite them to banquets. Everything progressed quickly, so there was nothing particularly noteworthy. She was merely building a few more connections. The following summer, at the Peresca ducal estate, a god approached with a stack of letters. "Good morning, my lady. More invitations arrived today." Lying in bed, Helena flipped through them one by one, murmuring acknowledgments. "It's finally here. An invitation to Dulicia's birthday banquet, or rather, her coming-of-age celebration." A god asked, "Are you not planning to attend?" "Of course I'll attend," Helena replied. "There are many rumors that Lady Rani and I are allies. If I refuse, everyone will call me selfish." She continued thinking, "Besides, since this is a House Rani banquet, the families allied with them will also attend. It will be an excellent opportunity to approach and observe them. All I need now is reinforcements." On the day of the banquet, Helena sighed. "I did say that I needed reinforcements, but I wish my brother had agreed to skip school and come with me." When she called, Leonard had said, Sorry, Helena. I have something to do at the academy that day. Hamilton smiled awkwardly. Do you dislike me that much, my lady? Helena replied, You're nearly twice my age, Viscount. Hamilton flusteredly protested. The difference isn't that great. I was only going to say that, she thought. But Hamilton is perfectly qualified to serve as a suitable escort today. He is both Caesar's aide and my companion. It may not be as effective as Caesar appearing in person, but it will signal that the Crown Prince and I have a close relationship. The place was packed and extremely noisy. There are so many people here, Helena marveled. No, so many is an understatement. This is even more extravagant than the Crown Prince's investiture ceremony. If they go too far, His Majesty may no longer overlook it. But His Majesty married the Empress to secure the strength of the three great houses, so he will probably tacitly permit this much. Now I understand why Dulika caused trouble over my dress. This is the complete opposite of what a country bumpkin like me is used to. While she was lost in thought, Hamilton spoke. Lady Randy is over there. Let's go greet her. Helena jolted back to her senses. She had been so absorbed in her thoughts that she had forgotten. Hamilton approached Dulika. Happy birthday, Lady Dulika Randy. Dulika turned around. Oh, thank you both for attending. Especially you, Lady Pereska. You must be exhausted after coming all this way from the distant countryside. Helena caught the implication in Dulika's words. She seemed to be suggesting that Helena's family lived in some remote backwater with treacherous roads, which greatly annoyed her. Helena refused to back down. After traveling to a distant frontier, a little danger like that is nothing. To be honest, it isn't anything grand, but our ducal household has prepared a birthday gift for you. Dulika sneered. My, thank you so much. Could it be pumpkins from this season's harvest? The young ladies beside her giggled. Goodness, my lady, Helena thought irritably. You fools, I'm using every ounce of self-control I have not to run you through. Then she said, Lady Ranty, pumpkins are only harvested in autumn. Dulika froze. Then she retorted, as expected of someone who lives in the countryside. You certainly know a lot about it. Helena replied, It's called common knowledge. Goodness, did you truly not know? Dulika immediately stammered, know that. This time Hamilton joined in. My lady, you should apologize. It is terribly impolite to expose another person's lack of knowledge. Helena immediately played along. Is that so? How rude of me. I apologize, Lady Dulika. Dulika hastily replied, Who asked you to apologize? Helena quickly waved goodbye. We should leave you for now. Once again, thank you for inviting us to your banquet. Dulika shouted after them, Wait. Helena thought, ending that verbal battle quickly was the wisest course. Once they had left, Helena laughed. The way Lady Ranty became so flustered was quite amusing. Hamilton replied, She truly is hopeless. Helena nodded. Indeed. You helped me too, Viscount. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. There must be a reason you're able to maintain such a good relationship with His Highness. Helena immediately asked, Was that an insult? Not long afterward, Helena sat alone in a chair. She looked around and thought, Everyone is speaking with Hamilton, but no one is approaching me. That makes sense. Pretending to be close to me in front of Dulika wouldn't benefit them. As expected, a party where no one pays attention to me is perfect for an infiltration. I can easily distinguish the neutral faction from the Empress's faction. But where have all of House Randy's guards gone? Helena called over a servant. Excuse me, I'd like to wash my hands. Could you ask someone to show me the way? The servant nodded. Yes, my lady. I'll summon someone immediately. A maid soon arrived to guide her. Following behind her, Helena asked curiously, Why hasn't the Marquis appeared in the great hall today? The maid turned and replied, The master is smoking. Helena thought, Surely he can't spend the entire day shut in his room smoking. As they passed a room, Helena noticed that its door was ajar and asked, Why is that door open? The maid replied, It's for ventilation, my lady. Otherwise, the books might be damaged. The shelves are packed with books, Helena remarked. They seem to be very well preserved. It's impressive that such a small room can hold so many. A sudden voice startled her. What are you doing here, Lady Pereska? Don't peer into other people's rooms. It's extremely rude. Helena turned around. I only wanted to wash my hands. I happened to pass by. Dulika raised her voice. That isn't the washroom. Helena offered a compliment. The estate's library looked so orderly and convenient that I apologize. The Marquis must be very fond of reading. Besides the study in the central wing, he even built this additional room. Dulika flinched. That is, she began. Helena looked confused. Dulika shouted that. That is my study. Helena remembered. Oh, that's right. She studied magic. Helena wondered why Dulika found that so difficult to admit. Dulika muttered, I still can't actually use magic, but I'm very fond of magical theory and specialist texts. All of these books are for my studies. A lady blessed with both beauty and intelligence should be this accomplished, don't you think? Dulika then became angry again and shouted, This is far more useful than harvesting pumpkins or whatever. Helena thought, she really is still upset about that. Dulika spoke arrogantly. Well, Lavi Roche's summoning ritual, the theory of chain magic, Valti's sealing arts. Surely you can't understand a single word of any of them. Helena clapped half-heartedly. Wow, that's amazing. You truly are knowledgeable about magic. She meant it sincerely. Dulika proudly raised her chin. Of course I am. Everyone says studying it is foolish, but once you learn about it, you realize how useful this knowledge is. Helena wondered in confusion. Everyone says it's foolish? Well, they aren't entirely wrong. Magic is gradually disappearing. No matter how good the theory is, what use is it if no one knows how to put it into practice? Still, Dulika's eyes shine more brightly than anything else in the world when she speaks about magic. Helena then said, No form of learning is foolish. What you're doing is truly admirable. Dulika stared at Helena in disbelief. For some reason, she turned away and said, You should return to the banquet, Lady Pereska. You need to study a lady's etiquette again. Accepting an invitation into someone's home and then peering into their rooms is not how a lady should behave. Helena replied, I was discourteous. Please forgive my clumsiness. Then I shall take my leave. As Helena departed, she thought, I only praised Dulika on a whim. Dulika belongs to the Empress's faction. Caesar's enemy is my enemy. Even so, if she has any friends, I should ask around and find out what that girl truly wants to do. Not long afterward, at the Pereska ducal estate, someone said, You know that autumn is approaching, don't you? I know. My lady's first birthday after her coming-of-age ceremony falls in autumn. That means no amount of preparation will ever be enough to surpass House Randy. All right, remember that everything must be prepared meticulously. Be sure to use only silver tableware, and the dishes must keep coming. We must never run short of food. Agat replied, Yes. I wonder if we should redesign the garden as well. It seems I should speak to my lady about digging another pond. Helena stepped forward. You don't need to work so hard arranging everything just for my birthday. Agat tightly grasped another servant's hand. We're merely waging a battle, my lady. Helena asked in confusion. Did something happen at the Randy estate? The maids nodded, and Agat looked ready to breathe fire. Yes, the servants there were far too arrogant. If our lady becomes crown princess, then who will take charge at her wedding? Hearing that, Helena burst out laughing. Agat hastily said, Goodness, I'm not joking. Helena thought, ever since Helena left that place, she has been Dulika's rival. Still, servants have their own pride too. That evening, while Agat folded the blankets, she asked, By the way, Lord Caesar will be coming too, won't he? He didn't attend Lady Ranty's banquet. Helena replied, No, he probably won't attend mine. Agat immediately pouted. Is that so? But how could he do that? Helena laughed. Calm down, Agat. We're dealing with the crown prince. That's why I didn't send him an invitation. She thought, House Pereska naturally supports the crown prince. But Caesar's power base is not yet secure, so we must be even more cautious right now. Caesar knows that as well, so he certainly won't risk angering the Empress. He must know how to handle this. Agat sighed. He might cry. He'll surely be heartbroken if he doesn't receive an invitation to your 22nd birthday banquet. 7 days before the banquet, Helena and her brother embraced tightly. Helena, brother, is everything at the academy all right? You said you had a lot to do. Leonard replied. I took a leave of absence, so don't worry. Your birthday arrived in the blink of an eye. The two embraced tightly again. As expected of my brother, Leonard replied. You're the only one I cherish, Helena. Helena asked in surprise. Have you grown taller? Leonard replied. Yes. I'm probably almost as tall as His Highness now. Helena exclaimed. Wow, how can you still be growing after turning 20? I doubt I'll grow any taller. Leonard bent down and leaned close to her. Helena, you don't need to grow anymore. You're perfect just as you are. Helena felt extremely awkward. Yes, she thought. Still, before my coming-of-age birthday celebration, it feels rather awkward to be shorter than even my own student. Leonard looked at the mountain of gifts before them. Are these all for you, Helena? There are more than I expected. Helena replied, yes. She thought, these are all gifts from House Peresca and Caesar. Leonard encouraged her. You're going to be very busy soon. Do your best, Helena. Indeed, everything from clothing to jewelry had been thoughtfully prepared and sent as birthday gifts. As the guest of honor, I must prepare everything perfectly. One day before the banquet, I got approached holding 2 swords. Well, we certainly can't miss today's practice. Helena immediately praised her. Well done. Thank you for coming to help me practice swordsmanship. I've been rather busy lately because of my birthday banquet. Agat smiled. It's nothing, my lady. But forgive me, could you spare an hour for me today? Helena immediately turned around. Right now? Agat nodded. Helena thought, I don't have much time left since the banquet is tomorrow. But this is the first time Agat has ever asked me for something like this. Tilting her head, she agreed. I suppose 1 hour should be fine. Agat's face lit up with joy. Really? I'm so happy. I plan to take you somewhere during that time. Helena said, all right, we'll need to change clothes first. Agat immediately dashed away. Yes, I'll change at once and come back for you, my lady. Helena turned to Betsy in confusion. Do you know why Agat is acting like this? No, I don't know either, Betsy replied as she pressed Helena down into a chair. I'll prepare your outfit now. Let me get started, all right? Helena could not understand Agat's behavior. Why is Agat so excited today? I have no idea what she plans to do. Betsy soon fastened a sparkling necklace around Helena's neck and styled her hair until it gleamed. Helena asked in confusion, isn't this a little too formal? Betsy smiled proudly. Of course it should be especially beautiful. This is the outfit for today. Look at how beautiful you are, my lady. Helena replied, I know, but something still feels a little strange. Helena was utterly puzzled. Why is everyone suddenly acting like this? Standing beside her, Betsy suddenly burst into tears. Honestly, I don't know how time passed so quickly. Life really is. It feels as though it all happened only yesterday. Helena exclaimed in alarm. Don't cry. Why are you crying? This only left Helena even more confused. Nothing will be different from before. Betsy abruptly turned away and said sadly, because I keep thinking that one day I may no longer be able to take care of you. When that time comes, I'll be devastated. Helena said with a headache. Betsy, even after I come of age, you'll continue taking care of me. Still crying, Betsy replied, yes, my lady. But someone like me is always imagining the worst, so I become emotional rather easily. Helena said, please don't say such cruel things to me. Just then, Agat finished changing and came through the door. My lady, it is time to go. Helena turned and replied, all right, I'm ready anyway. Helena then followed her 2 attendants out. When they arrived, Helena wondered, is this the servants' quarters? Agat gestured toward the door. I'll open it now. The door opened, and the male and female servants immediately welcomed her enthusiastically. Happy birthday, my lady. Congratulations. My lady, we simply wanted to celebrate your birthday a little early. Helena cried out in surprise. Ah. A maid asked, you must be very surprised, my lady. You probably don't know how to react. Please remain calm. Agat prepared everything. We apologize for startling you, but everyone did this because we wanted to celebrate your birthday. Helena said in astonishment, I've never had anyone celebrate my birthday like this before. The butler brought over a gift box. We heard that you will soon be leaving for the capital, and everyone is very reluctant to see you go. This is a birthday present from all the servants here. It is only a modest gift, but we hope you will accept it. Helena happily took the box. May I open it now? Helena opened the gift box and exclaimed in amazement, wow, but this must have been expensive, wasn't it? Did everyone spend a lot of money on this? The butler smiled and replied, it is all right, my lady. We could afford it. I apologize. Perhaps a necklace or gemstones would have been better. Helena immediately held up the gift and said, not at all. I truly love this gift. That makes it incredibly precious to me. The servants responded one after another. What a relief. Thank you, my lady. Thank you for liking it. Helena's heart overflowed with emotion. What is this feeling? They have always understood me better than anyone and offered me their sincerest blessings. We hope you will never forget this gift, my lady. Helena replied, I won't. This is the most precious gift any of you have ever given me. She thought, this gift could never be compared to the mountains of expensive presents piled up in the Grand Hall. I have never received a gift like this in my entire life. Back then, my heart belonged to only one place. No matter where I went, nowhere ever felt like home. But this place truly is a home I can return to whenever I wish. Helena held the gift in her arms, her face radiant with happiness. Thank you all so much. I promise I'll come back often. That night, we hope we did not trouble you too much, my lady. Good night, Helena replied. Not at all. I had a wonderful time. Good night, everyone. Helena carried the gift box in her arms. She felt a trace of reluctance to leave, but something suddenly caught her attention. A voice called out, "You're finally back." Helena exclaimed in surprise. "Caesar," she asked, "when did you arrive?" Resting his chin on his hand, Caesar replied, "A few hours ago. I already greeted Leonard as well. You looked as though you were having fun, so I sat here and waited." Helena set the gift box down. "You came all the way from the capital this late at night?" Caesar frowned reproachfully. "Yes, even though I wasn't invited." Helena asked in confusion. "Don't get angry for no reason. Didn't Princess Consort Ranty intervene?" Caesar took her hand and pulled her along. "It is the birthday of my one and only master. How could I possibly sit still?" Following behind him, Helena said, "Even so, you could have attended the banquet tomorrow. Why did you wait for me all night?" Caesar dropped into a chair. "No, meeting you tonight was important. Do you know what date it is?" Helena wondered in confusion. Why is he suddenly asking me that? Was there something on today's schedule that I missed? She then replied, "Well, it's my birthday." Caesar grinned. "It is already past midnight. Happy birthday, Helena Peresca. I wanted to be the first person to wish you a happy birthday. That is why I waited so long." Helena's heart fluttered. How strange. Nothing is different between yesterday and this morning. So why do I feel as though I have grown older just from holding this hand? I suppose there really are things that can make a person vulnerable. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Caesar." The next morning, I sincerely thank everyone who helped make this day so radiant. May everyone present today be blessed with happiness and peace. A young lady rested her chin on her hand and said, "Do you still remember me, my lady? Time passes so quickly. You look truly beautiful today." Helena smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." She looked around. Many influential figures had come. Nobles from houses such as Valega and Peresca were present. Even so, no one here has sincerely come to celebrate my birthday. As she was thinking, someone approached her. "You look just like a swan, my lady. Today is truly a joyous occasion." Helena smiled and replied, "You seem to be in a very good mood today, your highness." Caesar smiled as well. "Of course, I get to see you smiling like this today." Helena seethed inwardly. "And whose fault is that, you scoundrel?" Helena restrained herself. "A birthday only comes once a year, so you must be rather disappointed, your highness." Caesar kissed the back of her hand and said, "Not at all. I like every expression you make. Once again, congratulations on coming of age." After saying that, he walked away, leaving Helena fuming. "You shameless rogue. Just you wait." Another young lady approached her. "It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady." Helena had to smile again. "The pleasure is mine." A short while later, Helena sighed. "It has been a long time since I saw such a carefree scene. But I'm the guest of honor this time, so I can't slip away. I wonder what Caesar and Leonard are doing." Leonard is entertaining the nobles. They are probably trying to attract the attention of the newly recognized young lord. Meanwhile, those young ladies seem preoccupied with entirely different matters. As she wondered about Caesar, a young man approached her. "My lady, you look a little tired." Helena recognized the young man. Ah, he must be a count's eldest son and one of Leonard's classmates. She said, "Thank you for your concern. I hope you enjoy the banquet." Holding a glass of wine, the young man replied, "Thanks to all the effort you put into preparing it. This banquet is magnificent. And if you do not mind, may I ask you for a dance? I have heard Leonard speak of you many times. Now that I have met you in person, I can see that everything he said was true. I was very curious about what kind of person could make him speak so highly of her. Would you do me the honor of allowing me to be your first dance partner?" Helena teased. "What if I accidentally step on your foot?" The young man smiled brightly and flirted. "You are as light as a feather, my lady. I am sure I would not feel a thing." Helena extended her hand in agreement. "In that case." Suddenly, another hand reached out and took hers. A cold smile curved Caesar's lips, and his gaze was as sharp as a dagger. "Forgive my discourtesy, but this lady has already agreed to let me be her first dance partner." The young man immediately stammered, "Why, your highness?" Helena thought in bewilderment. "I did no such thing. When did that happen?" "This is the first I've heard of it." The young man hurriedly fled. "Oh, my apologies, your highness. I shall take my leave." Helena stared blankly. What was that? This is absurd. Holding her hand, Caesar smiled brilliantly. Without that much courage, how could he possibly deserve to be Helena's first dance partner? So, my lady, I humbly ask that you grant me this honor. She thought, in truth, this is meant to show everyone clearly whom Houses Valega and Rani will have to face in the future. Helena rose and stepped forward. What if I accidentally step on your highness's foot? Caesar replied, it does not matter. I can keep dancing with you until you improve. Melodious music filled the romantic hall as everyone danced together. Among them, Helena and Caesar danced as well. Holding her hand, he said, Helena, you dance beautifully. What did you learn? Amid the gentle music, Helena replied, a very long time ago. I learned from a friend. It was many years ago. Caesar asked in surprise, a friend? You actually had a friend? Helena replied, it's true. He looked like you, but his personality was completely different. Even though I had no talent for dancing at all, Erez still taught me patiently. When everyone else hesitated to become my partner, he never complained, even when I stepped on his feet. My dance partner, Erez. Erez was my dance instructor and my very first dance partner. She suddenly stumbled, her steps faltering. Helena staggered, lost in her wandering thoughts. But Caesar caught her in time. He even swept her off her feet before the astonished eyes of everyone present. Caesar asked, are you all right, Helena? Helena replied, yes. Thank you, Caesar. The two then resumed their dance. Helena said, what just happened is certain to cause plenty of rumors. Caesar asked suspiciously, do you dislike that? Helena huffed, do as you please. Helena sank into thought. In my previous life, I had only one thing to protect, so I had no regrets or attachments. But in this life, if anything were to happen, my heart would ache terribly. The more people I have beside me, the weaker I seem to become. But it is already too late. I can no longer turn back. These people are incredibly important to Helena Peresca. In the autumn of the following year, the arrangements for my training journey were finally settled. That was also when I left the ducal estate. Sitting inside the carriage, Helena gazed out the window. How strange. My heart is pounding, and I feel so uneasy. But I have nothing to worry about, do I? Agat smiled and said, perhaps you are sad because you're leaving home, my lady. Anyone would feel this way when leaving behind the people waiting for her return. Helena thought, people waiting for my return? That is another thing Dante Renatus never had. Resting her chin on her hand, Helena said, Helena Peresca truly is a fortunate person. Agat laughed. Why do you say that as though you were talking about someone else, my lady? Honestly, not long afterward, Helena reached her destination. Someone came out to welcome her. We are deeply honored to receive you, Lady Helena. Helena asked suspiciously, why are you being so formal with me? He replied, because you will not merely be staying here briefly. You will become the mistress of this residence. Helena responded, even so, nothing needs to change. Leave all management duties to Kigo and simply give me brief reports. He immediately replied obediently, yes, my lady. I will do so. As Helena walked inside, she asked, oh, that's right. I want a space large enough for sword practice. He replied, I have already arranged for the garden to be renovated. You inspected that area during your previous visit, did you not? Helena was immediately satisfied. Very good. I like it. I will inspect everything else gradually. I have business to attend to now, so I must leave. He quickly said, in that case, there is something I would like to report. Young Lord Leonard said that he will visit next weekend. Helena nodded. Oh, is that so? He continued, His Highness the Crown Prince will also visit on the same day. Helena merely said, oh. He smiled and asked, are you not pleased that His Highness is coming? Helena replied, Caesar is always causing trouble for me. He asked, then should we decline his visit? Helena turned around and said, no matter what, a master cannot refuse a visit from her student. Not long afterward, in a reception room at the Imperial Palace, Helena said, it has been a long time, Viscount Hamilton, and it is good to see you as well, Lady Rowena Everin. Rowena adjusted her glasses and said to Helena, please simply call me Rowena, my lady. Helena took out a stack of documents. Then let us dispense with the formalities and get straight to the point. Using the list you provided, I attended and investigated several social gatherings. I gathered a considerable amount of information on nobles who might be persuaded to join our side. Hamilton and Rowena immediately took the documents and examined them. Rowena raised an eyebrow behind her glasses. How did you obtain such confidential information? Helena replied. It is very difficult to keep servants silent. Even brief contact is enough to coax information out of them. A god is young, so they lowered their guard around her. That is how the information leaked. Helena thought, I heard of similar incidents in my previous life as well. Hamilton held his head and sighed. Has it already come to this? This is no longer the time to make tentative suggestions. We must seize this opportunity quickly. Helena did not understand. What suggestion? What do you mean? Hamilton cleared his throat. My lady, no matter what happens, you should move to the capital now. Please become His Highness's swordsmanship instructor. Helena froze upon hearing his proposal. Her expression then darkened. That makes it sound as though you want to bind me to Caesar's side so that I cannot escape. Hamilton looked equally troubled. I have no other choice. It would be a terrible waste to let this opportunity slip away, and His Highness the Crown Prince has no objections. I cannot think of any other way. Helena thought, he wants me to become Caesar's swordsmanship instructor? In truth, such a position would not be beyond my abilities. She then crossed her arms and said, if I suddenly assume that position, there will undoubtedly be opposition. The plan may even backfire. Helena assessed the situation. Until now, I have only operated behind the scenes. Many people will therefore refuse to welcome me, because I am a woman whose abilities have yet to be publicly proven. Rowena offered a suggestion. There is actually a reason I recommended this. Do you know what happened to Ben after the recent changes? Hearing the name, Helena thought Ben, a former noble who attended House Peresca's banquet not long ago. Like me, he changed his name after entering politics. Even so, attending that banquet gave me considerable pause. Rowena continued. Many magical beasts have reportedly appeared near the border recently, so House Peresca has requested military reinforcements. They need reinforcements to repel those magical beasts. Reassigning independent command of the forces would allow the noble in charge to be replaced. Helena asked suspiciously, after the reassignment, Ben will no longer be able to command the soldiers? Rowena replied, we have not yet conducted an inspection, so we do not know the exact number. Helena rested her chin on her hand. Even so, it is strange. Why have they not requested assistance directly from House Peresca? Rowena hesitated. Well, I also sent a request to House Ranty, but they appear to have refused. Helena seemed to realize something. Oh, I see. So their relationship with the Empress's faction has finally fractured. Hamilton raised a hand. I still have no intention of mobilizing the Imperial Palace's reserve troops. There are problems with the budget, and the palace's standing forces are not accustomed to driving away magical beasts. Helena's lips curved into a faint smile. Exactly. This is our opportunity. If command of those soldiers can be transferred to His Highness the Crown Prince, I would welcome it. Hamilton raised one finger and continued. That is why I have an idea. You could form a magical beast subjugation force and provide support from the rear. Helena asked, if I do that, my abilities will also be proven once the command is reassigned, correct? Hamilton immediately agreed. Exactly. Helena sighed and sank into thought. Even after passing from my previous life into this one, must I continue fighting magical beasts? Helena then asked seriously, do you truly believe I can do it? You know what this entails, don't you? Hamilton replied with complete confidence. I believe in your abilities, my lady. He then smiled. Helena thought, just thinking about it already feels troublesome. Still, the fact that Hamilton made this proposal means he acknowledges me as a swordswoman. I cannot say that I dislike that. After considering it, she made a request. In that case, I have one condition. Hamilton replied happily, of course, my lady. Name it. She thought very well. If I'm going to do this, I should give my dear students an opportunity to gain practical experience. She smiled and said, I will personally choose those who accompany me, including all 3 of my students. Several days later, Caesar sat absent-mindedly in one place, heaving repeated sighs. How can I make more progress with Helena? Rowena asked, could it be that you still haven't even held her hand? Caesar waved dismissively. That's not it. We've held hands, hugged, and even slept together, although we were still children then. Rowena advised, one shortcut to avoiding further pain is to give up on something that has no hope of succeeding. Caesar immediately protested. Don't say there's no hope. Rowena offered him a suggestion. Then why not try making your interactions more intimate? Caesar flinched at those words and exclaimed in alarm. She has even sat on my lap before. Rowena was somewhat astonished. Your lap? That truly exceeds anything I imagined. Caesar laughed helplessly. What else am I supposed to do before she finally sees me as a man? Rowena thought for a moment before saying, if you're that worried, why not seek some professional advice? Not long afterward, Ash sat imposingly with a teacup in hand and declared, that is the secret to winning a woman's heart. Earlier, Rowena had suggested, there's a black knight named Ash Garen who is exceptionally skilled at winning women's hearts. I happen to know him, so I can introduce you. His nickname is the Magical Black Rose, and that was how this meeting came about. Ash said, it's simple, Your Highness. Caesar asked skeptically, simple? Ash's eyes sparkled as he answered, yes. You simply need to be handsome, like me. At a first meeting, no weapon is more powerful than a handsome face, Your Highness. Caesar sighed. This isn't our first meeting. We've known each other for a long time. The problem is that I can't move our relationship forward. Ash rested his chin on his hand and hummed thoughtfully. It's not as though there's no solution. Your Highness, have you ever heard of the wall pin technique? The wall pin. It is a technique that displays your powerful charm by closing the distance and forcing the two of you to make eye contact. You can look down at her, emphasize your height, and naturally move in for a kiss. Even if you fail, you have nothing to lose. Not long afterward, Caesar, what were you thinking about? You completely zoned out. Caesar answered, oh, it was nothing. Helena continued, it seems there will be plenty of conflicting opinions during the competition. Honestly, the atmosphere is always so tense. Caesar marveled inwardly. She truly is perceptive about these things. I was too impatient, just like a fool. Then he suddenly realized something. Wait, there's no one else here right now. It's only the two of us. This is the perfect opportunity. Caesar immediately used the wall pin technique on Helena. Helena had no idea what was happening. What? Wait. But once Caesar reached that point, he became flustered. I'm supposed to gaze deeply into her eyes. A deep gaze. But I don't know how to do that. Helena asked in confusion. What's wrong, Caesar? Caesar stared intently at her. Am I really supposed to keep staring like this? Why is this so difficult? No matter who I'm facing, smiling while inventing some lie is incredibly easy. Even immediately after waking up, anyone could do it. But facing Helena is completely different. I'm supposed to gently lift her chin like this and look directly into her eyes. Helena asked, aren't you going to let go? Caesar froze. Helena recalled the miserable circumstances of her previous life. She asked, are you trying to force me to raise my head? Her words startled Caesar. What? Helena immediately shoved him away. Their positions were reversed, and Helena pinned him against the wall instead. She asked, is this what you wanted? If you play another trick like this, I'll truly get angry. Caesar's face turned bright red. I'm sorry. Every weekend, Leonard came to visit the residence. Leonard said with a smile, it has been ages since we all gathered like this. Remember how the three of us used to play cards together? Caesar replied, what a shame, Leonard. We're all grown up now, so playing cards is no longer appropriate. Helena glanced at him and asked, then what do adults do? Caesar stammered, well, that. He then took out a bottle, prompting Kigo to ask, is that wine? Holding up the bottle, Caesar replied, Helena is an adult now too. Oh, right. Your birthday hasn't arrived yet, has it? In that case, you can drink juice. Helena immediately protested. I know how to drink too. She then asked worriedly, but Your Highness, will this truly be all right? Isn't this going a little too far? Caesar answered, what's wrong with drinking when we're inside my own residence? Hearing that, Helena said nothing more. She raised her glass. He's right. Come on, let's enjoy ourselves. Caesar smiled. Helena is as confident as ever. Helena thought, I've drunk more wine than I can remember. When I was a mercenary, there wasn't a single night when I didn't drink. While everyone is troubled, it would be perfectly natural to bring up magical beasts and the indigenous tribes. The four of them raised their glasses together. Then cheers to Helena's arrival in the capital. Holding her glass of wine, Helena was overwhelmed with happiness. I can finally drink again. Now, this is what I call living. But immediately afterward, Helena collapsed to the floor with a thud. Everyone cried out in alarm. Helena! Tears welled in Helena's eyes. I passed out after only half a glass. Dante could hold her liquor, but Helena's body could not. Before long, Helena slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Caesar, She wondered why he was standing there. Caesar was curious about what had made her take such a risk. Helena clutched her head. What is this? My head. It hurts so much. Caesar placed a hand against Helena's cheek and said, All right, I'm sorry. I didn't know that wine was so strong. I never expected you to pass out after a single glass. Helena replied, It has been so long since I drank that I didn't know either. Caesar's cool hand made her feel a little better. Caesar continued, A long time? It seems you truly are drunk. Helena looked at his face and said, Caesar, you really are handsome. You should thank your ancestors for blessing you with that face. Caesar hesitantly asked, How can a lady of your standing say something like that? Helena immediately replied, I like you. Caesar pressed her. What did you say? Say it again. Helena answered, I said I like your face. It's exactly to my taste. Caesar smiled as he called her name. Helena, hurry and close your eyes. The next day, everything I said yesterday was because of the wine. We need to help Marquis Ben exterminate the magical beasts at the border. Therefore all of you must participate as well. Caesar immediately slammed the table in protest. Absolutely not. I object. Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how dangerous that place is? Helena remained completely unmoved. She asked him in return, Are you suggesting we simply give up such a good opportunity? Caesar raised his voice. I can go alone. Helena, you don't need to come. Helena folded her arms and replied sternly, Can you complete my share of the work by yourself? Caesar faltered. Well, he then covered his face and slumped despondently over the table. Helena thought, Are you seriously using all your strength to throw a tantrum, my student? Caesar asked in frustration, Why do you have to go this far? Don't you hate troublesome matters? Helena answered, A person cannot live solely for things that benefit them personally. Caesar's expression became serious. If you're participating in a magical beast subjugation because of me, then I refuse. I don't want Helena to be placed in danger just to complete this mission. Helena looked at him. Have you forgotten? I'm the one who said I would help you ascend the imperial throne. Caesar remained deeply worried, but Helena approached and leaned toward him. Caesar, this is an opportunity to witness your master's true abilities with your own eyes. Do you really want to miss it? You might even see a sight no one else ever has. Me proving that no one can defeat me. Caesar held his head and sighed again. He clasped his hands together and said, If we reach the site and there is any real danger, you must be prepared to retreat at any time. Helena smiled faintly. We'll have everything resolved before winter ends. After that, obtaining my parents' permission proved easier than I had expected. They kept their promise and agreed to let me do whatever I wanted. One day, while she was waiting for the inspection team to return, Hamilton shouted, My lady, the commander of the Red Knights is here. Duke Danton requests an audience with you. He says he will provide well-trained soldiers from the Red Knights for this magical beast subjugation campaign. Helena held a stack of documents in her hands. Not knights, but well-trained soldiers? Rather than using the subjugation campaign for their own purposes, it sounds as though they intend to gain practical experience before returning. Hamilton interjected. That would naturally benefit them. Helena put down the documents and said, It can't be helped. Arrange a meeting. It's about time I met Duke Danton. Not long afterward, Helena said, There's no need for us to go together, Caesar. Standing beside her, Caesar replied, No need? Isn't it only natural for a student to escort his master? In any case, Helena, you look remarkably imposing today. Helena had changed into clothes more appropriate for the occasion, instead of wearing a delicate, ladylike dress. She declared, Caesar, if a woman wearing a dress said, I am the captain who will lead you on this subjugation, would you find her trustworthy? Naturally, I must dress for the occasion. Caesar insisted, but that's because you are Lady Helena. No matter what you wear, people will trust you completely. Helena said, You trust me too much. You cannot place blind faith in someone like that. Caesar, what would you do if I betrayed you one day and stabbed you in the back? Caesar said nothing. With a confident smile, he drew a finger across his throat and answered, Then I would simply die. Helena shouted, Think before you answer. Of course you can't die. At her wit's end with her student, she thought, This boy is beyond saving. How did he grow into such a blindly trusting child? Whose fault is this? Could it possibly be mine? While she was lost in thought, someone approached and opened the door. Nep rushed inside and said, I finally get to meet you, Leonard's little sister. No, I should call you Leonard's master. Helena stood and took his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Helena Pereska. Nep shook her hand. I am Nep Danton, commander of the Red Knights. I have assembled our well-trained soldiers in the training grounds. You may select anyone you wish. Helena said gratefully, Thank you for going to so much trouble. Nep asked, Shall we go there now? Would your highness like to accompany us? Caesar immediately interrupted. Wait, Helena. Helena turned and asked in confusion, What is it? Caesar then took the hand Helena had used to shake Nep's and said, Disinfection. Helena stared at her hand in bewilderment. Huh, what are you disinfecting? Caesar then said, I'm only worried about whether those soldiers will obey Helena's orders. Helena followed behind them as Caesar continued. A noble suddenly appears and demands that a young lady obey him without question. Wouldn't that be unreasonable? In any case, the Red Knights worship strength, while the White Knights revere aristocratic status. The two orders have been bitter rivals for generations. Nep smiled and said, You had better prepare yourself. Helena immediately fell into thought. Prepare myself? He has a point. The Red Knights despise the White Knights, whose members rely on their family backgrounds to obtain knighthoods. It isn't unreasonable for them to doubt my abilities. However, we'll have to wait and see which side truly needs to prepare itself. Helena stepped forward with her sword and introduced herself in a commanding voice. I am Helena Pereska, captain of the force assigned to this magical beast's subjugation in the eastern capital of Vindalum. Some of you will accompany me on this campaign. I stand before you today to choose those companions. A young man scoffed. He raised his hand and said, I have a question. Our mission is to protect the young lady, correct? Helena calmly raised a hand and answered in a firm voice, Ah, what a pity. I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity, because I refuse to be protected by anyone weaker than me. Understanding the meaning behind her words, the young man became so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. What? Helena stepped forward and asked, Do you doubt my abilities simply because your captain is a woman? If so, I will surrender the position of subjugation captain to anyone who can defeat me. You are all welcome to challenge me at any time. The assembled soldiers erupted into discussion, while the young man merely ground his teeth in anger. He immediately charged forward, pointing his sword directly at Helena. I am trainee soldier Hemi Len. If I accidentally injure you, my lady, I won't be punished, will I? Helena smiled faintly. She answered, You're very confident, but that will never happen. The battle began immediately, and the two charged toward each other like moths flying into a flame. One powerful slash from Helena sent the young man staggering backward. In the blink of an eye, her blade was against his throat, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Helena turned toward the spectators and shouted, Next! Another person stepped forward, then two, followed by 3, 4, and 5. The number quickly rose to 30, and every one of them ended up kneeling at her feet. Helena turned toward the remaining soldiers and asked, Is there anyone else? By then, the trainees had begun to feel intimidated. No one else. She sheathed her sword and said, I have now seen the full extent of your abilities. Not one of you has been selected for the subjugation force. As the crowd stared at her anxiously, Helena spoke coldly. 3 days later, the trainees declared in unison, We sincerely apologize. Please give us another chance. Helena sat leisurely in a chair with her legs crossed and her arms folded. You know that the selection has already ended. The trainees bowed their heads. We were far too arrogant. We will work harder and never repeat that mistake. Please give us the opportunity to learn from you. Helena thought, just as I expected, the members of the Red Knights take immense pride in their abilities. If I had revealed my status and ordered them to submit, they would never have bowed their heads as they are doing now. She then said, All of you stand. I'll warn you now, my training will not be easy. The trainees immediately answered in unison, We are prepared. Helena warned them, Remember that I cautioned you. I will show absolutely no mercy. Anyone who disobeys my orders or challenges my authority will be severely punished. Do not forget it. Everyone solemnly shouted in unison, Understood. Soon, they were training under Helena's instruction. Nep approached and asked, Is the training proceeding smoothly, my lady? Helena turned and asked in surprise, Duke Danton, what brings you here? Nep looked toward the others and said, I came to inform you that the patrol has returned from Vindalum. Helena replied, Is that so? It seems the time has come for us to depart. Before long, Helena was seated inside the carriage. She asked Caesar, have you ever been to Vendulum? Caesar answered, I went there on an inspection several years ago. At the time, the magical beasts weren't running rampant as they are now. Leonard added, that's right. It's very strange. I heard that numerous magical beasts have also appeared in other border regions besides Vendulum, causing tremendous damage. Helena thought such heavy losses are inevitable. Magical beasts were once abundant, so the border lords played an extremely important role. But now that magical beasts rarely appear, those lords have retained their titles while their original purpose has vanished. That is why they can no longer deal with the beasts effectively. Caesar rested his chin on his hand and said, now that you mention it, the frequency of smaller magical beast appearances has been relatively stable lately. Before that, however, their population suddenly plummeted. There is something strange about it. Leonard added, there is a rumor that the number of magical beasts declined because of the dragons. Helena was surprised. Dragons? Leonard answered. The extinction of the dragons coincided with the decline in the magical beast population. Helena was puzzled. How strange. Could there be some connection between dragons and magical energy? Caesar rested his chin on his hand and smiled faintly. It doesn't matter whether they're connected. All that matters is that dragons never appear again. For humanity, as it is now, hunting a dragon would be an utterly absurd proposition. Helena smiled as well. Surely dead dragons won't come back to life. Not long afterward, they disembarked from the carriage. Nep spoke up. My lady, isn't it rather dangerous to bring a maid on this hunt? Helena replied, a maid? Oh, you mean a god. You'll soon understand why she came with us. A knight suddenly shouted, there are tracks here. They're black demon hound tracks. They must have been prowling this area. Helena examined the tracks and said, judging by these prints, there are quite a few of them. This will be dangerous. Hemi Lin left. Even so, it should be fine. They won't appear this soon. Nep also stepped forward. I wouldn't be so sure. In my judgment, they aren't far from here. The frost has already settled, yet the tracks haven't faded. They must have been left after dawn. In that case, we'll stop here for today and return. Helena questioned him. Return now? What was the point of finding these tracks then? Nep said worriedly, but with our current numbers, we cannot deal with a large pack of black demon hounds. If a larger magical beast were to appear as well, something suddenly emerged and caught his attention. A black demon hound appeared. Everyone shouted, it's a black demon hound. The hound lunged toward Helena. My lady, look out. At that moment, a gleaming horizontal slash cut down the black demon hound. The one who had struck was Leonard. Helena praised him. Well done, brother. Leonard asked anxiously, are you all right, Helena? Helena replied, yes, I'm fine. Then she turned to the knights. Didn't you say they were inactive during the day? It seems that isn't true. Let's head back first. We need to discuss this carefully. Not long afterward, Helena asked, Count, what do you make of what happened today? The Count replied, not long ago, I received a report stating that magical beasts with nocturnal habits have been roaming around for the past 3 days. Helena took a sip of warm tea. Have you discovered the cause? The Count stroked his chin and gave a quiet grunt. To be honest, I hadn't intended to mention this. Helena asked him, have you ever heard of the Order of Reiko? The Count replied, that newly founded religion that worships dragons? That's right. In fact, followers of that religion came here last spring. At the time, they merely spouted a few absurd claims, so I paid them little attention. Helena frowned in confusion. Absurd claims? He replied, they said they wanted to resurrect a dragon. Naturally, I thought they were talking nonsense. But after those people performed a resurrection ritual in the forest, the number of magical beasts increased as well. The atmosphere grew heavy. It may have been nothing more than a coincidence. In any case, the whole thing is simply too preposterous. The other border lords said the same thing, that it was merely a coincidence. But after those people came, the number of magical beasts truly did increase. Helena demanded, why are you only telling me something this important now? He replied, because I have no evidence. Helena thought irritably, good grief, he really is obsessed with evidence. But he has a point. Without solid evidence, this is nothing more than speculation. It does sound ridiculous. Afterward, Helena stood and continued, let's leave it at that for now. Is there anything else you wish to tell me? He replied, no. If I receive any further information, I will notify you. Helena took her leave. Thank you. Then I shall be going. He asked, aren't you going to rest? Where are you planning to go now? Helena replied, I still have work to do. If we hadn't been ambushed earlier, weren't we supposed to be investigating the magical beasts? A short while later, Helena approached the knights and asked, have all the weapons been inspected? The moment a god saw her, she rose to her feet. My lady, Helena loosened her joints as she spoke. Gather, everyone. I have something to say. Let's begin with today's encounter with the Black Demon Hounds. Although they are swift and ferocious, they are not difficult magical beasts to handle. Their weapons are their teeth, so attacking them from the side is easier than confronting them head-on. Furthermore, you must never show them your backs, and do not face them alone. Does everyone understand? They immediately answered, yes, we understand. A god exclaimed admiringly, you're so impressive, my lady. How do you know all this? Caesar also stepped forward. You're so impressive, master. Helena complained, I'm only stating the obvious. Then she glanced at her brother. By the way, brother, you seemed worried about something earlier. Am I right? Leonard pondered for a moment. Then he smiled. I was thinking about what we discussed earlier. Helena asked curiously, what do you mean? Leonard replied, the dragon extinction theory might be connected to why the number of magical beasts began to decline so sharply. If that's true, perhaps their numbers are now increasing because someone is trying to resurrect a dragon. Helena considered his words. No, there is no way to bring something dead back to life. But there is something strange about this. I was born with all the memories of my previous life. In that case, it is entirely possible that the Order of Reiko truly intends to resurrect a dragon. Still, this may only be a coincidence. Seeing her deep in thought, Leonard said, I'm sorry, Helena. I made you worry because of my pointless speculation. For now, let's focus on the subjugation campaign. Helena smiled and agreed. All right, defeating the magical beasts is what matters now. Besides, there is something else I need to tell everyone. During this campaign, we will have to eliminate a greater magical beast. Leonard exclaimed in surprise. A greater magical beast? Helena continued. Yes. What we are facing is most likely a Lucracoda. Leonard did not understand and immediately asked, what's that? Helena explained, it is a magical beast with the head of a badger and the body of a lion. Despite its enormous size, it is extremely fast. It also possesses an extraordinary regenerative ability, allowing it to recover continuously. Unless its head is severed with a single stroke, it will not die. I will leave the Lucracoda's head to you. Caesar, drenched in sweat, Caesar pointed to himself and asked in confusion, what, me? Shouldn't you be the one to do it? Helena replied, I can barely take down something that enormous. Besides, wouldn't it be better if all the glory went to our crown prince? When she finished, she and Leonard exchanged smiles. Only Agat remained firmly opposed, pouting in frustration. Helena then said confidently, in that case, let us test our skills against one another once again. The expedition soon set out. A pack of night hounds had been spotted in the northern forest. Many traps had been destroyed, meaning the Lucracoda was probably with them. That would make matters difficult, as their visibility would be severely limited at night. Caesar, you don't look well. Are you nervous? Caesar stared blankly for a moment before asking, nervous? Who, me? I'm only a little confused. Helena asked curiously about what. He thought, doesn't she find it strange? Why would nocturnal night hounds appear during the day? Helena replied indifferently, who knows? Maybe they have insomnia. Seeing how calm she was, Caesar warned her, this is no time for jokes. Helena, that creature was only targeting you earlier. So be careful. Those magical beasts might target you again this time. Suddenly, someone shouted. Helena immediately turned around. Night hounds! A night hound growled. A young knight trembled in fear when he saw it. Helena shouted loudly, ordering everyone back into position. Do not panic. Hold the formation. Attack. At her command, everyone immediately charged toward the pack of night hounds. Helena joined the battle as well. Those wretched beasts, are they really only chasing me? If that's the case, after thinking for a moment, she immediately spun around and unleashed a powerful slash. Helena shouted, everyone move to the sides. They immediately obeyed, and the pack of night hounds charged straight toward Helena. She gave a cold smile. You dare challenge me? You've underestimated me. Helena immediately charged and shouted, Agat. Agat appeared at once. Yes, my lady. One took the lead while the other supported her. Seeing this, a young man became somewhat overconfident. Excellent. At this rate, we can work together to wipe them out. Before he could finish speaking, an enormous magical beast appeared behind him. It pinned him to the ground and unleashed a majestic roar. Everyone cried out in alarm. It's a greater magical beast. The knights began to waver. Someone said in a trembling voice, damn it, it's the Lucracoda. Helena immediately turned and ordered, there is nothing to fear. Hold the formation. The knights descended into into chaos. Run. At this rate, we'll all die. Helena gritted her teeth. Damn it, these knights have completely lost their will to fight. In this situation, there was only one person she could trust. She immediately turned towards Caesar and shouted. Caesar immediately raised his sword. Leave it to me. Helena trusted him completely. Good, let's teach it a lesson. Leonard's gaze grew resolute. How could I possibly stand by and watch? As soon as he spoke, he charged forward and drew his sword. His slash struck the magical beast, making it howl in pain. Agat refused to be outdone and attacked it relentlessly. When the greater magical beast opened its eyes, Helena was standing directly before it. She gave a faint smile. This is the end. She turned towards Caesar. Now, but as Helena turned, she felt a sudden chill. It was clearly in front of me. When did it get behind me? Everyone shouted anxiously, Helena. Immediately afterward, a gleaming sword stroke swept across the greater magical beast. As the beast crashed to the ground, Agat rushed forward. She asked anxiously, My lady, are you all right? Thank goodness you're safe. Helena recalled Caesar's warning. Be careful, Helena. That creature really is targeting you. Caesar had been right. The magical beasts were targeting her. But why? The knights stepped forward and praised her. Lady Helena, you were incredible. You deliberately used yourself as bait. Having you here is truly reassuring. Helena forced a smile. It was nothing remarkable. You're embarrassing me with such praise. Suddenly, someone shouted, Captain, come and look at this. The captain turned and said, Please excuse me, my lady. After the captain left, Helena called Agat. Agat turned and replied, Yes, my lady. Helena said, They seem busy over there. Go and help the captain. Agat immediately obeyed. At once, after everyone had left, Helena remained alone, deep in thought. Why are they targeting me? What is their purpose? Suddenly, she noticed a pattern. What is this? A marking? A sharp pain suddenly pierced her heart. She staggered and nearly collapsed. Hearing the noise, Caesar immediately turned around, panic flashing in his eyes. An enormous magical beast burst out of the ground. An attack struck it, making it roar in pain, but it still held Helena's arm between its jaws and lifted her high into the air. Leonard shouted, Helena! Leonard brought his sword down, and the magical beast released Helena from its jaws in agony. She fell toward the ground, but Caesar rushed forward and caught her just in time. He immediately asked, Are you all right? Helena opened her eyes wide. I'm Fine. Caesar was momentarily speechless. You're unbelievable. Helena, you can still joke at a time like this. Helena then pushed him away. Move. We must deal with that magical beast immediately. Caesar hurriedly stopped her. Wait, if you keep moving around like that. Helena staggered to her feet. Damn it, my vision is so blurry. That beast's saliva is poisonous. Once exposed to it, your vision gradually fades and your other senses become sluggish. I'm in bad shape, but I cannot retreat. Trying to flee would only put me in greater danger. I must settle this with one decisive blow. She then asked, Where's the magical beast? Caesar did not understand. What? Leonard also looked at her anxiously. Helena. Helena gripped her sword tightly. The magical beast's position. Caesar's voice followed her words precisely. 12 paces ahead. The magical beast is there. Helena smiled faintly and thought, even the length of my stride. Caesar knows everything about me. Helena lifted her head and said with a smile, Caesar, if I fall, make sure you catch me properly. I trust you. Moved by her words, Caesar replied, As you command, master. Once everything was arranged, Helena said, Everyone, step back. I will lead the charge, and you will follow behind me. With that, Helena rushed forward. Even though she could not see, she could still sense it. My students are surely behind me, supporting me. Therefore, I absolutely cannot fail. Helena leaped into the air, drove her sword toward the monster, and carved a long wound across its body. The monster screamed in pain and flung her away, sending her into free fall. It swatted me away like a sheet of paper. Still, Caesar said he would catch me. I trust you, Caesar. Caesar immediately moved. He shouted, Helena. Reaching out with both arms, he caught her as she fell. The two of them tumbled to the ground together. Caesar exclaimed joyfully, Thank goodness. I caught you. You're safe now, Helena. Helena also replied happily, Yes, you caught me, Caesar. Memories from Helena's past flooded back. It's so cold. Your Highness. Oh, I cannot hear your footsteps. Lately, I have been dreaming about him constantly. Duke Gray, my only friend, the man who remained by my side for so many years. Suddenly, Helena's eyes snapped open. What was that dream just now? She sighed. Good grief. Everything hurts. A voice came from beside her. Of course it does. Helena turned her head in surprise. Who is that? Caesar asked, "Who do you think it is?" Helena replied, "Ah, it's your highness." Caesar told her, "You don't need to call me that. It's just the two of us now." Helena immediately replied, "All right, Caesar, but is it acceptable for you to be here?" Caesar's voice was slightly choked with emotion. "My highest priority is not the mission. You broke 2 ribs, your shoulder blade, and your arm. Moreover, you cannot see, can you?" Helena asked in surprise. "You already knew?" Caesar replied, "You were extremely perceptive, yet you still had to ask me where the magical beast was. That meant you cannot see it. According to the physician, your vision should recover soon." Helena breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. Where is Leonard?" Caesar draped a cloak over her and replied, "Once you woke up, he planned to return to the academy." Helena smiled. "That's a relief. I was afraid he would discover that I had gone blind. He would certainly remain by my side and care for me every moment of the day." Caesar interrupted with a huff. "I should be the one caring for you." Helena burst out laughing. "What? The crown prince personally caring for a duke's daughter?" Everyone would be astonished. Her smile gradually faded as she realized she might have gone too far. Helena said awkwardly, "Caesar, could you say something? Anything at all?" Caesar spoke. "Helena, I should have sent you back then. Why do you always decide everything by yourself and try to handle it all alone?" Helena smiled bitterly. "I was the only person who knew that magical beast's weakness. I couldn't allow the crown prince to be injured. I didn't want that to happen either." Caesar's voice grew low. "I would rather have been the one injured." He clenched his fists, trembling slightly. "I would rather suffer any injury than see you like this. Helena, I could sacrifice everything for you. So please, stop carrying every burden by yourself." Helena sank into thought. "I am strong, so I have always charged ahead and solved every problem myself. That is how I have lived for so many years, and I never questioned it." "But Caesar, why would you?" Helena asked in confusion. "Why would you want to sacrifice yourself for me?" Caesar smiled and took her hand. "Because I love you. I would be happy to give my life for you. I love you deeply, Helena Peresca." "Helena, when will you finally understand that my love for you is sincere?" Not long afterward, Helena looked utterly exhausted. "I think I need some advice, because I have no experience with this at all." Hamilton asked, "So that is why you came to see me?" Helena asked awkwardly, "Yes." "Are you busy?" He replied, "No. I have finished processing all the reports. I only need to complete this letter to Duke Peresca. What should I write to him?" Helena thought, "Oh, this must be the letter informing father that I was injured and cannot return home." Then she said, "Just keep it brief." Hamilton's eyes reddened. "Do you think I should prepare a draft first?" Helena thought, "He really is making a mountain out of a molehill." She scratched her cheek awkwardly and said, "That isn't why I came here." Hamilton suddenly remembered. "Ah, that's right. You wanted to discuss something important. Let us return to the subject we were discussing earlier. You came to ask me for romantic advice? You really have grown up. To be honest, I'm quite surprised that you know so little about this." Helena asked, "You're surprised?" She continued, "I never imagined something like this would happen." Hamilton said, "Tell me exactly what happened." Helena began recounting the conversation. "I truly love you, Helena." Helena had replied hesitantly, "I've never thought about this before, so I don't know how I feel. This is strange." Silence lingered for a while. Then Caesar stood. "In that case, forget everything I just said. Get some rest, Helena. I will visit you again tomorrow." Then he left. The door closed, leaving Helena alone with her thoughts. The loneliness in his voice suddenly made my heart ache. I was still thinking about it the next day. Helena clenched her fist and thought, "He told me to forget everything I heard yesterday." Caesar appeared. "Do you prefer peach cake or chocolate cake?" Helena blinked. "What?" Caesar asked. "Which do you prefer, Helena?" Helena sighed and replied, "Chocolate cake." Caesar scooped up a spoonful of chocolate cake and fed it to her. "Our tastes in desserts really are different. Come on, open your mouth. Say ah." Helena refused. "My fingers aren't broken." While she was speaking, Caesar slipped a bite into her mouth. "Of course, my lady. Your hands are fine, and none of your fingers are broken." Helena chewed while thinking, what a devious man. After what happened yesterday, how can he feed me with such a calm expression? Caesar said, "It looks delicious, doesn't it?" Then he reached out and wiped a bit of cake from the corner of her mouth. Caesar licked the cake from his finger and asked, "Just how delicious is it?" The sight made Helena's skin crawl. Caesar smiled. "Oh, it really is sweet." Helena shouted, "Why did you eat that?" Helena clutched her head. "He told me I could forget his confession. So what does he think he's doing? I cannot let myself be swayed by something like this." Helena concluded, and that is what happened. Hamilton folded his arms and smiled. "It seems you have quite a problem." Helena replied, "Yes. Hamilton rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Is it because His Highness wants you to give him an answer?" Helena immediately said no. Hamilton continued, "Then has His Highness's attitude changed suddenly? Has he started avoiding you or doing anything similar?" Helena sighed. "Not exactly." Hamilton smiled. "Oh, then simply behave as you normally would." Helena thought irritably, "I came here precisely because I cannot do that." Hamilton set his pen down on the desk and said, "I used to be rather worried about this, but everything is still the same. I am delighted that you have finally begun to grow more perceptive. And please be gentle with the Crown Prince's feelings for you." Helena stared at him in shock. "What? You are speaking as if everything will work itself out, but you are His Highness's aide." Hamilton smiled bitterly. "I have served His Highness for 10 years. Helena looked at him and thought. His expression says it all. 10 years. Come to think of it, I have only known Caesar for 7 years. Could my feelings truly have been swayed by that arrogant boy, a swordsmanship instructor and her student? All this time, I thought his attitude toward me was merely the affection and trust he had for a childhood friend and a teacher he relied upon. I never imagined it was love." Hamilton sat down in the chair across from her and continued, "It seems you have never encountered a situation like this before, so I can understand why it feels so unfamiliar and confusing. But what matters most is how you feel, my lady." Helena asked uncertainly, "How I feel?" Hamilton continued, "When His Highness confessed his feelings, did it make you uncomfortable and frightened? Or did it make you feel relieved and happy? What matters is how your heart received his confession." Helena wondered, "My heart? How do I feel about him?" Once again, she remembered her previous life. Erez opened the door and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Helena had remained calm at the time. Oh, I am fine. I am simply dissatisfied with their hospitality." Erez gritted his teeth. "I will have someone clean this up." Helena turned and said, "Oh, and have them bring me a glass of water." Erez replied, "I will fetch it for you immediately." Helena smiled and asked, "I'm not inconveniencing you, am I?" He immediately replied, "Not at all. Given our relationship, I would gladly do far more than this." Helena did not understand. "What do you mean by that?" Erez said, "My apologies." Helena continued, "I am merely curious. Those around me were sent by my family. You and I are not related by blood, so I'm curious about what sort of relationship we share for you to say such a thing." Erez remained silent for a moment. "Perhaps we are friends, Your Majesty." Helena abruptly awakened and returned to reality. She angrily hugged her pillow. "Again, I cannot believe I dreamed about my previous life again. This is all Caesar's fault. That man is the reason I cannot sleep properly." Not long afterward, Rowena arrived carrying a stack of documents. "This may be a rather abrupt question, but are you and the Crown Prince dating?" Helena froze upon hearing the question. She shouted, "What?" Rowena calmly asked, "Why are you so surprised? Is there nothing you wish to tell me?" Helena stammered in a trembling voice, "Teach that." She then lowered her head in distress. "It has not reached that point yet." Rowena sighed. "I understand. Very well. I propose today's meeting because His Majesty wishes to hold a banquet at the Imperial Palace to celebrate the successful subjugation of the magical beasts." Helena leaned against the railing and asked in surprise, "A banquet at the Imperial Palace? That sounds troublesome." Rowena continued, "I am arranging the invitations and organizing the banquet. What do you think?" Helena immediately replied, "Wonderful. I will leave everything to you." Caesar was below them at that moment. He had just finished training and was breathing heavily as he wiped away the remaining beads of sweat. He then smiled as brightly as a spring breeze. "Helena, how long have you been there? Wait for me. I will come up at once." His words made Helena blush. Rowena smiled and said, "You say you are not dating, my lady, but it seems you soon will be. You will undoubtedly become very busy after this banquet, so please enjoy this time while you can." Helena thought in embarrassment. Enjoy what? That night, Helena lay in bed hugging her pillow. "I keep having strange dreams because everyone will not stop filling my head with nonsense. Good grief, I will go mad at this rate. I am sure I will have another strange dream tonight. How could I possibly like something so bloody? How could I regard him as a good friend and then pretend nothing ever happened? Please forgive me for troubling your descendant. Please grant me your blessing." After saying that, she screamed into the night. The next morning, birds chirped outside. Agat cried out in shock, "Good heavens, my lady! What happened to you last night? You look exhausted." Helena said with a pale face, "Good morning." Agat began to panic. "First, let us wipe you down with warm water." We need more firewood as well, do we not? I will bring you some more ginger tea. Helena said wearily, I am fine, Agat. Agat replied anxiously, please wrap yourself in a blanket. Helena repeated, I am fine. A short while later, the tea was ready, the fireplace was blazing, and everything had been prepared. Helena was wrapped in layer after layer of clothing. This is too many layers. I cannot even move my arms anymore. Agat immediately replied, that is still better than falling ill. This is the final one. Helena flinched. What? There is still another one? But I am not even going outside. Agat said dejectedly. Even so, Helena thought. Agat has been like this ever since the magical beast subjugation. She probably blames herself for my injuries. Helena sighed. This really is the last one, is it not? Agat immediately answered, yes, my lady. Helena thought. I only need to endure her stubbornness a little longer. Should I tell Agat that Caesar confessed his feelings to me? No, I probably should not. The Crown Prince's private affairs should remain confidential. After dressing Helena in a mountain of thick clothing, Agat said cheerfully, all done, my lady. I brewed plenty of ginger tea, so please remember to drink some before bed. If you feel unwell during the meeting, please call for me. Helena walked ahead and said, all right, all right. Agat followed behind her, asking incessantly, will you truly be all right on your own? Helena replied, do not worry. My vision has improved considerably, so I will be fine. Helena took hold of the door handle, then turned and smiled. I will be back soon. I am quite curious to know why the Count was in such a hurry to meet me. She then opened the door and stepped inside. Caesar was already sitting there, waiting for her. He said, you are here, Helena. You look. Helena was wearing so many layers that she could almost have passed for a snowman, a masterpiece created by Agat. Helena spoke first. I apologize for arriving late, Count. The Count replied, it is no trouble. I hear that you will all be returning tomorrow. Caesar inclined his head slightly. Yes, thank you very much for your hospitality, Count. The Count immediately replied, no, we are the ones who should thank you. Because of your efforts, the magical beast problem has subsided, allowing the people to live peacefully once again. I am deeply grateful and do not know how I could possibly repay you. Caesar sat calmly in a chair. You need not concern yourself with repaying us. As a sovereign, I could not sit idly by while my subjects were in danger. The Count continued, if there is ever anything I can do to serve your highness, I will devote myself to it wholeheartedly. Caesar smiled faintly. I'm glad to hear you say that. It is almost as though I have gained an entire army. The Count picked up his teacup and said, that reminds me, your highness, there is something I would like to show you. He then turned to the steward. Bring it in. The steward bowed and replied, yes, my lord. I have already ordered it to be brought here. Please wait a moment. Helena wondered what could it be. Before long, 3 knights carried a box into the room. Helena looked at it and thought, it does not appear very heavy. So why did he need 3 knights rather than servants? She immediately realized that it contained the hide of a beast. The mark carved into it made her heart pound. This feeling, I have felt it before. When Caesar noticed her dazed expression, he called out, Helena, what is wrong? You look pale. Helena broke out in a cold sweat. No, I am fine. She sank into thought. Fortunately, the pain did not last long. But what is that mark? Why did it provoke such a strong reaction from me? Hamilton stroked his chin and said, judging from its shape, it resembles a magic circle. The Count spoke up. Allow me to explain this hide. This mark was found on the abdomen of the vicious magical beast we captured during our previous hunt. A similar mark was also discovered on Gum's fur. Both magical beasts bore the same mark. It seemed extremely suspicious, so I sent it to the Academy of Magic for examination. Hamilton asked, and what did they say? The Count stroked his chin. That is the problem. They said they knew nothing about it. The 3 of them asked in bewilderment, what? The Count continued, I sent it to them because I assumed it was connected to magic, but they reported that these symbols are not magical runes. Caesar folded his arms. Then what are they? The Count answered, my guess is that they are connected to the Order of Reiko. Hamilton was astonished. Is that the religion you mentioned before? The one opposed to dragons? The Count replied, yes. After the order appeared, the number of magical beasts increased. Furthermore, it was not merely one beast. 2 magical beasts appeared bearing marks we had never seen before. Given these coincidences, I believe the incidents may be connected. Helena folded her arms as well. Are you saying this mark might allow someone to control them? The Count answered, I cannot say for certain. If these symbols had been magical, I would have deciphered them long ago. But because they're not magic, they are extremely difficult to investigate. Hamilton asked, can we not summon the leader of the Order of Reiko and interrogate them? The Count shook his head. We still have no conclusive evidence. Doing so would only intensify the conflict. Helena thought in surprise. Oh, perhaps that person will know something. She touched the hide and asked, "May I make a copy of this mark?" The Count answered without hesitation, "Of course, my lady." Caesar asked curiously, "What do you plan to do with the copy?" Helena smiled. "That is a secret, your highness. Please give me a sheet of paper and a pen." The Count immediately handed her a pen. "Certainly, my lady. Here you are." Helena took the pen and began practicing until she could reproduce the mark. "I do not know what this is, but I feel pain whenever I see it. This must be something serious. It may even be connected to me." After the conversation ended, Helena stepped outside. "Although our stay was brief, thank you for everything. We are deeply grateful for your hospitality. I hope we will have an opportunity to meet again soon." The Count placed a hand over his chest and replied, "Yes, I will look forward to that day." Helena then boarded the carriage and departed. The carriage creaked as it rolled onward. Helena sat beside the window, gazing outside. "When I first came to the capital, I felt nothing at all. But has this place always been like this? So lively and warm?" Caesar noticed her staring through the window and asked, "Helena, is there something interesting outside?" Helena asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Caesar answered. "You have been staring outside for some time, so I wondered if something in particular had caught your interest." Helena thought it strange. "I have no idea what he is talking about." Caesar smiled. "Never mind. I apologize for disturbing you." Helena raised her head and thought, "Honestly, everything he says sounds so unnatural now." Caesar stared at her, causing her cheeks to flush. She immediately asked, "What are you doing? Why do you keep staring at me?" Caesar asked in return, Why would you ask that? I have always looked at you, Helena. But if it makes you uncomfortable, master, should I close my eyes like this?" Helena's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She clenched her hands and thought, "Thank goodness a god is asleep. Otherwise, she would see how red my face is. But if I keep my head lowered, I will look suspicious. It would be best to stare outside and pretend to be completely absorbed in the scenery." Suddenly, something caught her attention. "What is that? Why are so many people gathered there?" A young woman was preaching loudly. "Dragons are our gods, our saviors, and our sovereigns." Helena murmured, "Dragons are our gods and rulers? Wait, I have heard something similar before." That day, No had said, "I have long awaited the day of your birth, true sovereign of all living beings." Helena thought, "That preacher may be a priestess of Reiko." Caesar looked outside the carriage and said, "I think you may be right. Let us investigate." Someone suddenly called, "My lady." Helena turned to Agat. "Agat, please watch the carriage. I will return shortly." Agat asked in confusion, "Forgive me, but where are you suddenly going?" "I will accompany you." Caesar immediately drew his sword to stop her. "No, I will go with her." Agat sighed in disappointment. "Very well. Please be careful, my lady. Your highness, you must protect her." Helena pulled up her hood and said, "We will return soon." They made their way toward the preacher. "Please place your faith in our saviors, the dragons. I once suffered from a mysterious illness. My entire body was covered in bruises, and my wounds would not stop bleeding. But after I began believing in the dragons, my illness vanished. Even when the physicians could do nothing, I was healed by the grace of the dragon god." Helena asked doubtfully, "The dragon god?" Caesar replied, "She is probably referring to the leader of this religion." The woman raised her voice again. "Everyone calls the dragon god a fraud, but only the ignorant would say such a thing. I was cured without paying a single coin. The dragon god said it was a blessing bestowed upon the world by the dragons." Helena pondered. "Dragons will save and bless humanity?" She recalled her memories of the dragon's appearance. Everyone had screamed in terror, "A dragon! A dragon has appeared! Please spare me." Helena clenched her fists. "Dragons destroy humanity and take everything from us. They are not creatures worthy of such faith." The woman continued preaching. "The dragons will return. Listen, listen well. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our gods, our saviors, and our sovereigns will return." Helena turned to leave and thought, "I do not need to listen to this nonsense. We should go." Before she could finish the thought, she spotted a familiar figure. No looked at her and smiled. Helena cried out in astonishment, "No." Without saying a word, No walked away. Helena shouted, "No, stop. Damn it. I cannot get through this crowd. I cannot let him escape. I need to get out of here immediately." When Caesar saw her hurry away, he called out loudly, "Helena, where are you going, Helena?" Helena's hood fell back, causing her a moment of panic. "Oh no, my hood." Someone spotted her and glared. "What are they doing here? Is that not a noble woman?" Suddenly, a man grabbed her wrist. "Hey, what is the hurry? You look like a noble woman." Did your mother never teach you not to wander around places like this alone? Helena looked around, her expression darkening. I cannot see no. I have lost him. Could I have been mistaken? But even if that really was no, how am I supposed to face him? The man holding Helena's wrist grinned. What wind blew a beautiful, noble lady like you into this filthy alley? Do you not understand how badly this could end for you? Before he could finish, Caesar charged forward and delivered a lightning-fast kick that sent the man sprawling. Arg, Caesar said coldly. Forgive me for interrupting your conversation. I have apologized, so that settles the matter, does it not? Or do you still have something you wish to say to me? Faced with Caesar's icy gaze, the man immediately replied in fear. No, nothing at all. Caesar pulled Helena away. Let us go, Helena. A short while later, he asked, Helena, are you all right? Helena nodded. Yes, I am fine. Caesar sighed. What in the world did you see that made you panic like that? And who is this no you kept calling after? Helena forced a smile and explained, Oh, he is merely an acquaintance of mine, but I think I may have mistaken someone else for him. Caesar said, There it is again. You truly are full of surprises. Helena thought, That is true, but the more I consider it, the less sense it makes. 10 years have passed, yet he looked exactly the same. I probably mistook someone else for him. After returning to the capital, many things changed. Leonard returned from the academy, and he was set to become commander of the Red Knights the following spring. As for Helena, she officially became His Highness's swordsmanship instructor. Yes, the Crown Prince's swordsmanship instructor. I am fairly certain that is the title. The Knights approach her with sparkling eyes. Captain, we heard that you are called the swordsmanship instructor here. That means you are our teacher, does it not? We are incredibly fortunate. Helena clutched her head and thought, They are teasing me again. Has there been some misunderstanding? She continued thinking. In the end, the only reason I became an instructor for the trainee knights was Hamilton. At the time, he had said, All of this is meant to secure your position, my lady. Furthermore, it will help uncover His Highness's potential, and so on and so forth. He had put on such a pitiful, puppy-like expression while making the request that she had been unable to refuse. One knight asked, Captain, does that mean you will remain here permanently? Helena replied, Yes, I believe so. The knight smiled brightly. Then that also means you will accept us as your disciples, correct? Helena froze. She thought, no. At most, I can handle minor tasks like correcting their stances. Helena reassured everyone. All right, settle down. At some point, Caesar appeared behind Helena, radiating murderous intent. It seems you must be quite confident in your abilities to dare ask to become her students. The knights cried out in terror. Your Highness, Caesar sneered. Students? If you can survive a match against me, I'll allow you to become my fellow students. Of course, I'm sure you'll survive. The knights clung to one another and sobbed. Your Highness, that's Solby. Helena broke into a cold sweat and thought he really might kill someone. Helena called out, My dear student. Caesar's face immediately lit up. Yes, master. Helena asked, Stop fighting. Have you warmed up yet? Caesar smiled brightly. Not yet. I only just arrived. Helena suggested. Then let's all warm up by running 30 laps around the training ground. Everyone, including Caesar, froze. What? What did you say? Helena smiled and ordered, Start running. A while later, the sun was already high in the sky. The knights collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Helena folded her arms. It's far too early for you to be exhausted. Next, 100 aerial spins. The knights' voices trembled. 100? Master, please have mercy on us. Il n'a fini de surprise. What? Would you rather do 200? The knights immediately replied, No, we'll do 100. Caesar wiped away his sweat and approached Helena. Why are they calling you master? I don't think you should accept them. Helena asked in confusion, Why not? Caesar replied, when they asked if they could call you master. Helena asked, Does it really matter? I don't see anything wrong with letting them call me that. Caesar cut her off. No, only the 3 of us are allowed to be your students. Helena. Looking at his pleading expression, Helena thought, Caesar, only a few minutes ago, you looked like a mass murderer. Why are you acting like a child now? Do you think I'll find that cute? Helena spoke. Honestly, do you like me that much? Caesar's face turned bright red, and he began to sweat. Don't ask me that. I don't want to share you with anyone. Helena picked up the holy sword and huffed. Very well. If you can defeat me once within 5 rounds, you may have me all to yourself. Any objections, my little puppy? Caesar immediately attacked her. Pointing his sword at her, he smiled and said, "You'd better not go back on your word." Helena scoffed. "Aren't you being a little too confident?" Caesar replied, "Master, I think you're at your most adorable when you're holding a sword." Helena assumed a fighting stance. "Is that so? Let's see if you can still say that after I've knocked you to the ground." In an instant, their swords collided and rebounded. Helena stepped back as Caesar lowered his body, preparing to charge. The corner of Helena's mouth lifted into a smile. She thought, "I knew it. His technique has improved. Perhaps he really can defeat me this time." Caesar closed the distance, thrusting his sword straight toward Helena. Helena quickly parried. Immediately afterward, Helena counterattacked. Caesar raised his arm to block, abruptly stopping Helena's movement. Once the danger had passed, Caesar pulled her tightly into his arms, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Caesar lifted her into his arms. Helena warned him anxiously, "You can't use your body to block a sword. It's too dangerous." Caesar smiled. "Look who's talking. You let your guard down during a sparring match. That's not like you, master." Helena lightly punched him several times. "You idiot. Are you trying to injure your arm again?" Tears welled in Caesar's eyes. Wait. Helena trembled with rage, and Caesar covered his head. "I nearly died." Helena snapped. "Nearly died? Would you like me to show you what it truly feels like to nearly die?" Caesar broke into a cold sweat. Helena roared. "How dare you tease your master?" Caesar tried to stop her. "Helena, calm down." A tremendous crash rang out, startling a flock of birds into flight. A while later, Helena was soaking in a bath. "This feels wonderful after that sparring match." That's Caesar. How could he resort to such a cheap trick? It's fortunate that we were only practicing swordsmanship. If that had been a real battle, he would have lost his arm. Still, he didn't rely solely on that little trick. His swordsmanship really has improved tremendously. If Caesar had defeated me that day, I wonder how I would have felt. What if he became stronger than me? What am I thinking? I spend the entire day thinking about him. Helena's face flushed with embarrassment. I don't think I can deny it any longer. After bathing, Helena was having a maid help her get ready when someone arrived. "My lady, His Highness has come to see you." Helena thought for a moment, then said, "Let him in." Caesar entered, pouting as he looked at Helena. Curious about his attitude, Helena asked, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a bad mood?" Caesar replied angrily, "Those knights were waiting to bother you, so I chased them away." Helena warned him, "Caesar, stop hurting your subordinates." Caesar stared intently at her. "Helena, I don't want to share you with anyone. I'll say it again. You only have 3 students, us." Helena's heart raced as she confessed her feelings. "Do you know something, Caesar? Whenever I complain about anything, you always speak to me so carefully. You care about me more than you care about yourself. I like you. I like you, Caesar." Caesar stared at her in astonishment, his face turning bright red. "What? You mean you like me romantically, don't you? Not as a friend or a student?" Helena felt slightly exasperated and thought, "You idiot, I just confessed to you." Then she asked, "What? Do you want me to say it again?" Caesar immediately nodded repeatedly. "Yes." Helena could not help smiling. "I like you. I like you very much, Caesar. My life used to be so dull, but it isn't anymore." Caesar smiled happily. "Those are the sweetest words you've ever said to me." The two of them then shared an incredibly romantic kiss. Not long afterward, Helena sat across from her father. He silently observed his daughter for a moment before setting down his teacup. "Helena, I summoned you because there is something I need to clarify." Helena set down her own cup and asked curiously, "What is it, father?" He asked, "Are you considering becoming the crown princess?" Helena froze. "What? Viscount No wants to know. If you intend to become the crown princess, our family will have to take a new path as well." Helena fell into thought. Of course father would be worried. He has avoided politics his entire life. If I become the crown princess, I will essentially be stepping into the very heart of politics. In truth, I was never particularly interested in becoming the crown princess before. Helena set down her teacup and replied, "I can't answer that question yet, because I still haven't received something important." Her father asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Helena smiled brightly. "A proposal. That's what I'm still waiting for. In any case, there is a more urgent problem right now." Not long afterward, Helena entered a bookstore. A guy followed behind her and exclaimed, "Wow, my lady, why did you suddenly decide to visit a bookstore? What kind of book are you looking for, my lady?" Helena replied, "I need a book about magic." A guy said in surprise, "What? But you don't know how to use magic." Helena's gaze settled on a book. These days, almost no one uses magic anyway. She then reached out and took a book. A guy glanced at it from behind. "Then why are you buying a book on the subject?" Helena huffed. "I'm thinking of giving it to someone. but I need to know what it's about before I can decide whether to give it to her. Agat looked at the book and was equally astonished. You have a point. Helena's expression darkened as well. Perhaps I should choose another one. She looked around, but everything appeared utterly incomprehensible. Helena swallowed and thought, the other books don't look any easier to understand. Perhaps I should ask someone knowledgeable to recommend one. Speak of the devil. Helena stepped forward. Excuse me, I don't know much about magic. Could you recommend a book to me? The other girl turned around. Is that so? What kind of magic are you interested in? Upon seeing Helena, Dulika was utterly astonished, and even Helena could hardly believe it. Helena immediately smiled. Lady Dulika, I never expected to meet you here. Dulika smiled awkwardly. Likewise. Greetings, my lady. What a coincidence. Helena asked curiously. Lady Dulika, are you here to buy books too? Dulika replied. What other reason would I have for visiting a bookstore? Helena waved her hand. Well, I'm glad you're here. Could you recommend a book about magic? Dulika turned her face away. Wouldn't it be better to ask one of the bookstore employees? Helena immediately refused. No, I want a recommendation. You're very knowledgeable about magic after all. Dulika blushed at the compliment. Ahem. Yes, I do know quite a bit about magic. Ahem. Not many people choose this book, but it's the one I recommend. Dulika then tossed the book to Helena. Here, your book. Helena caught it, grinning from ear to ear. Wonderful. Let's go pay for it. Behind her, Agat held the purse and replied, Yes, my lady. Helena approached Dulika and said, I'll give this book to its new owner immediately. In truth, I was looking for a book to give to you. Dulika was startled. What? What game are you playing, my lady? Helena placed a hand over her chest and spoke sincerely. A game? Very well. I like that word. If I invite you, will you play along? Come play with me, my lady. By then, Helena had already lured Dulika to a table laden with food. Please help yourself. This is my treat. Dulika asked in confusion, Why are you treating me this way? Helena smiled brightly. I only wanted to have a cup of tea with you. Dulika replied suspiciously, I don't believe we're close enough to sit face to face and have an intimate conversation. Helena rested her chin on her hand. Oh, that doesn't mean we can't do it. Dulika frowned. My lady. Helena leaned closer and lowered her voice. Don't make that face, my lady. Everyone is watching. Only then did Dulika realize what was happening. She reproached Helena. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't brought me here in the first place. Helena asked, Would it be better if we met somewhere private next time? Would you prefer that? I'm more dangerous than you think, my lady. Dulika's eyes widened in shock. She stammered. In any case, if you have something to say to me, then say it quickly. Once you're done, I'm leaving. Helena took a sheet of paper out of her bag. All right, I'll keep this brief. I need to borrow your knowledge of magic. Could you take a look at this? Dulika asked in surprise, What is it? Helena replied, I don't know either. I only know that it resembles a magic circle, so I wanted to ask you. Dulika studied the symbols on the paper and said thoughtfully, But these symbols aren't runes. Helena asked doubtfully, Do you mean they have nothing to do with magic? Dulika stared at them. Yes, more or less. Helena still did not understand. What do you mean? Dulika explained, runes are a language created by humans to use magic. In other words, the original form of magic may have used an entirely different language. Helena asked, Can you tell me more about that other language? Dulika shook her head. No information or records of it have survived, so I can't be certain. All I know is that it once existed. Helena sighed in disappointment. I see. I thought you might know what these symbols meant. What a shame. Dulika asked, If possible, may I borrow this sheet of paper? Helena agreed in surprise. Of course, but what do you intend to do with it? Dulika replied somewhat uneasily. I simply want to investigate it further. Helena smiled brightly. Then of course you may have it, but if you discover anything, you must tell me. Dulika immediately agreed. All right. Afterward, silence fell between them. Dulika awkwardly lifted her teacup, and Helena smiled as she broke the heavy silence. Try the cake, my lady. It's delicious. This is my favorite kind. Helena then took a large bite and ate it with delight. Dulika watched closely, seemingly a little interested herself. I'm only eating this because you've shown such sincerity. She stuck her fork into the cake and took a bite. Dulika chewed slowly, surprised to find that it tasted quite good. Helena smiled and said, At times like this, aren't you supposed to say that we have a lot in common? Dulika froze. We have a lot in common. The two of us? Now I understand why you invited me on this ridiculous outing. You want to humiliate me, don't you? Helena immediately denied it. No, You've misunderstood, my lady. That isn't why. Dulika cut her off. Don't become too conceited simply because the crown prince favors you. No matter what happens, the position of crown princess will belong to House Randy. Helena thought, how strange. She said the position would belong to her family, not to her. Dulika is innocently allowing her family to use her as a tool. Is she truly all right with that? Helena then spoke. My lady, just because you're a woman doesn't mean you have to live solely for your family. Dulika froze. She forced a trembling smile, clenching both hands tightly. You aren't pitying me, are you? I'll do everything I can to become the crown princess. If I fail, I'll have nothing left. You must think I'm terribly pathetic. Helena had not expected Dulika to misunderstand her. My lady, that isn't what I meant. Dulika continued, having everything doesn't give you the right to pity me whenever you please. I find it utterly repulsive. It was a pleasure meeting you today, my lady, but I hope we never have another unpleasant encounter like this. With that, Dulika turned and walked away, leaving Helena standing there in shock. She reproached herself. Helena, you're such a fool. Although a long time had passed since that day, she still occasionally remembered Dulika's words. Having everything doesn't give you the right to pity me whenever you please. She was right. I truly had pitied her. Because I was the one by his side, I assumed she would never receive his love. My shallow thinking and arrogance had hurt someone else. I couldn't believe I was such a narrow-minded person. As she stood there lost in thought, someone called out, my lady, my lady. The voice snapped Helena back to reality. Rowena asked, is something wrong? Helena forced a smile. No, it's nothing. What were you saying? Rowena replied, I said that you will undoubtedly be the most beautiful woman at this banquet. This isn't an ordinary banquet. It's being held to celebrate the subjugation of the magical beasts. You're the guest of honor, my lady. You must look more beautiful than Lady Dulika at all costs. Helena hesitated. No, that isn't necessary. Rowena immediately cut her off. Nonsense. I heard that the Empress has hired the finest dress designers and dance instructors in the Empire for House Randy. Helena shook her head. We don't need to go that far. It's only a banquet. Rowena interrupted her again. Please don't be so modest, my lady. Rowena spoke with murderous intensity. How can you say it's only a banquet? This is war. Please cast aside such feeble thoughts. Helena thought, am I going to a banquet or a battlefield? Rowena then continued in a gentler voice. The Empress has already booked all the famous designers. But don't worry, my lady. After making inquiries everywhere, I found these dresses created by recently emerging designers. I think everything will be fine. Those famous designers usually focus solely on traditional styles. How foolish. Throughout history, the crown princess has always been the one who sets fashion trends, not someone who follows them. Looking at the mountain of clothes piled before her, Helena could not help sweating. Rowena, does House Randy owe you money? Why are you so enthusiastic about competing with them? Rowena coughed politely. Please forgive me. I became a little carried away. It isn't because I hate them. If there is anyone I resent, it is the Empress. Helena was surprised. The Empress? Rowena spoke thoughtfully. When I was young, my family, House Everin, was executed by the Valar imperial family. It was all because we had close ties to the former Empress, Prince Caesar's birth mother. Our family wasn't particularly influential, but the Valar family always sought to eliminate anyone who might support the former Empress. Ever since House Randy sided with the current Empress, I've wanted to defeat them at any cost. That is how I intend to avenge my family. Helena thought in astonishment, Hamilton, why did you never tell me something this important? Helena then spoke. Rowena. Rowena adjusted her glasses. Please don't concern yourself with it, my lady. Helena thought, how could I possibly not be concerned? Rowena continued, that is precisely why I've always been so grateful to you. Helena asked in confusion, to me? Rowena replied, yes. Thanks to you, His Highness has become more active. Just as you accepted a god, His Highness accepted me. Back then, Caesar said to Rowena, as long as you are capable, your past and identity do not matter. Remain by my side and prove yourself. I'm deeply grateful for everything His Highness has done for me. Therefore, anyone he cherishes is someone I cherish as well. Seeing the sincerity in Rowena's eyes, Helena thought, her eyes are filled with sincerity. I can see her loyalty to Caesar within them. I am rather surprised. Helena then smiled brightly. Caesar truly is an amazing person, isn't he? Rowena nodded in agreement. Yes, of course. That is why, even if it stems from my pride and selfish desire for revenge, I refuse to be defeated by those associated with the Empress. Now, please come with me, my lady. As Rowena dragged her away, Helena felt slightly overwhelmed. Rowena, wait. A while later, a god appeared with a radiant smile. My lady, you look like an entirely different person. Helena was now wearing a magnificent blue dress that matched the color of her eyes. Rowena smiled brightly. I did my very best. A god could not help exclaiming, you are so beautiful that I want to show you off to everyone. Yet I also do not want anyone else to see you. Just then, Leonard knocked and entered. Helena, are you ready? Helena spoke shyly. Oh, Leonard. Rowena covered her mouth and laughed. We put a great deal of effort into preparing her. Helena wondered, just how much effort did they put into this? Leonard smiled and complimented his sister. I always thought you were adorable, but it appears you can become even more beautiful. His words delighted Helena. Goodness, my brother certainly knows what to say. Rowena clapped her hands, drawing Helena's attention. All right. We do not have much time left. I tightened your waist considerably, my lady, so be careful not to eat too much. Do not step on your dress, and do not rub your eyes. Helena stared blankly at her. Why are there so many things I am not allowed to do? Rowena stepped forward. Oh, there's one thing I will permit you to do. You may wear off your lipstick. After saying that, Rowena clenched her fist and nodded encouragingly. Helena misunderstood her meaning. Does she mean I can drink as much as I want? And so, they departed for the imperial palace. The banquet soon began, and Helena was already in attendance. People gathered around her and praised her. You look absolutely radiant, my lady. Helena smiled in response. Thank you, everyone. They continued showering her with compliments. You are the heroine who defeated those two enormous magical beasts. What a loyal woman you are. Helena thought with slight displeasure. Is loyalty really supposed to be a compliment? Oh, the Empress is over there. There are fewer people paying their respects to her than I expected. Although she is smiling, she must be deeply anxious. Perhaps she has realized that her position is becoming increasingly unstable. Still, even if the Empress's influence is weakened, I thought Dulika would remain at her side. I am surprised that she is nowhere to be seen. The young ladies nearby began gossiping. Come to think of it, where is Lady Dulika? That is right. She is always following the Empress around like a shadow. Could the Empress have cast her aside? Helena thought. I understand that this is how nobles behave, but that is still too cruel. I cannot allow it. Helena spoke up. Listen, I do not think you should speak ill of Lady Dulika behind her back. Before she could finish, Dulika approached them. That sounds like an interesting conversation. May I join you? The young lady turned pale when she saw Dulika. Lady Dulika, oh, how rude of me. I just remembered that I have yet to greet the others. Please excuse me. With that, she hurried away. Wait for me. Once the young ladies had left, Dulika immediately turned and confronted Helena. Were you just speaking ill of me with those other ladies? How pathetic. Helena replied, No, Lady Dulika, you have misunderstood me. I was about to stop them. Dulika frowned. I misunderstood you? You were going to stop them? Do you still take me for a fool? Helena continued. I am trying to explain. She thought, this is so unfair. She was clearly the one who spilled wine on my dress. No, I should not think like that. I should explain the current situation and apologize for what happened last time before matters grow worse. Helena spoke again. I truly did try my best to stop them. Please believe me. I also wish to apologize for what happened last time. Helena suddenly fell silent. Wait, something is strange. She had finally noticed it. Does Dulika's dress not look remarkably similar to mine? Judging by the laurel leaf patterns, the two dresses look as though they belong to a matching set. At that moment, Caesar's voice rang out. Helena. Caesar appeared, dressed in an elegant outfit in the same colors as Helena's gown. Seeing his attire, Helena thought, oh, now that I see Caesar, I understand. My dress was designed to match his. Caesar approached and asked, My lady, are you enjoying the banquet? Helena lifted her skirt and curtsied. Your Highness, Caesar continued, you truly are the star of tonight's banquet. Your beauty is dazzling. Helena replied, Then I shall be your Highness's eyes. Caesar took her hand and held it tenderly. As long as you remain by my side, I would gladly surrender my sight. Everyone who witnessed their exchange began whispering among themselves. Their astonishment was only natural. For years, they had known Caesar only as a cold and terrifying man. Unfortunately, they did not know his true nature. In reality, Caesar was like an adorable large dog. Helena smiled. I would never abandon my student, so do not worry too much. Caesar was about to compliment her again. My lady, Today you. Just then, someone approached and interrupted him. Your Highness, you arrived late. Caesar turned around, his brow furrowing slightly. Marquis Ranty, standing behind Dulika, the Marquis said, there are several urgent matters that I hope to discuss with your Highness. He gave Caesar an enigmatic smile. Caesar turned to face him. Whatever the matter is, I hope you can be as brief as possible. As you can see, I'm very busy. The Marquis sneered. There's no need to be so tense. I merely wish to ask whether a satisfactory conclusion has been reached regarding Salisbury. Caesar replied, yes, thanks to you. I appreciate your concern, Marquis. The Marquis laughed coldly. I did not mention it to receive your Highness's gratitude. Everything I have done has been for your Highness and this empire. Standing nearby with her arms folded, Helena thought grimly, what a tiresome man. If that is how he feels, then he should not have brought it up. It seems Caesar will be occupied with Marquis Ranty for a while. What a headache. Suddenly, the Marquis turned to Helena. There is something I would like to say to you as well, my lady. Helena was surprised. To me? He replied, yes. My daughter wished to congratulate you on your extraordinary contributions to the empire. For that reason, she has practiced this piano piece day and night. It may not be anything exceptional, but I hope you will accept the gesture. Hearing this, Dulika froze, and her expression darkened. Helena placed a hand over her chest and smiled. Of course, she will perform for me. I look forward to it. The Marquis turned to his daughter and spoke sternly. What are you doing, Dulika? His Highness is here. Begin playing. Dulika flinched. What? Yes. The Marquis then glanced toward Helena. This way, your Highness, Helena thought, and not a single invitation for me. Left behind alone, Helena did not know how to react. What in the world was that? Did he not say his daughter had practiced for me? Anyone can see that he is deliberately excluding me. I have spent the entire evening dealing with people like that. I am exhausted. Perhaps this is for the best. I think I will take a walk in the rear garden. Inside, Dulika had seated herself at the piano. The Marquis smiled with satisfaction, while the others whispered among themselves. A lady who received a proper education from childhood truly is different, but she is merely playing the piano. Now that there's a lady who has slain monstrous beasts, playing the piano is hardly impressive. Exactly. House Ranty must be terribly embarrassed. Dulika screamed inwardly. All of you shut your mouths. The crowd continued whispering. Poor Lady Dulika. Dulika seethed with rage. Shut up, you fools. How dare you pity me? I will become the most outstanding woman in this empire. I do not deserve anyone's pity. I am not miserable. Absolutely not. Outside, Helena was enjoying the peace and quiet, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Marquis Ranty wields enormous power. He even brought up the Empress to flaunt his influence. He clearly intends to make Caesar look like the villain. The same goes for Dulika's performance. If Caesar refused to attend, it would only cause him more trouble later. I understand that, but I still cannot bring myself to feel better. Is Caesar listening to her play right now? I wonder whether they are sitting beside each other like two close friends. They look so well suited to each other. If Dulika becomes crown princess, does that mean she will also see the side of Caesar that only I know? Will Dulika also see the innocent smile he shows me? Will he give that radiant smile, along with the gentleness and warmth of his embrace, to someone other than me? Suddenly, someone called Helena's name, and she turned around. Caesar spoke between ragged breaths. I've been searching everywhere for you. What are you doing out here? I was worried. Helena stared at him in surprise. Then she smiled and held out her arms. Will you come and embrace me? Hearing this, Caesar hesitated briefly before pulling Helena into his arms. As my master wishes, held in his embrace, Helena said, Caesar, I must have spoiled you too much. It appears I can no longer control my emotions. Caesar replied, that means you have been spoiling me for quite some time. Helena asked, really? Then let us both be spoiled. But you must promise to keep this a secret. Caesar answered gently, Helena, anything you wish. Helena's heart was filled with unfamiliar emotions. I never knew loving someone felt this way. I never knew that yearning for someone was love. I did not know when I became so naive and blind. Thanks to Caesar, I finally understand what love is. He taught me what it means to love, and I hope he will remain by my side forever. A short while later, the two returned to the imperial palace. Helena asked, "Why does His Majesty suddenly wish to see me?" Caesar replied, "Do not worry too much. His Majesty probably wishes to congratulate you for successfully defeating the magical beasts." Helena thought, that may be the apparent reason, but how can I know his true intentions? Now that I have become involved in politics, I must be cautious about everything. My current life is completely different from my previous one. I now have far too many things to protect, and I must protect myself as well. Otherwise, my family and my masters. Caesar called out absent-mindedly, "Helena." Helena snapped back to reality. "What?" Caesar reassured her. "Do not worry too much." Helena replied anxiously, "How could I not worry? If I make a mistake or displease His Majesty, it will not benefit my family at all." Caesar took her hand and encouraged her. "Do not worry. If anything happens, I will raze this place to the ground and run away with you." Helena was astonished by his declaration. She smiled and replied, "Then it is settled." Caesar tightened his grip on her hand. "Let's go." They soon arrived, and the emperor addressed them. "You two have arrived." Helena lifted her skirt and bowed respectfully. "I am Helena Pereska of House Pereska. I greet your Majesty." The emperor smiled. "Sit and make yourself comfortable. I merely summoned you here for a brief conversation." Helena obediently replied, "Yes, your Majesty." Once Helena had taken her seat, the emperor continued, "I have heard of your achievements in Vindalum. You resolved a problem that had troubled the imperial family for a long time. Your contribution was considerable." Helena smiled. "I merely fulfilled my duty, your Majesty." The emperor laughed at her answer. "So I have heard. I have never seen anyone so courageous. Even those famed warriors cannot compare to you." The empress, who was seated beside him, added, "Indeed, your Majesty. Lady Helena's exceptional talents have also caused some concern." Helena swallowed and thought bitterly, "I knew it. Naturally, she would not let this pass. This is exactly what she wants. She wants the emperor to believe that I will once again become an obstacle to Caesar." Caesar spoke up, "Your Majesty, why are you so concerned?" The empress replied, "Some people are constantly praising Lady Helena, and that may ultimately harm His Majesty. I am merely worried." Caesar continued, "What harm could it possibly cause? Lady Helena will be a valuable asset to His Majesty." The empress rested her chin on her hand and smiled. "I only mentioned the matter because of my own concerns. Your Highness, are you certain that your feelings for Lady Helena will not impair your judgment?" Caesar's gaze grew stern and piercing. "Do your Majesty mean the judgment that allowed me to recognize an incomparably gifted individual and bring that talent into the imperial palace?" The empress froze for a moment. Then she said, "You speak as though I were admonishing Lady Helena. I agree that she is an exceptionally talented woman. Therefore, your Majesty, what would you think of granting her a territory and a title? She possesses an extraordinary gift for defeating magical beasts, so the title of Countess would surely suit her." Helena was stunned. "Wait, a Countess? Is she planning to send me away to some remote territory?" Helena forced a smile. "I have only just come of age. I fear such a title would be far too great an honor for me." The empress smiled again. "My, how modest. That is certainly a fine virtue. I do not believe this would be difficult for you. You began teaching His Highness swordsmanship at a young age, and now you are responsible for training the knights. Furthermore, you are overflowing with loyalty toward His Majesty. Surely you would not refuse." With that, she gave Helena a triumphant smile, having cornered her. Helena frowned and thought, "She clearly sees me as a thorn in her side. That is why she is so eager to find a way to drive me away." Caesar spoke up, "Your Majesty, only Father has the authority to bestow titles upon individuals. If you are not more cautious, unpleasant rumors may spread that you covet Father's position and authority." Then, the empress and Caesar glared fiercely at each other. Caesar continued, "Furthermore, Lady Helena is my master. Therefore, the emperor agreed with his son. The crown prince is correct. Moreover, I do not believe the bestowal of a title is an appropriate subject for our present conversation." The empress forced a smile. "Of course, I spoke out of turn." After saying that, she glanced at Helena with a contemptuous smile. Helena sighed softly, her heart weighed down by worry. If the political situation continues like this, will I truly be able to survive? After the conversation, Helena dragged her exhausted body home. Seeing her condition, Nep asked, "My lady, you have returned. Why do you look so tired?" Helena's expression darkened. "Being forced to do things I dislike is utterly exhausting." Nep smiled. "It is always like that at first. You will become accustomed to it soon." Helena turned pale. I certainly hope that does not happen. Nep said, His Highness would be heartbroken if he heard you say that. Helena blinked. What, Caesar? Why would His Highness be disappointed? Nep froze. Do you mean you do not wish to become accustomed to being more intimate with His Highness? Helena was startled. What? We're talking about two different things, are we not? That is not what I meant. Before Helena could finish, Nep interrupted her. To be honest, I'm quite worried about the two of you. Every time you meet, you practice swordsmanship, and then you practice even more. All you ever do together is practice swordsmanship. Nep had struck the heart of the matter, leaving Helena speechless and unable to argue. Resting her chin on her hand, Nep continued, That is not how ordinary couples get to know each other. Helena thought, I know that is how other people will see us. The problem is that I do not know how to get to know him. I have absolutely no experience with matters like this. I cannot allow things to continue this way. I need help from an expert. Before long, Rowena arrived and asked, Did you summon me? Do you need some dating advice? Helena smiled awkwardly. Yes, I need an expert's opinion. I have already planned the date. Rowena replied, Very well. Let me hear it. Helena explained, We will go out for coffee, and I will initiate a conversation in a pleasant setting. After that, we will watch a play together. Next, we will admire the night view from the magnificent Mon Cathedral. Finally, we will have dinner together. That is the plan. What do you think? Rowena adjusted her glasses. It is not bad. However, you appear to have no concept of romance whatsoever. How could you devise such an ordinary date? Helena stared at her in shock. But that was... The little love fairies had told Helena, Great swordswoman, you are gloomy all day because you have not gone on a date. We will help you, so leave everything to us. Helena waved her hands. No, you do not need to be so enthusiastic. She then spoke wearily. Please give me some advice. I am exhausted as well. Rowena said, Since you do not have much time, I will not ask too many questions. However, have you not overlooked something important? Helena asked doubtfully. What is it? Rowena asked seriously. What are you planning to wear? Lady Helena stammered. Well, she truly had not thought about that yet. Rowena immediately said, I knew it. Come with me right now. Helena jumped in surprise. What? Wait. A short while later, Helena had changed into a one-piece dress. A dreamy purple butterfly bow adorned her hair. Helena asked, Is this the outfit you said would be suitable for a date? A god exclaimed in surprise. My lady, you look absolutely beautiful. Do you like it? It is perfect for a date, though it is somewhat different from your usual style. Helena lowered her head slightly. That is true. This is not my usual style, but everyone says it suits me, so I suppose I will have to accept it. Then she called out loudly, Prepare the carriage. I'm going straight to the Imperial Palace. Today, I am determined to have an ordinary date with Caesar, just like everyone else. Coffee, an opera, stargazing, a restaurant. Coffee and an opera. This plan cannot fail. That is right. If anything goes wrong, it is all over. Those self-proclaimed romance experts started chattering again. You intend to watch the opera from the front row? If you want a warm, romantic atmosphere, you should watch it from a balcony on the second floor. Helena replied, All right, I understand. Worried about the noise, she reserved seats on a second-floor balcony. Prepare yourself, Caesar. I'm going to surprise you. Before long, Caesar's voice rang out. Hello, Helena. I have been waiting for you. I'm very curious about why you invited me out. Helena blushed. I recently heard about a wonderful opera, so I wanted to see it with you. Caesar asked in surprise, An opera? Helena grew anxious. What if it is not like opera? She timidly asked, Do you not like it? Caesar smiled. No, that is not it. I like opera. Helena smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Then she clenched her fists and said, The evening is only beginning. Let's have some coffee first. Caesar immediately agreed. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Then he took her hand. In that case, I belong entirely to you today, master. They soon arrived at their destination. Caesar gently helped her down from the carriage. After stepping down, Helena opened her parasol. Caesar asked in surprise, Helena, that parasol. Sheltering beneath it, Helena smiled and asked, Well, is it beautiful? Caesar asked, Which one? You or the parasol? Helena answered shyly, Both. She thought in disappointment. Why is he not reacting at all? The trainee knights told me that a beautiful lady should shyly shelter beneath a parasol and smile like a violet. I did not know what it means to smile like a violet, so I thought bringing a parasol would be enough. Did I fail? Helena asked anxiously, Do you not like it? Caesar immediately replied, No, that is not it. The sky is rather overcast today, so I did not understand why you brought a parasol. Helena looked up at the sky and became dejected as well. She froze in embarrassment before replying, "Because it is pretty, right?" Caesar smiled. "Yes, you are right." Suddenly, Caesar reached out and took the parasol. Startling Helena, she immediately asked, "Why did you suddenly take it?" Caesar replied, "When you hold it like that, I cannot stand beside you. I do not like that." Helena asked in confusion why. Caesar smiled. "Whether you carry it or not, you are still extraordinarily beautiful. I should be the one holding the parasol." Helena blushed shyly and thought, "What kind of line is that?" Then she immediately said, "Give it back. Everyone is laughing at us." Caesar laughed. "Who cares? Let them watch." And so, Helena Pereska's first date in her second life began in a rather conspicuous fashion. Helena ordered, "Put the parasol away. I will not use it anymore. We are fine like this." Caesar snatched the parasol away. "No." Helena stared at him. "What? Why not?" Caesar smiled. Then he praised her, "Because it is beautiful." Helena gently brushed her hair aside. "Stop teasing me." Caesar then moved the parasol behind them. He lifted Helena's hand and asked, "Oh, like this? Is this better?" A short while later, they found themselves surrounded by an elegant atmosphere. Soft, melodious music filled the air. From the tables and chairs to the hot tea, everything was flawless. "But why are we the only two people here?" Seeing that she remained unhappy, Caesar asked, "What is wrong, Helena? You look troubled. Is something here not to your liking?" Helena replied in confusion, "No, that is not it. It just feels strange. This place is supposed to be very popular, so why is there no one else here today?" Caesar smiled. "Is that so? I rather like how quiet it is. It is just the two of us." Helena thought, "All right, if he likes it this way, I do not mind. But if it is too quiet, things will become awkward. I need to say something. Anything will do. What do couples usually talk about? Think of something quickly. What would an ordinary couple talk about? Oh, that is right. Family. We can talk about family." With that thought, she smiled and asked, "You do not look much like His Majesty. Do you take after your mother?" Caesar froze upon hearing that. He replied, "Not really. I do not resemble my mother either. People say I look like Emperor Erez Grey, the first emperor." Recognizing the name, Helena said, "You mean Erez Grey? I think so too." Caesar closed his eyes tightly. "But I do not like him." Helena asked in surprise. "Really? Why?" Caesar explained. To him, the empire was more important than its people. "I do not agree with that. If I had to choose between you and the empire, I would choose you without hesitation. Now that I see how moved you are, I feel a little embarrassed. There is no one else here, so you may do whatever you want." Helena pulled her hand away. "You really are shameless. Anyway, did he only care about ruling the empire? Did he and the empress not get along?" Caesar replied, "Their relationship was not bad. However, I heard that he was almost always occupied with affairs of state." Thinking of her old friend, Helena muttered inwardly, "Erez again. How heartless." At that moment, a server brought their food. "Excuse me for interrupting. I have brought your dessert." Seeing the cake, Helena raised an eyebrow slightly. "What is this? This cake looks delicious." After eating her fill, Helena exclaimed, "Oh, I am so full. My stomach is about to burst." Caesar replied, "Helena, you truly love sweets. I never expected you to eat so much." Helena became slightly embarrassed. "It was so delicious that I could not stop myself." Caesar smiled. "I'm very glad you enjoyed them." Helena thought, Am I the only one enjoying this date? Is Caesar having a good time?" While she was wondering, Caesar looked toward the nearby road and said, "If we continue straight ahead, we will reach the theater." Helena became even more confused and pensive. "This conversation feels rather one-sided. I have to do something, but we're going to the opera house. At this rate, this can hardly be called a date." Suddenly, a desperate scream rang out nearby. "Help! Somebody help me!" Caesar pulled Helena into his arms and said anxiously, "Come here, Helena." Helena blushed and thought, "I do not need his protection. He knows that too." Nearby, two men had cornered a young woman. She screamed, "Get away from me. Let me go." One of the thugs grabbed her hand and said, "Stop resisting. I know you like this. Dressing like that and wandering around an alley. Is that not your way of looking for a man?" The young woman cried out in terror, "Do not touch me. I do not want this." The thug sneered, "You do not want it? It sounds to me as though you want me to touch you even more." Helena gave an irritated snort. "This bastard." Suddenly, the young woman's next action surprised Helena. After being slapped, the thug clutched his face. "How dare you?" With tears in her eyes, the young woman said, "I told you I did not want this. You are disgusting. Do not touch me." The thug roared, "I already made concessions for you, and this is how you repay me?" The young woman shut her eyes tightly, preparing to endure the thug's blow. Helena appeared with her parasol and stood protectively in front of her. If she screams any louder, you will find yourselves in serious trouble. The thug immediately threatened her. I do not know which noble family you belong to, but I suggest you mind your own business. Helena calmly replied, No, thank you. The thug stared at her in disbelief. What? Are you insane? Do both of you need a beating before you understand? Helena pointed her parasol at them. A beating? That sounds good. You are right, but you will be the ones receiving it, not me. Consider this a warning. Running away will be useless, because I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The thug raised his hand and shouted, A spoiled noblewoman dares speak to me like that? I was going to spare you, but you just threw away your chance. He threw a punch at her. Helena dodged in time, causing him to lose his balance and stagger in surprise. Helena raised the parasol high and brought it down on his head like a thunderbolt. Helena smiled. Go on, keep trying. The thug ground his teeth in fury, then unleashed a barrage of punches toward Helena's face. By sheer luck, he managed to grab her clothes and grinned triumphantly. Helena asked, Why are you smiling? Did you forget to protect your groin? He screamed in agony. Damn it, my balls. The two men quickly collapsed to the ground. Helena smoothed her hair and laughed. That felt wonderful. The young woman approached her and said through her sobs, Excuse me. Thank you, my lady. I was so frightened. I do not know how I can ever repay you. Helena walked over and placed a hand on the young woman's shoulder. There is no need to repay me. It was simply the right thing to do, so do not worry about it. Helena thought, Honestly, I'm glad I had this chance to relieve some stress. Far too many things have been troubling me lately. The Empress and Marquis Ranty are causing trouble and making my life difficult. I want to rest, but too many people want me to teach them swordsmanship. I have even tried things I have never done before, such as going on a date. This was the perfect opportunity to vent my frustration. Helena smiled. All right, you should go home before more scum appears. His face battered and bruised. The thug struggled to his feet and cursed. You bitch. I will definitely get revenge next time. After saying that, he helped his companion up and they fled. Helena scoffed. I never expected to hear such a cliche directed at me. I will beat you again next time. The young woman left, but not before bowing gratefully. Thank you, my lady. Thank you so very much. Helena felt refreshed and extremely proud of herself. Caesar asked, Do you feel better now? Helena immediately replied, Yes. Caesar smiled at her, sharing in her happiness. Well, seeing you this happy makes me happy too. But there is something I need to tell you. Helena asked curiously, What is it? Caesar replied, We are about to be late for the opera. Only then did Helena remember. I got so carried away beating those two that I completely forgot. Fine, this is no time to panic. She grabbed Caesar's hand. We have to run. With that, she ran off as Caesar laughed behind her. Ironically, by the time they arrived, the opera house had already closed its doors. Helena's expression darkened. Damn it, we are late. Caesar smiled. We can enter during the intermission. Is there anything you would like to do until then? Helena said dejectedly. We have already missed half the performance. What will be the point of going in now? I heard this famous opera was perfect for couples, so I really wanted to see it with you. Resting his chin on his hand, Caesar asked, Who told you that? Helena replied, The trainees of the Red Knights. Caesar continued, Is that so? I do not find this opera romantic at all. Helena replied, The story may not be, but the music. Helena suddenly stopped. What? Wait, Caesar, do you know this opera? Caesar smiled. Yes, I was invited to its premiere. Helena jumped in surprise and asked in alarm, You have already seen it? Why did you not tell me? Caesar replied, You were so excited. How could I possibly spoil it for you? Hearing that, Helena blushed all the way to her ears. She cried out indignantly. What is that supposed to mean? I put so much effort into this. Caesar continued, smiling gently at her. Since things have turned out this way, let us move on to your next plan. Come along, Helena. You look as though you are about to go into battle. Helena complained. It does not feel very different. Stop talking and follow me. Caesar replied, As you command, master. I hear we're going to Mon Cathedral to admire the night view. The sunset is magnificent. Helena gently brushed back her hair. You are right. It is beautiful. Caesar gazed intently at her. It is beautiful beyond words. Helena said, I heard this place was only suitable for viewing the night sky, not the sunset. But the sunset is beautiful too, is it not? She lowered her head slightly. I think I ruined everything because my plan failed. I only wanted an ordinary date like other couples have. Suddenly, Caesar called her name. The person I love is Lady Helena Peresca. Whether this is an ordinary date or not, all I want is for Lady Helena to be herself. Deeply moved, Helena's cheeks turned bright red. She said emotionally, I love you too, but this still feels so unnatural to me. I have never done anything like this before. I do not know what I should do, and I do not even know whether I am doing it correctly. Caesar placed a hand against her cheek and comforted her. Do you truly need to worry so much, Helena? You only need to do what makes you happy. I do not care whether it is what anyone else expects. Even if you asked me to destroy this world, I would do it without hesitation. Helena could only admit defeat before her student. You should reconsider that. I do not want the end of the world or anything like that. Do you understand? All I want is a slice of cake. Caesar burst out laughing. My girlfriend has such a simple wish, even though her boyfriend is the crown prince. Helena smiled as well. Now that I think about it, it is rather simple. What about you, Caesar? What can I do to make you happy? Caesar considered it. Let me think. After a moment, he answered, a kiss. Helena froze upon hearing that. What? Caesar said. What kind of reaction is that? Are you going to be that stingy? You will make me sad. Helena thought, a kiss? The guard must be secretly watching us. Do I really have to kiss him in front of them? But this is what Caesar wants. She opened her parasol and said, close your eyes. Caesar asked with interest, are you truly going to kiss me? Helena urged him, hurry and close your eyes. Then she placed a hand against Caesar's cheek. Helena pressed a kiss to his lips, bringing their date to a deeply romantic end. Not long afterward, Helena returned to the imperial palace. Oh, it is so hot. I have no desire to train on a day like this. A god agreed. You are right, my lady. If you're not careful, you could suffer heat stroke. Helena asked in confusion, why did Commander Danton summon me on a day like this? What could she possibly be thinking? At that moment, the Empress appeared before her with Dolicho Ranti standing at her side. The Empress said, oh, Lady Helena, it has been a long time. What brings you here? Upon seeing her, Helena curtsied in greeting. Greetings, your majesty. It has been a long time, Lady Dolicha. She thought, I wonder if something was wrong with my petition. Did she discover something from the evidence I submitted? The Empress asked curiously, Lady Helena, are you here to teach swordsmanship? Helena replied, ah yes. I came here today under orders from the Red Knights. The Empress said in surprise, the Red Knights? Oh, the young lord of House Peresca is the deputy commander of that order, is he not? I was rather excited because I assumed you had come regarding the marriage proposal. Helena asked in confusion, what marriage proposal? The Empress said, has the crown prince not proposed to you? Are you not the one who desires the position of crown princess? Helena thought, the Empress is truly malicious. Why must she say such things in front of Dolicha? Dolicha desires that position more than anyone else. Helena then replied, your majesty, to be honest, his highness has not proposed to me yet. The Empress covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, is that so? How strange. I wonder why the crown prince is hesitating to propose to you. Helena remained silent for a moment before saying, your majesty, I believe he will propose when he is ready. That is entirely up to his highness the crown prince. Of course, it also depends on whether I choose to accept or reject his proposal. Her words startled the Empress. What? Reject him? Do you think you have the option of refusing this marriage? Lady Helena, perhaps you are deceiving yourself, but there is nothing joyful or romantic about this. This is a political matter. Helena replied frankly, but your majesty, do you truly believe this is only a political matter? If so, you should ask my father about the marriage instead of asking me. The Empress seethed inwardly. How insolent! Helena continued. Of course, the fact that your majesty chose to ask me must mean you have your own considerations. I am still young and inexperienced, so I sincerely apologize for being unable to understand the deeper meaning behind your majesty's words. The Empress said, then we shall wait and see whether you can remain this composed in the future. We should be leaving now. I hope you enjoy these peaceful, healthy days while they last. Helena curtsied in farewell. Thank you, your majesty. Please take care. With that, the Empress departed and silence returned. However, Helena's emotions were nowhere near as calm as she appeared. What did she mean by peaceful, healthy days? That is deeply troubling. A god stepped forward and opened the door for her. My lady, why do you think the Empress said that? Helena sighed. I have no idea what she is plotting this time. Let us hurry. Commander Danton must already be waiting for us. Upon entering, Helena was surprised. He summoned me, but he isn't here. An urgent report came from outside. Deputy Marshal, Lord Leonard has been arrested by soldiers of the White Knights. Helena's expression darkened with worry. Arrested? Rain also began to fall outside. Inside the room, Helena immediately said, "Let me summarize what you said." When the three knight commanders were about to leave after the meeting, they discovered a confidential White Knights document inside Leonard's uniform. Nep slammed the table in anger. "That's right. No matter how many times I said it was impossible, that bastard Oreo refused to listen. Besides, there was nothing important in that document. The document they found was merely the White Knights' training schedule. They're obviously looking for an excuse to cause trouble, since that information was going to be made public soon anyway." The door opened. "Forgive me for being late." Helena immediately turned around. Caesar entered, still covered in beads of sweat after rushing there. "I came as soon as I heard from Hamilton." Caesar sat down at the table and asked, "What's the situation?" The Duke rested his chin on his hand and said thoughtfully, "Leonard has been arrested, but they haven't announced it officially yet." Caesar lowered his head. "I am sorry. This is all my fault." The Duke replied, "Please don't blame yourself, Your Highness. Nothing irreversible has happened yet." Helena considered the situation. "No, something has already happened. Leonard is a high-ranking noble, so they won't do anything too terrible to him. But we can't predict how serious the repercussions of this incident will be. If it draws the Empress's attention, we'll lose him." The fire blazed in the hearth, making the tense atmosphere even heavier. Nep asked, "Do you think Oreo has sided with the Empress?" Helena rested her chin on her hand and thought before answering. It's strange that the White Knights would arrest someone on such a flimsy pretext. It was only a training schedule. Perhaps the Empress and Oreo are plotting something together. The Duke clutched his head. Not again. Anyone who tries to frame someone else is bound to face unforeseen consequences. After all, if Leonard is proven innocent, Oreo will be in danger. Yes, I believe you're right. Oreo and the Empress must have reached some sort of agreement. Caesar continued. Then the most important thing now is the Empress's objective. Why would she resort to such a despicable scheme? The Duke pondered this and asked, "Has anything happened recently that harmed her interests?" Helena answered at once, "The magical beast subjugation." She thought, "The Empress is dissatisfied with the current situation. A new rival for the position of Crown Princess has appeared. And the person who resolved the magical beast crisis at the border earned the Emperor's respect and became the star of the banquet. That's me. She's threatening me." Helena then said aloud, "Father, the Empress will soon summon me to negotiate. She wants me to accept her conditions if I wish to save my brother." After thinking for a moment, the Duke called Helena's name. Helena replied, "Yes, father. For Leonard, I'm willing to do anything." He immediately stopped her. "No, don't agree to anything." Helena exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The Duke continued. "If you surrender to such despicable tactics, she'll continue using them against you in the future." Helena said anxiously. But Leonard, the Duke, interrupted her. "He'll be fine. This situation is certainly unjust, but it isn't a catastrophe. We have plenty of opportunities to prove his innocence." Caesar offered his assessment. "The person who planted the document in Leonard's clothes was probably a servant. If we investigate thoroughly, I'm sure we can find the culprit and make them confess." The Duke said gratefully, "Thank you for volunteering to undertake this task, Your Highness. Whatever happens, I believe everything will be resolved properly. Leonard isn't weak. It's getting late, so please return to your room and rest, Your Highness. I'll have a servant escort you." Afterward, everyone left. Helena walked down the corridor in a daze. The Duke called out Helena. She abruptly turned around. Her father placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry anymore. Until this matter settles down, keep your head down and stay out of trouble. That's what I would like to tell you, but you aren't the kind of person who would do that. How long do you intend to stand here in a daze? If you've chosen to stand beside the Crown Prince, you must be prepared for things like this to happen. Have you forgotten what I told you?" Helena answered without hesitation, "No, I still remember." The Duke praised her. "Good. Neither of my children is weak, are they? Now tell me what you intend to do next." Helena replied, "I'll make her repay everything she's done with interest." The Duke smiled. "Ah, yes, that's my daughter." Afterward, Helena returned to her room. Sure enough, the Empress's invitation arrived early the following morning. It said that she wished to have refreshments with Helena and Dulika. Helena remarked, "Refreshments? She certainly has time to spare." As Agat brushed her hair, she asked, "My lady, Is there any way to decline the invitation? Helena turned and replied, No, I must go so I can bring Leonard home. Agat asked anxiously, But what if something happens to you? Helena answered, Come here, Agat. Everything will be fine. Helena then embraced Agat to comfort her. Nothing will happen. Agat cried emotionally. Lady Helena, as though making a solemn vow, Helena thought, No one can touch House Pereska. That's right. No one will harm my family. I will protect them. Meanwhile, at the imperial palace, rain continued to pour down. A servant announced from outside, Your Majesty, Lady Helena has arrived. The Empress replied from within, Bring her in. Once Helena entered, the Empress said, Welcome, my lady. I've been waiting for you. Helena lifted her skirt and curtsied. Greetings, Your Majesty. Covering her mouth with one hand, the Empress smiled and said, There's no need for such formality. Take Lady Helena to her seat. I had intended for us to talk on the terrace, but unfortunately, it began raining yesterday. Well, have you guessed why I summoned you, Lady Helena? Helena answered directly. Isn't it because of what happened yesterday? I already know what was written in that document. There was nothing important in it. It was merely the White Knight's training schedule. Tea trickled into the cups. The Empress lifted her teacup. I'm not sure whether Oreo considers it important, but judging by what you've said, I believe this is a serious matter. Helena immediately asked, You're making such a fuss over a training schedule? The Empress scoffed. Merely a training schedule? As far as I know, the Red Knights and White Knights don't get along. Perhaps he wanted to assess the White Knight's strength so he could take revenge, or perhaps he stole military information to incite a rebellion. Yet you consider this normal? Helena thought, Oh, so that's her plan? She intends to frame him. Helena immediately asked, Why would you accuse him of such a thing? Everyone will laugh at this absurd conspiracy. Still holding her teacup, the Empress said, Yes, you're right. This alone isn't enough. Very well, Lady Dulika, bring it to me. Helena wondered, Bring what? Dulika quickly returned. Here it is, Your Majesty. Helena was shocked. She immediately recalled her earlier conversation with Dulika about that symbol. If this symbol is written in the Sonic script, I've tried deciphering it, but I can't make any sense of it. May I borrow this paper for a while? I'd like to study it further. At the time, Helena had thought nothing of it and replied with a smile, Of course. But if you discover anything, you must tell me. All right. The Empress took the symbol and asked, Do you remember this, my lady? I deciphered it and discovered that it contains a rather treasonous message. Helena did not understand. What do you mean? The Empress replied, It says, Welcome back, my king. Helena stared at Dulika in shock. What? Dulika deliberately avoided her gaze. Helena turned back to the Empress. That symbol has nothing to do with House Pereska. It was found on the carcass of a magical beast we killed. The Empress smiled. Is that so? That's not how it appears to me, Lady Helena. People aren't interested in the truth. They prefer stories. If I embellish the story a little, people will happily spread it. And this is precisely the embellishment I need. You've experienced it before, haven't you? On the day you received a wreath from His Highness, the Crown Prince. People believed you were a candidate for Crown Princess simply because of one wreath. Helena thought anxiously, Damn it, the Empress is right. If a story is provocative enough, people will accept it as the truth and discuss it endlessly. She clenched her fists. Your Majesty, how long do you think such a deceptive scheme can last? The Empress replied calmly, Naturally, it won't last very long. Then again, it won't take very long to behead Lord Leonard either. Helena asked, Aren't you worried about what will happen when the truth is exposed? The Empress set down her teacup and laughed aloud. Lady Helena, do I look like someone incapable of handling such a trivial matter? Helena could no longer contain her anger. I can't endure this any longer. There's nothing left I can say to persuade her. In my previous life, I had no one I could call family. I had no attachments and no weaknesses for anyone to exploit. So I never imagined that someone would take a person I cherished hostage to threaten me. I deeply regret this. What if I hadn't killed those magical beasts? No, what if I hadn't asked Dulika for help? The Empress continued, Allow me to give you a choice, Lady Helena. You can either lose your brother or make an agreement with me. Helena asked suspiciously, What do you want from me? The Empress smiled brightly. It's very simple. You need only relinquish your claim to the position of Crown Princess. You must also avoid meeting privately with His Highness the Crown Prince so that no further unsavory rumors spread about the two of you. What do you think? I believe it's a reasonable bargain. Helena immediately answered, I accept your offer. Now, please return my brother to me at once. Afterward, Helena left and made her way down the corridor. Dulika appeared behind her and called, "My lady." Helena turned around. Dulika looked conflicted. Helena said, "No, Lady Dulika, please explain to me what happened." Dulika stammered, I am terribly sorry. Helena grew angry. You're sorry. After everything you've done, do you still want to pretend you're a good person? Dulika denied it. No, that's not it. I only want to tell you a few things about that symbol. The writing on it is the language of demons. And when demons speak of a king, they refer to only one being. It is Ruzek, the evil dragon, a creature sealed away 500 years ago. Helena replied sharply. So you knew that and told the Empress. Dulika lowered her head dejectedly, recalling the Empress's terrifying image. Lady Helena, don't you think you've underestimated politics? This is the burden an Empress must bear. It doesn't matter what she must do or whether it goes against her conscience. She must possess the ability to do whatever is necessary. Helena continued. So you believe your actions were justified? Is that what you're trying to say? Dulika hesitated. I only wanted to tell you that I had no other choice. Dulika thought miserably. I wanted to explain everything to Lady Helena myself. I wanted to tell her that the Empress and I met that person that day. I wanted to admit that after meeting that mysterious man, I was terrified because my instincts told me that everything was spiraling out of control, but I didn't have the courage. Suddenly, Helena called out, Lady Dulika, protect His Highness the Crown Prince until I bring him back. The scene shifted to the Pereska ducal estate. Helena stood deep in thought beneath the veranda. A god approached and called, My lady, you'll catch a cold. Lord Leonard will return soon, so please go inside and wait for him. Helena replied, I feel as though I need some fresh air to clear my head. Aga was deeply worried. My lady, what happened? Are you no longer allowed to enter the capital? Helena shook her head. That's not it. I still have to go there in my capacity as an instructor. Aga asked, Then what about His Highness the Crown Prince? Will you still be able to see him? Helena replied, I don't think so. I'm sure Caesar already knows everything, including the agreement between the Empress and me. I wonder what he's doing now. Is he suffering because he couldn't protect us? Just as Helena was lost in thought, someone shouted loudly, startling her. My lady, Lord Leonard has returned. Helena immediately ran to meet her brother. Leonard. Leonard nodded. Helena, why have you lost so much weight? Helena ran toward him. The same goes for you. Leonard replied, No, I'm fine. I have to return to the army tomorrow. Helena was surprised. So soon, Leonard explained. They determined that it was merely a minor misunderstanding. They need to resolve the matter as quickly as possible, which is probably why they summoned me back immediately. And since I wasn't allowed to go anywhere and had plenty of spare time, I investigated Commander Oreo a little. Helena said, I heard you were detained. How did you get out? Leonard smiled. The commander and Hemi helped me. Helena thought emotionally. They truly did everything they could for us. The Duke also spoke. You must be tired. Let's go inside and talk. Leonard replied, Yes, father. Once inside, the Duke asked, Did you uncover any useful information? Leonard reported what he had discovered. Yes, we found out that Commander Oreo joined forces with the Empress. Helena asked, Doesn't House Oreo specialize in commerce? Leonard replied, Yes, and their operations are extensive. They operate a shipping business and own several large merchant vessels. The Duke rested his chin on his hand. Why would such a prominent family feel the need to side with the Empress? They already possess enormous wealth and prestige. Leonard said, It wasn't a partnership, father. The Empress discovered their weakness. The Duke looked doubtful. Their weakness? Then we'd better investigate everyone connected to them, including their clients and servants. Leonard asked, Would the servants know about such things? Helena added, Of course. I'm certain they know that ships are isolated while at sea. Even if something happens aboard one, the cleaning staff will eventually discover the evidence. The Duke agreed with her. That's right. Investigate everything. Even the smallest details may prove significant, but it will take time. So you must both prepare yourselves. And remember one thing. House Pereska doesn't start feuds. We merely retaliate. Until the investigation produces results, focus on your duties. Leonard immediately replied, Yes, father. Helena also said confidently, Leave it to us. Nearly a month after I reached my agreement with the Empress, the imperial family announced the engagement of Dulika and Caesar. Our family also received an invitation to the engagement ceremony, as though the Empress wanted to use the occasion to boast of her victory. Helena frowned and thought angrily, I truly don't want to go. Do I really have to attend? How irritating. I have to attend that ridiculous banquet and make some sort of official declaration. The Empress had said, Lady Helena, I believe you'll want to use this opportunity to clarify a few matters. Helena tightly closed her eyes, then placed a hand over her chest and declared, Yes. Contrary to the rumors currently circulating, His Highness the Crown Prince and I have no intention of marrying. I will never become Crown Princess. The memory made Helena even angrier. As if that humiliation hadn't been enough, the Empress had also sent her an invitation to the ceremony. Agat brought her some tea. My lady, can't you say that you're busy and unable to attend? Helena replied, Even if I said I was too ill to go, they wouldn't believe me. Agat asked curiously, Then why don't you arrange a little incident? Helena did not understand. What do you mean? Agat replied, I heard that the Church of Dako has recently been organizing demonstrations. Helena was surprised. Where did you hear that? Agat explained, A girl named Everett who delivers food to the estate told me. She said she once participated in a demonstration. My lady, why don't you try meeting her? Helena lifted her teacup. All right, make the preparations, Agat. Agat immediately replied, Yes, my lady. A short while later, the two of them arrived at their destination. Standing before the door, Agat called, Is anyone home? We're looking for Miss Everett. Instead of opening the door, Everett spoke from behind them. Oh, hello, Agat. Today is my day off. What brings you here? Everett asked. Agat smiled. Lady Helena would like to ask you a few questions. Helena lowered her hood and greeted her. Hello, Everett. Everett asked curiously, What brings you here, my lady? Helena placed a hand over her chest and spoke sincerely. I'd like to learn more about the demonstration you recently attended. Everett replied, Oh, I see. This isn't a very convenient place to talk. Would you like to come inside? They were soon all inside. Everett asked curiously, Are you two interested in the Church of Dako? Helena immediately replied, Yes. Are you a follower of the church? Oh no, I'm not, Everett denied. I don't go there often because the atmosphere frightens me. Helena pressed her for an explanation. What do you mean? Everett explained. The church's leader performs a very strange kind of magic, claiming it is the power of the divine dragon. He can teleport or make objects float. Helena thought in astonishment, incredible. Are there still mages of that caliber in this era? Everett continued. But more importantly, there are rumors that they use people as sacrifices. Agat broke out in a cold sweat. Please tell us more. Everett said uneasily, Well, I deliver food to House Peresca, but I provide the same service to other places as well. Recently, many people disappeared from one of the villages on my delivery route. One of the missing people managed to find his way home. He kept repeating, A brown-haired woman tried to eat me. That is what I heard, at least. I only heard the story from someone else. Well, that is all I know. Helena then asked, By the way, have you ever seen the church leader yourself? Everett answered, I saw him from a distance. He was younger than I expected, and he had brilliant golden hair. The description sounded strangely familiar to Helena. A young man with brilliant golden hair? Yes, that's right, Helena murmured, as if confirming something to herself. She then asked Everett, Do you know when the next demonstration will be? Everett rested her chin on her hand and thought before answering. There will be one this weekend. It will probably be held in the slums near Castle Square. Helena was grateful for the information. Thank you. You've been a tremendous help. Not long afterward, in the slums near Castle Square, Agat said, I think they're about to begin, my lady. Helena whispered, We should find a place to stand too. Let's go. The two quickly moved through the crowd. As Helena walked, she thought, I can't believe so many people gathered here in such a short time. Does the Church of Dako really have this many followers? Just then, someone behind her shoved her hard and shouted, Move faster. Helena frowned. Don't push. The woman immediately replied, Sorry. The voice sounded familiar to Helena. I know that voice. Did I imagine it? Agat spoke up. There are so many people here, my lady. The followers began to pray. O divine dragon, we hope that we may behold you today. Helena thought in disbelief. I can't believe they worship dragons this fervently. They have no idea what dragons did to humanity. The man standing above them spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment Helena saw him, she froze in astonishment. The man placed a hand over his chest. Thank you all for coming here today. Those among you who demonstrate the greatest devotion shall receive the greatest blessing when the divine dragon appears. Helena thought, he looks fairly young, around 30, just as Everett described. When I first met him, he was around 25. Then could it really be him? The man began floating in midair. The divine dragon will soon appear before us. All that remains is for the dragon's soul to be prepared. Then the dragon shall return to our midst. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The dragon is coming. Ujivani dragon. The man continued. When the divine dragon returns, everything we are doing now will seem insignificant. He then cast another spell, causing 2 people below him to float into the air as well. The crowd gasped in amazement. Look, they're flying. This is the power of the divine dragon. The man continued. However, only the chosen may wield the dragon's power. Therefore, pray with all your hearts that you may become one of the chosen. The crowd believed every word and immediately placed their hands over their chests. Ujivani dragon. Helena thought, what? The dragon's power? What kind of joke is this? But magic like that has essentially vanished from this era. Anyone who witnessed it would be captivated. To ordinary people, it must seem even more miraculous. They've witnessed it with their own eyes, so they won't doubt it. Even Agat could not suppress her amazement. What is this? It's incredible. Helena was speechless. Calm down, Agat. Now isn't the time to be impressed. The man continued. Those with faith follow me. I shall lead you to the dragon's dwelling. Helena was shocked. What? He asked. Who among you wishes to behold the dragon with your own eyes? Helena was utterly astonished. With their own eyes? Impossible. Dragons are extinct. How could anyone possibly see one? A man raised his hand. Take me with you. The others began raising their hands one after another. No, take me. Choose me. Please, let me go with you. The crowd shoved one another, accidentally knocking into Helena. Hey, don't push. To her surprise, Hamilton was there as well. My apologies, but I was pushed over here too, Lady Helena. Helena stared at him. Viscount and OC. They both exclaimed at the same time. Why are you here? Everyone immediately turned their attention toward them. The atmosphere grew tense. Are they nobles? Why are nobles here? Both of them immediately panicked. Oh no. Hamilton tried to explain. I'm not a noble. Viscount is merely part of my name. The crowd immediately shouted, shut up, stop spouting nonsense. You're obviously nobles. They came to disrupt the demonstration. The Holy See must have sent them. Seize them. Don't let them reveal anything about this. Realizing the situation was turning dangerous, Helena grabbed Hamilton. Damn it, we need to get out of here. The 2 of them fled, and the crowd chased after them. The preacher smiled. It appears we have a few guests. He raised his hand. I reveal this only to those who are special. The dragon's fragment. He snapped his fingers, and a shackled figure appeared, causing Helena to freeze in place. Agat grabbed Helena's hand. My lady, it's dangerous. We must run. This way. If we turn there, we'll reach a main avenue. Hamilton pointed out the way. My house is over there, so keep running in that direction. Agat replied, understood. A short while later, all 3 arrived safely. Hamilton gasped for breath. I thought I was done for. Why did you appear at the demonstration, my lady? Helena looked worried. I don't know where to begin. Viscount and OC, do you remember the symbol we found during the monster subjugation mission? Hamilton nodded. Yes. Her next words left Hamilton stunned as well. I gave it to Dulika Ranti and asked her to decipher it. Hamilton was speechless. I kept wondering how they learned the symbol's meaning. Who could have imagined that you were the one who started this whole mess? Helena avoided his gaze. Well, in any case, I learned that the symbol means, welcome back, my king. That king may be the evil dragon Ruzek. That is why I came to investigate the Church of Dako. Hamilton was surprised. I came here for a similar reason. I heard that the sudden increase in monsters was connected to this religion, so I came to confirm it. People associated with this religion have recently gone missing. However, law enforcement does not regard these as disappearances. They believe those people left voluntarily for religious reasons. Agat interjected. If they left voluntarily, do you think the church would still create a spectacle like the one we just witnessed and abduct them? Hamilton replied, I believe so. At this rate, I'm beginning to wonder if the dragon might truly be resurrected. Helena immediately objected. That's impossible. Hamilton asked suspiciously, What? How do you know that, my lady? Helena clenched her fists. Do you remember what we just saw? When he said he would show us the dragon's fragment, someone appeared out of thin air. That person was the ruler who sealed away the dragon, Dante Renatus. Hamilton asked in astonishment, What? Dante Renatus? Wasn't she the first empress? Could Dante Renatus have been a dragon? Helena immediately denied it. No, that isn't it. Agat agreed. That ruler didn't look like a dragon at all. He called her a dragon's fragment. So what connection is there between Empress Dante and the dragon? Helena clenched her fists. The truth is, with the magic of that era, Her Majesty used her own heart to seal the dragon. That is why he called her a dragon's fragment. A part of Dante's body is also a part of the dragon's body. Hamilton asked, "You know about that kind of magic too?" A god exclaimed excitedly, "My lady, how did you know that?" Helena smiled awkwardly and hastily invented an excuse. "I read about it in a book." A god praised her enthusiastically. "You're amazing, my lady." Hamilton asked suspiciously, "But I have one more question. Do you believe the person we saw truly was Empress Dante?" Helena answered without hesitation, "I'm certain." She sank into thought. "I can say that because it is my own body. The scar from my battle against the dragon is still there." She scratched her cheek and continued, "And the fact that her corpse was never accounted for is highly suspicious." Hamilton suddenly realized something and raised his hand. "Oh, I know. Empress Dante's body was never buried. It was embalmed and placed in the underground crypt beneath the Grand Cathedral. After all, she was an important historical figure." Helena jumped to her feet in shock. "What?" She thought in horror. "Oh, Erez, my friend, you should have buried me 6 feet under. I can't believe I've suffered this humiliation for 7 years. Agat stroked her chin and reasoned, "I see. This means the church leader possesses the Empress's body, along with a part of the dragon sealed inside it. All that remains is for the dragon's soul to be prepared. Once they obtain its soul, the dragon will return to us, just as the cult leader said. Doesn't that mean the dragon will be resurrected?" Hamilton sighed wearily. "We cannot rule out that possibility. The problem is that we have no plan. We don't even have Dante Renatus to defeat the dragon this time." Not long afterward, at the Peresca ducal estate, Helena thought, "He's right. If the dragon is resurrected now, it will be a catastrophe. We must stop this before it truly comes back to life." Her brother approached her. "Helena, how did your excursion go?" "I was very worried because that place is dangerous." "Thank goodness you returned safely." Helena asked in surprise. "What? You knew where I went?" Leonard smiled. "Of course. I'm your brother, and I know everything that happens on this estate." His words made Helena realize something. "It seems I've grown overconfident, young lord," Leonard said. "I'm glad you returned in time. Helena, I have some new information for you." Helena looked puzzled. "What is it?" Leonard smiled again. "Go and change first. I'll wait for you in the drawing room." Agat and Helena were both confused. A short while later, the Duke said, "Sit down, Helena." Helena was surprised. "Oh, father, you're here too?" Nep Danton was also present. The Duke greeted him with a smile. "It has been a long time since we last met, Commander Danton." Helena immediately asked, "Wait, why are you here, Commander Danton? Weren't you responsible for investigating House Oreo's business transactions?" Nep smiled. "Yes, that was indeed my assignment." The Duke spoke. "You must have discovered something. Since Helena is also here, please tell us." Nep's expression turned serious. "Yes, your grace. I shall be direct. They're involved in smuggling, and the Empress has discovered it." Helena asked suspiciously, "So their smuggling operation has been exposed?" Nep corrected her. "No, there is something even more interesting. Everyone, take a look at this." Leonard immediately covered his nose. "What is that awful smell? Is it tea?" Helena interrupted. "No, that's Dachira. It's used to make poison." Helena clenched her fists and thought, "I can't believe I'm seeing Dachira again. In my previous life, as a mercenary, one of my comrades smoked it, saying it was a medicinal herb from the 6th continent. A few months later, his entire body was covered in bruises, and he died. I can't believe they're smuggling something so dangerous. What are they thinking?" Nep continued, "That is not all, your grace. I also discovered that until recently, they were smuggling various other poisons in addition to Dachira. However, they stopped several months ago, shortly before Deputy Commander Leonard was framed." Helena immediately said, "I can already see the general outline of their plan. House Vaylor discovered House Oreo's smuggling operation. House Vaylor must have ordered House Oreo to attack House Peresca in exchange for concealing their crimes." The Duke tapped his fingers on the table and continued her explanation. "House Oreo miscalculated. They assumed we would deal with the matter ourselves. Since the goods they smuggled were dangerous poisons, perhaps we can use them to our advantage. They may help us counter those baseless accusations of treason." Helena raised her hand. "Father, I have an idea. Why don't we conceal this for now? It would be a waste to expose it immediately." The Duke did not understand her meaning. "A waste? What do you mean, Helena?" Helena explained, "Leonard has returned safely, so exposing them now would not benefit us. The Duke tried to object. This is not about whether we benefit. Smuggling is a crime. Helena smiled. That is precisely why we should conceal it. We can use it as leverage against them at a crucial moment. The Duke frowned at his daughter's scheme. Helena continued, we should wait for the right opportunity. Leonard agreed with his sister. Helena has a point. We should investigate further. We need to uncover the details of their entire drug distribution network. If we expose their crimes now, House Oreo will be punished, but their customers and accomplices will sever contact and flee. The Duke stared thoughtfully at the drugs before him. That makes sense. I will discuss the matter with the Crown Prince first. A short while later, Helena returned to her room. She set down her teacup. That is what happened. We now have House Oreo's weakness in our hands. Agat, who stood beside her, sighed in relief. That's wonderful, my lady, Helena replied. It's still too soon to celebrate. I'm still worried that the evil dragon could be resurrected at any moment. Perhaps I should disguise myself and infiltrate another demonstration. Agat anxiously objected. You mustn't, my lady. It's too dangerous. The Crown Prince said he would investigate the headquarters of the Church of Daco, so please wait patiently. Helena gave a faint laugh. Sitting here and doing nothing is making me terribly restless. Agat suddenly laughed. Helena looked puzzled. What is it, Agat? Why are you laughing? Agat replied, I was thinking about how much you've changed, my lady. Things like this used to trouble you so deeply. Helena scratched her cheek. Can't you see how hard I've been trying? Suddenly, the door was thrown open. My lady, please forgive the intrusion. Helena turned around. What happened? The servant reported, His Majesty has passed away unexpectedly. Helena was stunned by the news. What? The Emperor's sudden death heralded a period of great upheaval. Everyone was watching to see whether House Valer's power would remain as secure as before. The reign of the new Emperor Caesar would bring many changes. Caesar had now ascended the throne. Helena and her father bowed. Long live the Emperor! Helena looked at him and thought, Caesar, you've lost so much weight since we last met. The Empress approached Caesar. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May you inherit the late Emperor's legacy and become a fair and impartial ruler. Caesar replied, I shall take your advice to heart, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Back at the Peresca ducal estate, Helena sighed. What should I do? I knew the Empress Dowager would not leave Caesar alone. Caesar is sitting on a thorn-covered branch, never knowing when it might break beneath him. If there is even a glimmer of hope, it is that Leonard commands the Imperial Guard. But aside from him, everyone around Caesar belongs to House Valer. I don't know what can be done. Suddenly, a noise caught Helena's attention. Agat entered and announced, Lady Everin has arrived. Helena replied, Rowena? Let her in. Rowena entered. It has been a long time, my lady. These are unusual times, so I came to see how you have been. Helena said, Please have a seat. Rowena. After sitting down, Helena continued, I am more worried about Caesar than I am about myself. Rowena replied, His Majesty is doing well. He asked me to tell you that himself. Helena smiled. How thoughtful of him. Rowena sighed somewhat wearily. Perhaps His Majesty simply does not want those around him to worry. However, some thoughtless nobles keep causing trouble for him. Helena's expression darkened. He will not be able to endure it much longer. Rowena agreed. Yes, he is nearing his limit. If only you could be by his side at a time like this. Helena asked in disappointment. Is there any way I can see him, even if only for a few minutes? Rowena said, There are many members of House Valer in the palace now, so it would be very difficult. Helena asked suspiciously, Is the situation really that serious? Rowena immediately replied, Yes. House Valer has taken control of the advisory council and is interfering in personnel appointments. Helena held her head. What a headache. Rowena continued. Fortunately, Duke Peresca is also working very hard toward his own objectives. Helena breathed a sigh of relief. Caesar, I thought he looked rather haggard. Oh, that was thoughtless of me. I am sorry, Rowena. Rowena smiled. It is all right. It is only natural for us to be concerned. Helena asked, Goodness, should Lady Dulcica not be handling this? Rowena looked up and said, Oh, she also seems to be doing her very best. She bursts into tears just from looking into His Majesty's eyes, yet she still stubbornly insists on having tea with him frequently. Helena was speechless at the naive young woman. It was admirable, yet frustrating. Thank you for coming today, Rowena. Please give His Majesty my regards. Of course. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Rowena departed. Helena remained standing there, deep in thought. Just as she had expected, Caesar was going through a difficult time. If only I could be by his side and help him. But there are too many eyes and ears in the palace. Helena then turned to Agat and ordered, Agat, could you close the door and come over here for a moment? Agat looked puzzled. What is it, my lady? Helena asked. Could you find me a palace maid's uniform? Helena had already devised her next course of action. The only way to get inside was to sneak in. Not long afterward, Helena had changed into a maid's uniform. No one can compare to you, Agat. You found a palace maid's uniform so easily. Delighted by the praise, Agat grinned foolishly. I would do anything for you, my lady. Even this maid's uniform looks like a beautiful dress when you wear it. Helena smiled. I changed my hair color too. Surely no one will recognize me now. Agat replied, absolutely no one. I also found out when the servants change shifts. I heard that they inspect His Majesty's room every night. Helena happily took Agat's hands. You are the best, Agat. Agat puffed up proudly. Hee, praise me some more. It was time for Helena to act. Excellent. Our preparations are perfect. Let us head to the imperial palace. That night, Agat said, all right, I have finished tying the ribbon. I will stand guard here and keep the other servants from coming this way. Helena replied, all right, I'm counting on you, Agat. Agat ran off. Then good luck with both your mission and your love. Helena said shyly, what do you mean by love? All right, everything is ready. It is almost time for the shift change. I should go inside instead of standing here looking out over the palace. I will take a quick look at Caesar and leave immediately. But when Helena reached the room, she froze. What? Leonard is guarding the door? Viscount Knepp is here too. Hamilton suddenly spoke. Leonard, His Majesty coughed up blood again. Helena was shocked. What? Leonard asked anxiously. How is His Majesty? Hamilton replied. He took his medicine and is asleep now. But, he sighed, we even inspected his food before bringing it to him. What in the world is happening? Helena panicked upon hearing their conversation. Caesar coughed up blood? Hamilton said anxiously, I will fetch the physician first. Leonard replied, all right, thank you. Helena leaned against the wall. No, I must see Caesar immediately. She stepped forward. Excuse me. Commander, I am here to change His Majesty's bedding. Leonard gave a skeptical grunt. Helena flinched. I cannot believe he recognized me so quickly. Leonard spoke gently. I am your brother. It would be stranger if I did not recognize you. What is going on? Why are you dressed like this? Did you hear our entire conversation? Helena lowered her head and replied anxiously, yes. I heard that Caesar is unwell. Has he been sick this entire time? Why did you not tell me? Leonard was troubled as well. He said, His Majesty said he did not want anyone to worry, especially over something minor. Helena immediately challenged him. Something minor? Coughing up blood is minor? Leonard, let me inside. I need to see how he is doing. Leonard immediately stopped her. No, you cannot go in. His Majesty ordered that no one be allowed inside. Helena looked straight into her brother's eyes. I'm not an outsider, Leonard. Just think of it as an instructor visiting her student. Leonard still refused and told her to leave. Go home, Helena. That is all I can tell you. Of course, Helena did not obey him. I understand that you are guarding his door and that many servants attend to him. But His Majesty is in critical condition now. Tell me, who has remained by his side during all this time? Leonard froze. Helena continued pressing him. Is anyone by his side right now? Leonard lowered his head and replied, no, not a single person. Helena thought, I knew it. That is simply what happens when you sit upon the throne. It is a position that seems to grant you everything, yet in the end leaves you with nothing. That is the price of becoming emperor. Of course, Caesar has no one beside him now. She then said, I do not blame you, Leonard. Please let me in. Leonard had no other choice. I suppose I am no longer fit to serve as deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. Only for a few minutes. You must come out immediately. Helena smiled. All right. The door opened, and Helena entered the room. She saw Caesar asleep in bed. She approached him. He was sleeping deeply, his breathing steady. Thank goodness. He still seems all right. However, she noticed that he had lost a great deal of weight. He must have had many problems to deal with. Still, it was strange for him to become so thin so suddenly. I am sorry, Caesar. If I could have stayed by your side, this would not have happened. He has a fever. He must be uncomfortable dressed like this, but he will catch a chill. Suddenly, Helena noticed something and recoiled in shock. What is this? Why is his body covered in bruises? That cannot be. No one here could have beaten him. Nearly his entire body is covered in bruises. Could it be poison? At that moment, Caesar raised his hand and caressed her cheek. Smiling, he asked, "Master, did you come to see me?" Helena immediately asked, "Caesar, when did you wake up?" "In any case, yes. As your instructor, it is my responsibility to visit you." Caesar sat up. "I am so happy that you came to visit me dressed like this, master." With that, he took Helena's hand, pulled her into his arms, and lay down on the bed with her. "I wish I could hold you like this forever." Helena quietly rested in his embrace. "I will stay beside you now. Go to sleep." Caesar replied, "All right, do not leave. Stay with me forever." After a while, he finally fell asleep. "Do not fall ill again, Caesar. No matter what happens, I will protect you." Afterward, Helena bade him farewell and left the room. Hamilton was startled when he saw Helena. "My lady, why are you here?" Helena placed a finger against her lips, signaling him to be quiet. "Chill, I have discovered something." Leonard asked suspiciously, "What did you discover?" Helena replied, "I know why His Majesty suddenly fell ill. He is showing signs of poisoning." Leonard and Hamilton were stunned. Helena continued, "He did not fall ill from overwork. He was poisoned. The doses were very small, and the method was extremely discreet, making it difficult to detect." Hamilton's face darkened. "But we inspected everything he ate." "Then how is it done?" Helena replied, "There is a method that does not involve food. The bruising spreads from the back of his neck down to his chest. That is not a normal symptom, so I do not believe this poison was produced on our continent." Leonard stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A poison from outside this continent. Could House Oreo be involved?" Helena said firmly, "I am certain they are involved." She thought, ultimately, House Valor is still the most suspicious. She then said, "For the time being, be careful and do not let this become public until we catch the culprit. We must pretend that nothing has happened." Afterward, Helena returned to her room. Agat said, "I have folded your clothes, my lady." Helena replied, "All right, thank you." Seeing that Helena remained worried, Agat asked, "Is something wrong, my lady?" Helena replied, "No, I am fine." Agat said anxiously, "I do not think you." Helena immediately interrupted her and pushed Agat toward the door. All right, you have finished your work, so let us return to the estate." At that moment, someone approached and called out, "My lady." Helena flinched. "Lady Dulika, what brings you here?" Dulika answered with a sorrowful expression, "I had to see you before you left the imperial palace. There are a few things I wish to ask you. By the way, are you free tomorrow? I would like to have tea and speak with you." Helena asked suspiciously, "Just the two of us?" Dulika replied, "Yes." Helena thought, "She suddenly wants to have tea with me?" Helena then asked, "Why do you wish to meet me?" Dulika said uneasily, "I'm not plotting anything. There are simply a few things I wish to tell you." Helena remained silent for a moment before replying, "Very well, but may I choose where we meet?" Dulika immediately agreed. "Of course." Helena smiled. "Then meet me at the annex of the Pereska estate tomorrow at noon." Dulika bowed. "Yes, then I shall take my leave, my lady." With that, Dulika turned and departed. Helena turned to Agat. "Agat, could you run an errand for me?" "Go, and inform Viscount Lot of my schedule for tomorrow." Agat immediately replied, "Yes, my lady." The next day, at the Pereska estate, Hamilton asked, "My lady, why did you open the door?" Helena replied, "I want to leave it slightly ajar so that we can easily observe what is happening outside." Hamilton praised her. "You are very thorough, my lady." Helena asked, "Caesar's servants? Where are His Majesty's servants?" Hamilton replied, "I instructed them to wait in the adjoining room. If anything happens, they will come immediately." Helena gestured with her hand. "Very good." She suddenly remembered something. "Oh, that is right. Do not serve the drinks yet. I also do not want anyone touching the refreshments Lady Dulika brings." Hamilton asked in confusion why. Helena replied, "If House Valor poison His Majesty, they may try to use the same method today." Hamilton was somewhat surprised. "Is that why you kept the young lady here? But what if you drink the poison?" Helena smiled. "I will be fine. I can identify poisons to a certain extent. More importantly, I cannot allow myself to be imprisoned. If the tea Dulika brings is found to contain the poison connected to His Majesty's illness, I would still have a plausible motive. They could claim that I poisoned Dulika out of jealousy or anger. That is why none of us will touch those drinks." Hamilton began to sweat. "Very well, my lady." Helena smiled reassuringly. "So there's no need to worry too much." At that moment, a maid announced, "My lady, Lady Dulika has arrived. Shall I escort her inside?" Helena ordered. Yes, but first, clear the table. Hamilton said, then I shall wait in the adjoining room. Once everything was ready, Dulika entered. Greetings, my lady. Helena returned her greeting with a smile. Welcome, Lady Dulika. Helena thought, I will uncover whatever scheme you are hiding. Helena invited Dulika to sit. Please have a seat, Lady Dulika. Dulika sat down and replied, thank you for inviting me. Helena sat down and spoke frankly. Let us get straight to the point. What did you want to tell me? You said there were several things you wished to discuss. Dulika lowered her head and replied, I merely wish to clear up the misunderstanding between us. Helena responded, is that so? What misunderstanding is there between us that requires an explanation? Dulika clenched her hands. I know I was wrong, but please give me a chance to explain. Just then, a servant spoke from outside. My lady, I have brought the refreshments Lady Dulika provided. May I come in? Dulika immediately replied, oh yes. I wanted to bring you a special kind of tea. Helena regarded it suspiciously. There, Helena thought, I have never smelled this fragrance before. She then asked, what kind of tea is this? Dulika replied, it is a floral tea made from roses. Helena raised the teacup to her lips. A floral tea. At that moment, Helena stopped and gave a knowing smile. Helena abruptly stood, startling Dulika. Looking at the teacup, Helena said, I knew it. She then ordered, if anyone is outside, come in. Yes, my lady. Did you call for me? Helena ordered, take this to Viscount Hamilton. Dulika's expression darkened, and she asked in alarm, what? My lady, why are you suddenly doing this? Helena said, Lady Dulika, do you truly not know that the flowers in this tea are poisonous? Dulika's face turned deathly pale. Poisonous? I drank this tea after the Empress Dowager gave it to me, and nothing happened. You can clearly see that I'm still alive, so why would you? Dulika then cried out, more importantly, why would the Empress Dowager want to kill me? Helena said, I do not know. Who can say whether the Empress Dowager wanted to kill you, or whether you wanted to kill me? Dulika was horrified. What? No, that was not my intention. Helena stood and said, we will know once Viscount Hamilton arrives. A short while later, someone announced, my lady, I have brought someone who can identify the poison. Dulika turned toward Duke Gummin. Gummin spoke. I would like to confirm something with both of you. This is the floral tea brought by Lady Dulika, correct? Still frightened, Dulika replied, yes. It is not poison, is it? It is merely an unusual flower, correct? Gummin answered, Lady Dulika, the flower in this tea is Dachira. It is poisonous and can be fatal once enough of it accumulates in the body. Dulika was thunderstruck and utterly horrified. What? She still could not believe it. No, that is impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Gummin continued, even so, you must come with us. We have already secured the evidence. Dulika asked suspiciously, where are you taking me? Gummin replied, until you can prove your innocence, we have no other choice. I hope you understand. Duke Gummin then ordered, escort the young lady away. The servants immediately restrained Dulika. Yes, your grace. Dulika cried out, please, your grace. I did not know it was poison. I am telling the truth. Helena thought, Dulika has now been detained. She must have believed that the Empress Dowager would protect her and never abandon House Randy. However, the Empress Dowager publicly cast Dulika aside. She pretended that Dulika had orchestrated everything alone and completely distanced herself from the affair. When Dulika realized that she had been discarded like worthless rubbish, she finally confessed. The Empress Dowager gave me the poison. I can prove it. She even wrote instructions explaining how to brew the flowers as tea. The Empress Dowager said, brew it this way from now on. It will make the fragrance richer and the flavor fresher. That paper is in the drawer in my room. Helena immediately searched for it and found it. This is exactly what I need to use against the Empress Dowager. At the Empress Dowager's palace, Caesar led the knights forward and ordered everyone to enter. The knights immediately moved in. The maids cried out in alarm. What are you doing? How dare you behave so disrespectfully in the Empress Dowager's residence? How dare you soil your mother's home with those filthy boots? Caesar stepped forward and said coldly, Mother? The woman you call my mother? What kind of mother poisons her own son? The Empress Dowager appeared. Your Majesty, there must be a grave misunderstanding. I have practically been banished to the inner palace. So how could I know what is happening? I know nothing. Caesar replied, House Valor did this. How could you know nothing about it? The Empress Dowager tried to deny everything. If your majesty punishes me, your own mother, without any evidence of wrongdoing, what will the people say? Your majesty, please do not turn yourself into a tyrant. Caesar stood before her and said, "It seems you are begging for my mercy." The Empress Dowager replied, "I merely mean that you should not direct your anger at an innocent person like me." Caesar took the evidence from inside his coat. "You claim to be innocent. Then do you recognize this paper?" The Empress Dowager's face turned pale when she saw it. It was a paper written in the Empress Dowager's own hand, filled with mundane instructions. She likely never imagined that Dulika would preserve it like a treasure. Helena held up the evidence and asked, "Do you still intend to deny everything in the face of this evidence? The game is over. I have won." The matter was resolved in time. My father presided over the council meeting, where they discussed confiscating House Valer's assets and deposing Valega. She was now the former Empress Dowager and had been exiled to the north. She still could not believe what had happened. This could not be happening. As for Commander Oreo of the White Knights, his property was confiscated and he was forced to resign. Meanwhile, at the Red Knights training grounds in the Imperial Palace, Nep laughed. "It is wonderful not having to see that bastard Oreo anymore." Seeing his broad smile, Helena said, "You certainly look happy." Nep immediately replied, "Of course. All the problems that have been giving us headaches lately have been resolved. Speaking of which, how did everything turn out? I mean, Lady Dulika. Has her engagement to His Majesty been annulled?" Helena thought for a moment before replying, "Yes, it has. She came to see me recently and told me everything." Dulika had said to Helena, "His Majesty said I would not be punished. You persuaded him to spare me, didn't you?" "Thank you, my lady." Helena asked, "We only caught the Empress Dowager because of her. Will she leave the capital and return to the Randy estate?" Dulika smiled and replied, "No. My family has disowned me as well." Helena was astonished. "What?" Dulika continued, "My lady, I came to see you today because I wanted to apologize before leaving. I am sincerely sorry for everything I have done, and thank you for everything." Back in the present, Helena looked up at the sky and thought, "Dulika, you have changed so much." Suddenly, someone shouted, "You are not allowed in here." The intruder continued trying to force his way inside. "I already told you, I am not suspicious." Helena turned around and asked, "What is all that noise?" Nep asked the intruder, "What is the matter?" The man replied, "My name is Roman. I am a mage. I have come to report a mage who is not registered with the guild." Helena suddenly realized something. Wait, a mage who is not registered with the guild? Could he be talking about No? Helena immediately asked, "Do you know that mage's name?" Roman replied, "His name is No. Do you know him?" Helena immediately ordered, "Guards, bring him with me." A short while later, "So this really is a famous restaurant. Wow, every dish is wonderful." Helena asked, "You said your name was Roman, correct?" Roman immediately replied, "That is right." Helena continued, "What did you want to tell me about the mage named No?" With his mouth full of food, Roman said, "Oh yes, I know he once met with the former Empress Dowager, but there is currently no one named No registered with the guild. So I searched through hundreds of years of mission records and found that name on a list from 500 years ago. Nuwa, a mage by that name, used immensely powerful magic when the evil dragon was sealed away. And the No who is here now was that mage's lover." Helena's expression darkened. "Then you're saying this man came from 500 years ago?" Roman continued, "He also turned into something no longer human after committing a horrific act." Helena asked suspiciously, "What did he do?" Roman replied, "He violated a taboo, something strictly forbidden even during the golden age of magic. He brought a dead person back to life." The revelation struck Helena like a bolt of lightning. The records state that he died after a spell failed. However, someone bearing the same name entered the Imperial Palace, so this is a matter I must investigate. Silence fell over the room. Helena finally broke it. "A man named No tried to resurrect someone. Was it his lover?" Roman stroked his chin and said, "That is only my theory. But if you examine the records, you will notice something very strange. I believe he went beyond merely resurrecting the dead. He cast a spell that caused someone to be reincarnated." Helena was utterly astonished. "A spell that causes reincarnation? I was reincarnated without losing my memories. No Raven once tearfully said he would wait for me. Somehow, I have become entangled in this forbidden magic." She then said, "Roman, let us share everything we know. We must capture No Raven at any cost." Not long afterward, Helena remained lost in thought, unable to forget No's name. If what Roman said is true, then someone took advantage of my reincarnation. Every time I think about it, I feel a little hopeless. Seeing her distracted expression, Caesar spoke up. "What are you daydreaming about? I'm standing right in front of you, yet you did not even notice me." Helena flinched. "Oh, it is nothing. I was just lost in thought." Caesar smiled and asked, "Are you thinking about what happened at the Reiko church again?" Helena was surprised. "How did you know?" Caesar replied, "Because that is the only unresolved matter left." Helena smiled. "That is not fair. You can see through all my worries. What about you? Has anything been troubling you lately?" Caesar replied, "Something has been troubling me. It is my desire to marry you." Helena froze and asked what. Caesar's face turned bright red. He said, "I want you back by my side right now. I want us to hold the wedding immediately, but it would be better to wait until your problem has been resolved, wouldn't it?" Helena hesitated briefly. "Yes, that is true." Caesar immediately brightened. "Then let us hurry and hold our engagement ceremony first." Helena said, "Is there not something else we must do before that?" She walked towards Caesar, leaving him slightly confused. Helena knelt before him. "Your Majesty, Caesar Wintergrey, please marry me." Caesar's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. He stammered, "No, this is not right. I am supposed to propose to you first." Helena immediately refused. "No, I went first. So, what is your Majesty's answer?" Caesar took her hand. "My answer should be obvious. Helena Peresca, I have always longed for the day when I could become engaged to you." On the day of the engagement, Caesar asked Helena, "Have you memorized the parade route?" Holding a sheet of paper, Helena replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I am reviewing it now." An archer had already prepared his bow and arrows. Helena asked curiously, "Why do we need an archer?" He replied, "A giant flower basket will be mounted on a pole in the center of the square. When the archer shoots the basket, flowers will rain down across the entire square." Helena exclaimed, "It must be beautiful." Caesar immediately showered her with praise. "Helena, nothing in the world is more beautiful than you today. I feel as though I am dreaming. At last, I can declare to the entire world that you are mine." Helena asked, "Even though this is only our engagement ceremony?" Caesar continued, we will be married soon as well." At that moment, someone nearby cleared his throat. "Forgive me for interrupting while the two of you are occupied, but I have something to report." Helena flinched and thought in embarrassment. Did Leonard see everything? Leonard said, "There will be a solar eclipse this afternoon. I believe the main ceremony will have concluded by then, but I thought the two of you should know." Caesar wrapped his arms around Helena and sighed. Of all the days it could happen, why did it have to be our engagement day? How irritating. Helena consoled him. "It will pass quickly, so please endure it for a little while. Everyone has already gathered to watch the ceremony, so it will be over soon, will it not?" Before long, everyone arrived at the engagement venue. From a distance, Helena suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Wait, could that be Manhwa? Caesar looked at Helena suspiciously. "What is wrong?" Helena thought, "Damn it, because nothing went wrong while dealing with Maria, I let my guard down. What is he planning?" Before anyone realized it, the Empress Dowager appeared. "Magic truly is marvelous. It freed me from my prison in the north with ease. I promise you will regret showing me mercy." A sword slashed through the air, sending blood flying. She muttered, "Helena Peresca, you took everything from me. Therefore, I shall take everything from you." The magic circle began to glow. A gigantic claw emerged from below. The terrified crowd screamed, "A monster!" The Empress Dowager burst into triumphant laughter. Chaos erupted as people fled in every direction, screaming, "Help!" She had summoned a monster to massacre everyone. Caesar immediately turned to Leonard and ordered, "Leonard, summon the Imperial army immediately. Do not let that monster escape from the square." Leonard promptly obeyed. "At once, Your Majesty." Helena thought, "I must devise a strategy before acting. I cannot reach my weapon right now." At that moment, Agat's voice rang out. "My lady, I heard the screams, so I brought your sword and gloves." Helena took the sword. "Thank you, Agat." Roman also appeared from nowhere. "My lady, I am here too." Helena turned to Roman. "How do we destroy the magic circle?" Roman stepped forward and said, "You must eliminate the person who activated it." Helena replied, "Understood." Caesar stared at her in shock. "Helena, your dress." Helena had torn her dress apart. She said, "I have no other choice. This is an emergency, although Rowena will undoubtedly lecture me later. Now let us go." The Empress Dowager sneered arrogantly. "Very well, where are you two little rats hiding?" She circled through the air, searching for them. She roared, "If you do not show yourselves." Helena thought, "She is finally within range. I never imagined I would use the bow meant for the flower basket like this. Is over, Maria." Helena drew the bow, and the arrow immediately flew toward its target. The Empress Dowager could not evade the arrow. She roared, "Helena Peresca." The stone in her hand shattered immediately afterward. The monster swooped down and wrapped itself around Helena. She was lifted high into the air. Suddenly, the world around her shifted to a different place. Helena stirred and regained consciousness. She opened her eyes and clutched her head. "Oh, my head. Where am I?" Helena looked around and saw someone identical to herself standing before her. The other woman said, "Hello. It has been a long time." Helena realized that the figure was another version of herself. Looking closely, however, she could tell that something was strange. "What in the world is going on?" The woman replied, "This is where I have slept for 500 years. It is your inner world." Helena said, "Then you've been hiding in my subconscious all this time." The woman smiled. "Sharing your existence with me would not be so terrible, human. Think about the tedious life you have endured until now. If you possessed greater power, you would not have been forced to live that way. I can grant you that power." Helena asked, "What are you trying to say?" The woman replied, "Would you like to join forces with me?" Helena clenched her fist. "If this is my subconscious, then anything I imagine should become real. For example, if I imagined a sword with which to kill you, would it appear?" The woman replied, "Perhaps." A sword immediately appeared in Helena's hand, and she charged toward the woman. Helena smiled and said, "I do not need greater power, nor do I find my life tedious in the slightest." Helena suddenly awoke and returned to reality. Caesar hurried over and asked anxiously, "Helena, are you all right?" Helena called his name. "Caesar." Caesar gently took her hand. "I thought you would never wake up again, so," Helena asked in confusion, "was I asleep for a long time?" Caesar replied, "Yes. You have not awakened since that day." Helena was astonished. "That day? Do you mean the day I shot the dragon? Was I asleep for that long? What happened afterward? Is everyone safe?" Caesar replied, "Everyone is safe. Do not worry. Maria died on the spot while riding the dragon. We also captured the mage named No, but he died before he could be imprisoned. He looked terribly emaciated. It was probably an after effect of his magic." Helena sat up and thought, "At last, everything is over." Caesar held her hand. When Helena turned toward him, she saw that his eyes were red and filled with tears. Helena smiled and asked, "What should we do now?" "Our engagement ceremony was ruined." Caesar reassured her, "Do not worry about that. We can hold hundreds. No, even thousands of engagement ceremonies." Helena stared at him in surprise. "You want to endure that complicated and tedious ceremony hundreds of times?" Caesar wrapped an arm around Helena's back. "If it allows me to declare to the entire world that you are mine and that you are the woman I love, then I would gladly do it countless times. Do you feel the same way?" Helena smiled. "Yes." The two of them then shared a sweet kiss. Rusek, who lived within my subconscious, probably still had not realized it. At that moment, someone came rushing toward them. Agathru opened the door and shouted, "My lady!" Still shouting, Agat rushed forward and wrapped Helena in a tight embrace. But my life no longer felt tedious. I was grateful to everyone who loved me. Before long, my body recovered rapidly. I had not been seriously injured. My consciousness had merely been invaded for a short time. My body soon returned to normal. All I needed was enough food and rest. Just as I recovered, peace gradually returned to the imperial palace as well. In this peaceful daily life, I faced only one problem: Caesar's excessive protectiveness. That was all. Sitting on the bed, Caesar said, "Why are you so late? I have been waiting for you for ages." Helena blushed and replied awkwardly, "All right, I understand. Your Majesty, could you please pull up your robe?" Caesar reached out to her. "Why are you embarrassed? We are already husband and wife. Come here, Helena." Caesar took her hand, startling her. He pulled Helena down and embraced her. He kissed her hand and continued, "Do you know how much I love your hands? I love the coolness of your skin and your smooth, beautiful nails. Most of all, I especially love the calluses on your palms. I also love your strong back, your waist, and your thighs. I love everything about you. You are mine." Helena replied, "And your Majesty belongs to me, Caesar. Your thoughts, your body, and everything you possess." The following morning, Caesar looked at her and asked, "Are you awake? You slept for quite a while." Helena asked shyly, "And whose fault is that?" Caesar laughed. "Yes, whose fault could it be?" She thought, "Why is he being so petty? Caesar is becoming more devious by the day." Caesar said, "Helena, while you were sleeping, I gave this a great deal of thought. This situation is unacceptable. I want to tell the entire world that you are mine, but our engagement ceremony was ruined. Therefore, let us hold another ceremony. This time, however, we will make it a real wedding." Even then, I thought he was merely joking. We held a simple wedding in the imperial palace. Every step I took carried me closer to Caesar. The present moment felt clearer than ever before. He entered my tedious life like a miracle. I looked forward to the life I would build with this man. Even without saying a word, we understood what the other was thinking. "I will walk beside you for the rest of my life. No matter what I become, I will give you everything I have. So please remain by my side forever. Promise me that you will always stay in my arms." Radiance. It shone clearly in Helena's expression and every movement as she gradually recovered from the incident. With each passing day, that radiance grew brighter under Caesar's devoted care and unwavering protection. Despite all the hardships he had endured, Emperor Caesar remained steadfast. Whenever he looked at Helena, his eyes overflowed with profound love and an unshakable determination to protect the woman he loved until the very end. After their engagement ceremony was disrupted, the two of them now looked forward to a true wedding. Their expressions could not conceal their hope and anticipation for that momentous day. At the imperial palace,